Welcome back, everyone, to another recap here of DFN number 18 of EU, and it's our money match, our championship match with Virtus Pro up against OneWin. Now, this specific matchup had a lot of history behind them, considering OneWin won last week up against Virtus Pro in a very unexpected fashion. Not to mention, they met up again in a best of 5 for the OneWin Bombshell Volume 4. Obviously, VP did win out in that 3-2, but it was very difficult for that match to be concluded. And now for VP, it was a chance to reclaim their throne once again here at DFN. It looks like VP has carried over their bans from the last time they played against OneWin in the OneWin Bombshell just a few days prior. And it also seems they came back to the table with a plan to stop OneWin by using Viscous. Michaelis and Listic were able to keep the same pace, dominating the lane that we saw in the Challenger match as they trade 2 for 1.
Like the jungle value you could get is more if you get the enemy's middle tower down. And then additionally, we get that trade coming through, and that's Michaelis on a good start.
No one's ever said that VP lacked confidence, as Obikim continues to plow in mid, while Listic and Michaelis do the same on the left side of the map.
Right now. And speaking of which, this Mo from Obikim has been indomitable, just is so difficult to take down. Get some extra damage on the tower as Rocket makes an escape. Empty Dreams gets out of there, and yeah, this mid tower. Oh, here comes the bird. That's all straight on Obikim's face. Is there a follow-up here? Empty Dreams looking maybe to go for the pursuit, but it looks like he is not going to be able to find him. In fact, Reed takes him down instead.
And Michaelis gets Xenon, Listic gets fireable. That's 4 quick kills in quick succession here for Virtus Pro. With VP trying to run the urn across the map, OneWin used this as a time to strike to get the man advantage and deny the turn-in. Keep him alive, and the retreat is immediately pulled out of Virtus Pro, but the chase is going to be here. That's a great lasso coming through on a Demov, and he has no cube left, and he has no life left, as he will fall.
You just love the combos there off of the lasso. Speaking of which, though, no lasso available. Listic there with a big fist in Holiday's face. Disengage as the battle rages on, and it looks like VP are in a little bit of trouble here.
With those kills, OneWin pick up the urn, but Listic gets there in time to deny the turn-in as all hell breaks loose. I don't know if the turn-in will eventually go through, and you can see, there we go, Listic on the charge through. Able to catch out Zanya. That's going to be the urn now dropped, and Zanya's going to fall. Not to mention a bag to pick up on top of that. And this could eventually be Virtus Pro actually taking the urn themselves, but the fight is going to continue. The swap comes through onto Listic. D-Mob with the goo ball is just punishing Overseas left and right. It's like watching Sonic the Hedgehog here. And OneWin at least able to get 2 kills off of the back of this, and the fight is going to continue as Obikim's going to rotate through. The urn still be contested quite heavily, considering it's only worth 3k this early on. I'm surprised to see both teams really want to fight over this objective.
Yeah, and it seems generally that OneWin have had more players in position more of the time in this fight overall, and they're continuing to reinforce this one off the rope. 3 players are coming from OneWin, so VP in trouble. However, Zergi's ult is going to do a fair amount of damage here. That's going to ward away everybody's huge connection off of this cloud form, and that is a problem. Storm Cloud is just really hurt everybody here for OneWin, but still, Zanya able to get 2 off of that one, but Michaelis, Listic, and Zergi, 4 kills to follow up with, and so VP turned that one right around off of the Storm Cloud.
With shoving out the right lane, OneWin hoped to have a man advantage for the urn turn-in. Coming through, looking for the turn-in. Shark needs to teleport over, and a great puddle punch actually denies the turn-in from coming through, but this fight is going to go crazy.
Yeah, and turning around, Demov, Azanum rather, on that Geist is looking very challenging. There's the spell swap though, coming in just in the nick of time to keep him alive. Flammable is going to go down here in the fight. Does not look good for OneWin, regardless of that health swap. They're still going to fight on though. Everyone's in the mix at the moment as VP are committing fully into this fight, and unfortunately OneWin, they're pretty spread out right now. They're all the way in the back line. They do get 2 kills in that back line between ABL and Zanya, but it is now VP as a ball moving towards them, trying to take care of this. There's a combo to lock down ABL, and this is the problem. The ball of VP is very difficult to deal with.
OneWin are actively looking to try to get picks onto VP, as we can see here, pushing into their opponent's jungle. Bite my tongue on this one because it's actually going to be on the right-hand side jungle. They catch up. Someone trying to go for the center sacrifice is going to be Demov. Obikim's going to be there to help out. That's going to be the paradoxical swap to come through, and the combo on top. But do they have the damage to finish him off? And, well, yes, that's the quick answer of this one. But at least Empty Dreams able to respond with the kill onto Shark. In the meantime, Zergi going to be going head-to-head against Xenon in the left-hand side lane, while the fight still continues here on the right, and that's a major fight to have happen. And Xenon's able to win on that trade. He could potentially push in towards this Walker for some early damage, and he's going to do exactly that while the fight still rages on here on the right-hand side. Listic responds with a kill on his Zanya. And Flamboy's trying to go for the chase to Obi, but he can't hit the bounce pad correctly. It gets bounced around. Listic runs the urn across the map, but is forced to drop it while the fight breaks out. In the meantime, Zergy is pushing the left lane Walker, and somehow Listic grabs the urn and turns it in.
Up above, fighting it out, looking to try to deal with the remainder of one win, and a lot of them are very, very softened up at this point. It's looking quite bad. Oh, that's a fantastic connection off of the burrow, right? And now it's looking like problems here potentially for VP in this basement, but it's getting weird here.
Listic's going to turn the urn. Zergy's pushing the left lane at the same time. This is a massive win for Virtus Pro. You trade 1 for 1, but you're going to get a Walker in a flex slot, and you get the urn turn on top of this. Virtus Pro now up to 126,000 souls, almost a 20k lead off of a very scrappy fight. The macro play was stupendous, and even if Zergy goes down, it does not matter. The damage has been done. Going back to what they tried a few minutes earlier, Overseas pushes up to give info on where VP are, but he's the one to be caught out.
Which might just happen now.
Is this the new team deathmatch mode in Deadlock that's been pushed on the latest patch? Constant fighting from these teams, no objective fighting whatsoever. We're in the jungle yet again here. As the battle continues to break out, Virtus Pro able to get the better of Overseas, and the window that maybe one would had to really snowball this first game is starting to potentially come to a close. ABL luckily still at 20k souls, but Flammable is going to get caught here. No charge available just yet for Listic. Flammable's going to create some distance here with that jump pad, but the damage has been done. They've lost 2 players, now a third. This could be mid-boss being taken here momentarily for Virtus Pro. And one win, you have to escape from this or just drag this out long enough for 8 for those respawns. Reju picked up, and the plow is setting its sights on the base of one win.
He's pretty farmed on the Mo Crow. Like, he's relevant in the whole team fight, and it's honestly starting to get to be a problem. We got Phantom Strike now for Abram, so the pickoff threat is really massive from Virtus Pro.
Of D-Mov, of Obi Kim, and Mikhail S. Shark. 30,000 souls has kind of gone under the radar, but that's mostly been due to the fact that he's been stopping these split pushes that have come through, giving him an entire lane for free, and no one can 1v1 him anymore. Zanya immediately falls, and so does the rest of one win. Listic, yeah, he'll go down for Virtus Pro side, but he has the Rejuvenator, so he's not too worried. The second walk of the game will be taken, and ABL is just trying to escape for his life, but he has no chance. And Virtus Pro are going to crack open the base of one win here. VP had just gotten too far ahead. Sharik was able to 1v1 anyone with the 40k lead, and the first match goes the way of the plow. The game here, Dan.
Yeah, it's like looking like it's going to finish very similarly to the previous game, which was felt very stompy. This was pretty close, but then it just got to a certain point, and once again, VP, they just don't look back. Incredibly good team. VP is so good, and this Mo, I think Jake had a great point here on that Mo. Maybe that's something that has to be banned out, we'll see, but this is going to be the first map looking like it's going to VP, who are on the comeback here. They wanted to retake the throne. The patron is it's on like 2%, and
no, they're gonna do no. Michaelis comes in.
There we go. That's map number 1 for VP.
Not seeing much change out of either team going to the second match. This time though, ABL will be back on the Amato as Overseas takes over his Great Talon. ABL goes back to acting like a battle cruiser on top the high ground and mid, but gets a bit too cocky.
Facilitate early, and they've got the Yamato Talon against the same setup for VP in the Mo and Mirage. And speaking of the Mirage, the Yamato can't find it, and it's an overcommit.
VP show the response to the ABL Yamato pick with a combo and instant burst down. Flammable comes in on Sinclair to show the trick up his sleeve, but VP reinforcements are there.
VP on the right side of the map. This is potentially a problem. Oh my goodness, ABL getting sent to the moon. And Zenon is looking for health spot. Maybe no health spot available, just some health to steal. The Divine Barrier popped as well, but that, oh my god, the steal, the Sinclair ult to slow it down to keep Zenon alive just for the moment longer. Is Zenon actually going to stay alive here? Look how committed. The burrow comes out of the ground, trying to finish off Zenon. It will happen. Obikim getting the job done. That's what he was there to do. And Flammable goes down as well. But what a valiant effort to try to stop that game.
Maybe one win weren't expecting VP to come barreling forward with the urn, but that's exactly what happens.
Looking to see if they can try to get a win here at one win.
So smart.
Such a strong presence. Oh my god, it's just blue all over the screen at the moment. VP annihilating one win around this urn, and it's just it's taking no prisoners.
ABL is just really being focused in these fights by VP, preventing him from doing almost anything. One would look for the first flex slot on the right side of the lane, and they get it, but at what cost? How many players are VP going to be here, though? And he will quickly be cleaned up. I mean, one would are still looking for their flex slot. We're 15 minutes in, they only have one Guardian down, and VP's able to reinforce this right-hand side, but eventually it will fall. The combo comes in onto Obikim. And now his combo comes through, but that's gonna be the Hex to land as well. He's running with the combo player. I don't know what's going on here, that interaction. John is forced to enter the shadows and look to escape, but he will just get sent back to base.
Movement there from overseas. You get 3 players alive here for 1 win, looking to potentially do something here, but they're just, I mean, escaping is really the only choice at this point, but not on the table. Overseas takes down Listic at the very least. Listic is the juggernaut, and that's not no easy feat, but there are still 4 players left alive here for VP. ABO get taken out, and these are just, I mean, these are just terrible fights.
VP set off to do mid-boss and secure it, taking out Flammable and Empty Dreams, who try to contest, but it continues to get worse as they're able to turn in the urn and get more kills.
Enemy territory.
Why not?
Oh my God.
4 kills. The urn on top of this. ABL can't do anything by himself, and Overseas just being picked out of the sky by a giant booger. Finally, 1 win are able to get an advantageous fight while being down 40k. But the 3 kills they got doesn't stop VP from taking the left lane base Guardians for 1 win. With the combo as well, it's not really possible for ABL to do much. The Seismic Slam going to be used out of Flammable here as he steals it away from Listic. And there's the QB we were just talking about, not to mention the trap on top of it to curse them out to prevent them from shooting. And maybe, just maybe, 1 win might have the chance to get back in this game here as they do finally have the man advantage. Overseas, your team needs you. They're still fighting on the right-hand side, looking to push back in towards mid lane. And ABL Zanya looking to chime in to get 2 kills apiece. ABL eventually going to be shut down here, but that is the best fight we've seen out of 1 win since this game started. The problem is they're losing their base Guardians all while this is happening.
Demoff is on a 12 kill streak on the Viscous. That's kind of outrageous. Oh, finishing it off with the Storm Cloud.
Oh my God.
Yo.
Oh, no. Don't go into the base. Don't BM that hard.
Okay, whenever VP's gotten an advantage, they just haven't let go on any of the 3 maps we've seen them play today. It's outrageous.
With the rejuve, VP immediately reinforced their push on the base, and they claimed their title as DFN champions. I don't think Virtus Pro want to give this up. I think they're going to stick around here to lock this one down and take what's rightfully theirs at the throne here in DFN.
Yeah, I agree completely. They still have 3 rejuves online, so they're in a great position to just keep looking for these frags. They're ahead enough on items, so this is a problem for VP. They've got to just mount a defense here. Or rather, sorry, for 1 win, they've got to mount a defense here, and it's not looking very successful so far. Let's just try to say my in comes another bird. That's gonna be good for 2 kills in a stick. So with that, they're gonna be in the pit. They're gonna finish it right here.
Virtus Pro looking to close out this series in a very fast 2-0 fashion. The Patron down to about 25% HP, and you can see 1 win trying to do anything they possibly can. The Affliction coming through, trying to deny, but Obikim is just punching away, and the Patron will fall, and Virtus Pro will claim the title once again as Kings of EU here in the Deadlock Fight Night number 18, presented by Intel. I think it's safe to say Virtus Pro definitely learned a lot from their loss last week, and of course learned a lot when it came to their best of 5 in the 1 win bombshell, completely obliterating 1 win here yet again. And if you guys missed on the interview with Listic, it seems like they figured out exactly what 1 win are doing correctly and were able to counter it this time. But could they maintain it going into next week? Well, there's only one way to find out by subscribing here to Locked In, leaving a like on the video, and of course tune in next time for our DFN recap.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Deadlock Fight Night. I'm DK here with Jason. I think it's number 19, Jason. We've been doing this for a hot minute.
A very hot minute, a very good-looking minute with blue eyes, fantastic hair, and bolder shoulders on him as well. It is a return of quite a few teams here, and not to mention the return of all of you lovely viewers out there to watch the games.
I guess I just haven't slighted you enough yet, Jason. I feel like you're really sweet on me, but like everybody else in the broadcast, except maybe Jake, he's still on good terms with you. I just can't wait until I cross that threshold. Right? I get that.
How can I ever talk badly about Jake? He hangs out with the hottest dudes, goes to the chillest restaurants, and wears the best clothes. It's impossible to be mean to him.
That is true. That is true. And I think, I don't know, we're in good spirits as at the beginning of the broadcast. So if you guys haven't watched the show before, this format is typically the case. We would have three teams in a kind of a king of the hill situation, a play-in followed by a final for the money match. But today in the European region, as you guys can see, Paravision and OneWin will be fighting it out for a best of 5, because if we're going to lose that first game, we're just going to give you more of the goods. VP are not here today. Maybe that's a good thing. They've been dominating a little bit too hard, Jason.
Yeah, they want to give other teams a chance to win some money. Very, very gracious of them to let others just get potentially $1,000 for themselves. But obviously, they had quite a few players having some commitments to Virtus Pro as an organization. So unfortunately, they're not going to be here today to play, which means they also give up their spot for next week. So if you win this one, you're already back into the money match next week.
Absolutely. And I mean, we saw a quick glance. We didn't mention it with the NA teams that you guys have to look forward to as well. Hydra Nation, they're a team that obviously they've been doing an amazing job, actually coming out of a lot of roster changes. And actually, I wasn't confident, Jason. I didn't think that they would be able to continue making roster changes and really find a formula that worked, but they look better than ever. And on the other side of things, B&B, we're not supposed to say that anymore. B&B versus Laugh Lords will be the play-in match. How are your feelings? How are your feelings towards those games we have coming up for NA?
Well, before I guess I say that, I should bring to people's attention, because we did obviously post up that it was supposed to be Melee Creeps up against B&B, but due to Melee Creeps having a roster change, they I believe dropped Cool Cheese, and they want to give their new six some time to get used to the team so they can come back even stronger. They decided to actually come out of the event, so LARP Lord's gonna be filling in for us, who did play 2 weeks ago and did manage to play up against B&B in the finals. But this matchup, I think for me, we know LARP Lords has some potential. They're very strong players on the roster. I think for me, it's all about what is B&B coming back into this week with, because they didn't look horrible. Hydra Nation made them look like an amateur team with how quickly they won in that 3-0 fashion, which we'll get a quick recap of that later on. You can always go to Locked In over on YouTube as well to find those recaps. Hint, hint. But yeah, so I want to see what did they come back with? We saw Virtus Pro last week decimate OneWin after having extremely close best of 5 in the Woman Bombshell. The week before, they lost to OneWin in DFN. They've shown that they can lose matches, come back even stronger. Can B&B do so? That's my question.
Well, we need to add some brain power to the broadcast so we can answer these complicated questions. We're going to have Jake come in as the analyst here, and we're going to look at some of these first teams.
Look at that
Jake,
face.
Welcome to the broadcast.
What are you doing here? You should just be an Abercrombie & Fitch model.
I do hang at the coolest restaurants, go to the gyms with the hottest bros. The rumors are true. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Yeah, we have to class up the joint somehow. So thanks for doing that for us, Jake. What do you make of today's action? We've got that best of 5. We're going to check out the teams here as well. This should be a good one. VP definitely has the biggest. I think they're ahead of the pack right now, but But Paravision,
I think both of these squads have really been, at least for the last few weeks, kind of competing with the VP, for realistically, not actually, they haven't been competing with the VP. They've been competing with each other for number 2. And so I think to have this BO5 is actually going to be pretty exciting, because these are two teams that have gone back and forth, that have traded wins. Paravision have brought in Wolfie on the carry slot. And so I'm super interested to see if this new look for the team ends up being a strength, if this lets them take it to OneWin, who I think have maybe historically had a bit of an edge in this matchup. Yeah,
man, you pick Hayes too much. It seems like that's not going well for you. I mean, Play With Me, he was heralded as one of the best players in Europe, if not the best for a moment. But Jason, he's gone.
Yeah, I did. I remember saying he was definitely one of the most explosive players we saw way back when we're looking at DMS as the roster for the team. He first showed up with his Wraith, which I believe he had 100% win rate on. He was the first person in EU to pick Hayes in DFN, and he had ridiculous rotations, and he was definitely one of the strongest players then. But I feel like the problem with him is that he hasn't really adapted. The hero pool to what's strong at the moment. We haven't seen much Warden as of late. His haze hasn't been successful when he's been trying to play it now as of late. And Wolfie kind of slots in perfectly because Seven is one of his most played heroes. And we've seen what Seven can do in the likes of, was that Rokane last week, with Zergy as well for Virtus Pro. So I feel like it's a good fit. Not to mention Wolfie's already played with a lot of these guys before, back in DMS, before they split between Paravision and Poltergeist Cumbria.
And looking at one win, we had all of the promise of Play With Me realized in the explosive actor that is ABL, who has shown us incredible results on so many different carries. It's kind of ridiculous. He's perhaps maybe the best, has the best level across the most different playmaking heroes, I think, maybe in the world, question mark. He's damn good. ABL.
Whoa. I think Leth is over there like, are you really saying this, DDK?
they gotta get some more first places to be the best in the world. But it has been fun watching the Yamato. I mean, pulling out some crazy carry performances. I also feel like overseas with the Gray talent, this has been an explosive pick for them. Such a peak threat, and I think the team really does understand how to play around it. And so I think these two teams look pretty evenly matched to me. I think the biggest question is who has the handle on the meta. With there being so many changes in Deadlock all the time, it's really about adaptation, right? You got to be very much finger on the pulse of continuing to innovate and follow the path of what's the strongest. Like you said, Jason, I think it's super important. I think if you're stuck in your ways at all as a player at this point in Deadlock, you're leaving something on the table. And for competitive teams, it's just not an option.
And not just stuck in your ways in terms of an individual player. I think as we heard Listic talk about when they figured out how they play, they got caught off guard the first couple of times they played against them, but they completely made it look like what when we're doing before did not matter anymore. And that was a lot about these jungle fights, getting these catches, getting a snowball potential from there. And Virtus Pro completely eliminated that potential with the help of obviously picking a Viscus on top of that. So if you're going to stick to your ways here for one win, Paravision to me are going to be the stronger, should be the stronger team if Paravision have been able to wise up to how they're playing. But I want to see those adaptations out of one win as a team in general to prove they don't need to get these jungle picks to snowball games to eventually win.
Yeah, we can look at the results here in DFN history over in the European region to kind of see that story of adaptation. We've had so many big patches. The patch schedule is slowed down a little bit, but you can see that Virtus Pro are the team that is certainly adapting the best at the moment. And if you want to win, you kind of have to adapt to, a bit better and also figure out how to be VP. But their fundamentals seem insurmountable. And if they were here today, it's very likely that they would win, but they're not. So Paravision and One Win have an opportunity to break this streak. Obviously, we do actually see a sneaky result there. It's a bit misleading with where VP is on the schedule. You can see One Win 117 against them, but they got kind of destroyed in the previous week.
I mean, I think what's exciting is for Paravision making this switch up in the core role is actually potentially a huge change for the team, because they really played around Play With Me. I mean, they were following the name to a T, and really a lot of their strategies revolved around the haze. They had some big success, playing those early fast rotations, a super high tempo carry style, and it worked for them at times. But as it fell a little bit flatter, I think this change, also they fell out. They weren't in those championship matches, right, the last few weeks. And so I think there probably was a lot of pressure internally in the team to make some kind of change. And I think even from a we can look at this roster swap and make what analysis is possible, I think it's always interesting because there's always more going on behind the scenes. There's not just the players and the way they play, but there's the communication, the approach to the game, the strategic vision that is maybe even more important, although it's always a little bit harder for us to know who's driving that, of course, internally with the team. So I'm just really curious to see how Wolfie slots in and what we see like different from this team. Do they have a new style, a new look for us, a new way to play? Because these individual players are strong. They just haven't been able to put the pieces together the last few weeks.
Well, all good things. Oh, go ahead, Jason.
I look towards Together as being someone in the Paravision roster who just has not been unlocked in such a long time. Like back when he came on the scene here in DFN for EU, Yamato was one of his best heroes by far, and he could dominate lanes when it came to those one-on-one situations. And we've seen over the last few weeks that Yamato can be insanely strong if you get the right farm onto her and you can play her in the correct positions, looking towards middle, obviously, with the Battle Cruiser Yamato play. I feel like he just hasn't had the ability to shine in the team that he previously had, whether that's just changing the roles of like kind of what he's doing within the team or whatnot. But I want to see him kind of have more of a star power within this roster.
Well, the first bit of star power we're going to see today is, of course, going to be in our Mo 1v1 to decide who gets to get those first bans and picks. And I don't know, this is it's cool. Other people have been copying our Mo 1v1s. It's like quite the international sensation, guys.
We're trendsetters here at Deadlock Fight Night.
Absolutely.
Poor Wolfie, though. Joins the team, and he's like, okay, you have to do the Mo 1v1. No pressure. If you lose, you're off the team. We're bringing Play With Me back in.
Oh my god, the heavy melee. Oh, he got an unreal number of heavy melees in there.
Yo,
Guinness.
Whoa.
Oh my god, I don't think.
Is that the ref coming in and like doing the countdown if he's out?
I just actually didn't see any teabagging. I thought that was absolutely what was about to happen. Anyway, everything's above board here at DFN, so we're going to get into the picks and bans very shortly. Again, I totally agree with you, Jake. I'm super excited to see how the dynamics could change here for Paravision. I think Play With Me was a weird one because it did kind of feel like over time, he kind of weakened the team in the sense that he's gonna end up probably picking Hayes. Opportunities to pick his better heroes like the Wraith sometimes happened, sometimes didn't. Had a good Warden, but then at the same time, Warden doesn't really operate in that same kind of role as like you would expect a star like Play With Me to be operating from. So that dissonance definitely, I think it makes a lot of sense that we're seeing a change. So we're going to get the opening ban here. What are we expecting to see?
I mean, we see Bebop get a lot of prio in EU. We've seen, you know, the Magnificent Sinclair still be looked at a lot in these early bans. So I mean, I think something to be said taking that away. Just a lot of the X factor that Sinclair offers, the ability to get in and out of these engagements and like be incredibly hard to kill. When you come in for the fight super aggressive, you just TP out when it goes wrong. And having that instant TP that's pretty massive range if you place it down early before you enter is honestly, it's pretty annoying, like pretty hard to deal with. You need like a ton of lockdown to like full stun burst. And then obviously he's a huge damage there. He's a huge threat in lane. So I think a lot of teams just don't want to deal with that.
I don't like this. I think VP kind of, sorry, not to what you're saying, Jake, to what we're seeing in the
I know what you mean, the Vin ban.
I wanted to see a Bebop or Kelvin because that's exactly what consistently VP hit One Win with, and that's where One Win had a lot of success, was by playing Bebop to use this very strong oppressing power he can provide in lane to prevent you from really playing safe. And that's kind of like the bread and butter of how One Win have playing things up. But taking the Vindicta away, maybe it's an indication of that they do want to go a kind of flyer themselves. And if Paravision, maybe they intend to pick Bebop, but I would definitely not let it go to the second round of it, or I would not let it get through the second round of bans because it most certainly should be taken away.
Yeah, it's such a strong laner. I think the Calico is also a really dominant opener. We've seen Calicos be really explosive. The gun is probably the best soul denying / last hitting weapon in the entire game, I think, right now, because the area of the shotgun is huge, high fire rate, just like all the ingredients. Mirage has also been consistently high pro, but I agree with you. I'd expect to see, you know, if Bebop doesn't go here, I think One Win are going to grab it with their next two picks. It's just been such an effective mid laner, and winning that mid lane, snowballing from there has been, I think, a key factor recently in Deadlock. That being said, though, VP showed that like the Vindicta combo was really a huge threat with Bebop, and I wonder maybe teams aren't valuing it as much without the combo. We also saw Mo Krill be really great in NA, so I feel like there's a lot of picks teams are looking to have that mid lane dominance.
I like the 7 pickup though. Sorry to jump in there, just because we know Wolfie is very good on it, but so's Empty Dreams. So you kind of take away one of those insanely hard carries and put it on your side of the team. I feel like it's a very smart pick as well, but obviously you kind of have to let a Bebop get through at this point then.
Yeah, and also there's something to be said for you, like you got the new guy on your team, you want to give him the best comfort hero, right? Like you just give, like, your new guy is coming in, there's a lot of pressure on him, give him like what he wants to play, and like let's put his best foot forward. I think psychologically it makes a lot of sense to me.
I'm curious where Abrams will be valued today as well, because I feel like Abrams, especially with VP was showing like the Mo and the Abrams to be like pretty high value compared to other teams. They also highly value 7 too, so no surprise seeing that early. But yeah, I'm curious where Abrams will come in the draft. We also saw it take. Whoa, okay, that's super interesting. All right, I'm just gonna let you guys talk about that.
That's so early. That's so early for an Infernus pick. Infernus has not been like at the top of the prio list or really even close to that for a while now. So One Win having a read on things shifting in the meta. Maybe they like the matchup into 7, given that, you know, the burn can decrease spirit damage output, but it's not really, it's a minor interaction. I don't think that's necessarily a game changer.
No more hiding.
I feel like there's so many other like high priority picks at this point that Infernus, I don't know. I don't think we would have seen necessarily Paravision go for Infernus. What happened to Yamato? I mean, you have AB and together who can both play Yamato extremely well. I think maybe together we'll be on the Mirage instead, but there's got to be something behind these picks in the order that we're seeing, obviously, because that's not really what we assumed to see coming out the gate.
Yeah, I mean, what's left in terms of like the playmaking options? You got Pockets being picked away. Obviously, they already have Calico. We know ABL can play Calico really well. There's like, you know, it's usually Yamato, Pocket, and Calico, right? Are the 3 that we see like big performances on. And sometimes one will pick all 3. So That's obviously not the case here. I'm actually curious who's going to go for the Paradox choice, whether it could potentially get even banned here. But Paradox is still an interesting one because one we could double up on that. They have lights to go with like multiple initiators and multiple playmakers as well, but it's a Geist ban instead. So
what?
I mean, I think Geist could have been scary for somebody like, you know, like a lot of these heroes are aggressive, but they're relatively short range. And so somebody like a Geist can be super annoying for Calico that, you know, you get your health swapped and get popped, you know, despite the fact that you were winning the engagement. Infernus too, I think, doesn't have the most burst for a carry, right? Relies on taking people down. So somebody like Geist can anticipate the death timer and really try to punish. I'm glad that Paravision grabbed the Paradox here. Like you said, I think OneWin could have doubled up on it, although I wouldn't really like that for OneWin. I think Paravision they've secured themselves a really great start to the draft. This looks really well balanced. They got tons of damage and carry potential. Now they got the catch from Paradox, maybe a bit of frontline or support in the last 2 picks. But OneWin team, I think they've got a few holes to plug in the draft here. I think right now they may need a little bit more stun control. I guess you have Holiday and Infernus, but you're going Kelvin, which is another way to get control, and can actually, I think, be decent here, especially at catching somebody like Pocket, you know, who can typically escape.
Yeah, given that Kelvin wasn't banned, usually I feel like we would see him be the one support that would get banned. And yeah, you get a nice option for sure to control the fights a bit better. I like that a lot. I would love to see like an Abrams coming in now or something remote. I think that's obviously where the draft has to go, or presumably would go for Paravision. OneWin have showed though, okay, I like that pick too, because OneWin have showed that they actually aren't super interested necessarily in running any frontline. It seems like that might be an off-meta thing, as it might be developing. If we assume that VP is kind of setting the meta, and they are the most fundamentally strong team in the game at the moment, so I could see an argument for that.
And there's something to be said for playstyle. Like some teams, I think, may not want to force as many early brawls around objectives and may want to play for a little bit more of a greedier late game. And for what OneWin have already, Shiv is really interesting there, especially with Infernus and Kelvin already on OneWin's team, where typically I think you would want to match this with something like a Kelvin. I'm also curious to see Kelvin's laning, because Kelvin's been banned out so much. I think Kelvin is actually a pretty sick +1 in almost any lane. I'm even thinking like something like an Infernus plus Kelvin, like Kelvin to slow them down, and then Infernus has ridiculous damage. You can consistently burn people. Maybe Kelvin can secure that consistency. The IV for Paravision, just a bit of D push, I think, and earn running potential, like objective taking with the threat to steal that mid boss away.
But the front line, it's like non-existent for Paravision. Like Shiv is the only one that's like
Shiv and then
here.
Mirage, but Mirage is like frontlining for 3 seconds and then you tornado out. I guess you could have the, you know, like look for Pocket to be, you know, the playmaker opening the game up for you. The Viscus is pretty interesting too here for OneWin, given that they already have a Kelvin. So this is going to be, I think, a Viscus that can build a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more damage dealing and fighting potential. And I will say, I think Viscus can punish sometimes somebody like a Shiv without like full support. Who needs to get in there, needs to get to close range to do max damage and can get rolled over, or, you know, people can get saved by the cube from whether it's Pocket, Paradox, Shiv. Like a lot of these hard catches are basically countered by the cube if Viscus is nearby.
I feel like Viscus has been undervalued a lot in EU lately. And I think actually in NA too as well, because it does, the cube and everything does provide a lot of really good answers to so many things. And the laning is really strong, I think, from Viscus. Gives you a lot of options to control lanes. And the early laning is more important than it ever really was, because there's only 3 lanes now. So yeah, Kelvin, Viscus. Yeah, this actually feels kind of nice for OneWin. I know that you guys said that at the beginning you liked Paravision and what they were developing, but now we've completed the rosters. Are you leaning back towards OneWin? Where are we at?
I think for me, I think it comes down to Snowball for Paravision. Like they have, I feel like a very strong early game. They have a lot of mobility with like Pocket and Ivy and Mirage. They do have that reset potential for Shiv with the Affliction on multiple people. You know, Shiv can eventually get the resets with his ultimate as well. They have a lot of earn control potentially too, with Ivy trying to go for the earn turn-ins if you want to commit her ultimate to the fly specifically for that. And then I don't know, I look at OneWin and they have a really good team to kind of like drag out fights with the Kelvin, with the Viscus, with the cube on top of that. The Yamato can, you know, shadow transform. I'm kind of looking like OneWin as more of like a late game team in Paravision, looking for that early snowball. Otherwise, they could just kind of be run over with how squishy they can be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this Infernus as a key point in the draft. Like, I think we were so surprised to see Infernus go early. I wouldn't have been so shocked to see, like, if the pick order were reversed and if Yamato went third and then, you know, Infernus came in as like a 5th or a 6th pick. That would have felt a little bit more normal to me. So I'm really curious to see the early laning from Infernus. I think if Infernus gets off to a hot start, pardon my pun there, but I think could potentially snowball into like a super big threat carry, and Paravision I don't think have the best answers for it. So I think for me, Infernus is going to be the litmus test of the game, how much he's able to dominate early and how much of a farm snowball he's able to get going.
Oh, and as we have a pause, before you go, Jake, what do you make of the early laning? Because that's going to be a huge focus right now, obviously, and now we can see how they're all calibrated. So yeah, what's your take in these matchups?
I'm curious to see. I mean, the early lane looks a little scary with somebody like Holiday, where you have enormous damage in this lane, but sustain is not so great. I think mid lane is going to be really the key pressure. It's a lot of like skill-based playmaking in the mid lane, and so I think it could be explosive. One where it's definitely going to be explosive. It's just a question of like who gets off to the hot start, who is able to make the lead. Because honestly, I think the 4 heroes in this mid lane, they're gonna fight. All
right. Well, Jason, what about you? How are you feeling about the early shape that this game is taking?
It's so weird because I feel like Jake and I look at it kind of differently because I'm not really looking at, oh my God. Okay, never mind. Xenon goes down immediately. I'm looking more towards like who needs to have strong games that's been struggling lately. Like I look at overseas when it comes to Holiday, and from recent memory, he hasn't had the strongest of Holiday games. I'm not going to ignore Flammable and Kelvin because it's just Kelvin. He's insanely good. Zanya going to be playing Yamato, and then ABL and Calico. Like I'm kind of looking towards them to have like a decent start. I feel like one would kind of position themselves to do that, pairing up the Kelvin and the Yamato over in the left-hand lane to have that sustained to make sure Zanya can keep applying pressure and keep diving through. On the other side, I look towards like Saf. I don't know. I kind of looking towards the extremities in terms of who is really going to be providing that carry potential. But obviously, at the same time, we look at mid lane, and usually when that first tower goes down, one team just cracks open the jungle for themselves to take as many souls as possible and really use it as a rotational path to start pulling some ganks.
I do feel like from that point of view, ABL is pretty dangerous. I think Calico is so strong at, once your team obviously has the map control and the jungle's up, the amount of pressure that Calico can put onto the opposing team just by herself without really any support is pretty scary. So if ABL gets into that kind of a position, I'd be worried. And obviously you might see a pairing with overseas with the Holiday, so you get the Lasso, just guarantee those picks. So yeah, I feel like worried for Paravision if they lose the early game, to be honest.
That's a lot of burst there to commit for the jump here as well. ABL very low on health. A great melee comes through, but honestly, you have to imagine he's eventually going to fall. But it looks like the damage has been done, though, to keep TAS away. And if we're talking about key heroes for certain players, TAS, we cannot forget about how damn good he is on Paradox. I feel like he can go toe-to-toe with Michaelis any day of the week when it comes to this hero.
Good discipline also from Taz, because I could see a lot of players overcommitting a little bit more there and just dying, because that kill looks so juicy, you know. But yeah, has the presence of mind to recognize that, hey, just falling back and just calling it a day is going to be a better move. And with that said, you know, we get another pause. I feel like whenever we get a pause, an obvious thing is to bring in our analyst, Jake. How are you feeling, Jake? All right, well, we're back in the game.
Man, a few words. A few words there.
Perfect. Yeah, with that said, so far, you know, things look like fairly even in terms of like lane pressure. We're seeing a little bit more lane pressure for Paravision getting pushed up into OneWin's side of the Guardian, a little bit more often on the right side. On the left side, it's reverse, where OneWin are getting a bit more of the edge.
That's Jin Smart. Okay. Never mind. Sorry. I didn't see the Spirit Shield there. I was expecting to burst a lot more HP than that when he had 4 stacks on top of him. And Tornado does come through and does catch out an Empty Dreams. He gets knocked up and immediately going to back away again. Those Jin Marks going to be extremely overpowering for overseas. And the Fine Strike going to come through. Wolfie's going to fall. It's exactly what OneWin needed to get things going here. Keep Wolfie down and get Zanya strong, except ABL, he felt the exact same time over in middle.
Wow. Very aggressive. Get all that extra damage onto the Guardian. And something that I think that's really fun about OneWin is they do have this very aggressive playstyle that's possible, because they've got a lot of players that can play these playmaking heroes to like a great degree. Because oftentimes you might think of a Yamato or a Pocket to be a bit more of a specialist pick, but OneWin has players that can play them all to very, very high levels. So they like to get aggressive, and I enjoy that.
Early Divine Barrier too for Flammable to allow Zanya to continue to kind of get extremely aggressive. I mean, look how far they're pushed up. And again, because we're in the 3-lane setup, there's no real chance of any ganks coming through. So they can continue to do this, continue to deny as much as possible, which is about a 600 soul advantage for Zanya over Wolfie at the moment, looking at the carries of both these 2 lanes. And it's just very difficult for Wolfie and Lissa to have a decent lane at the moment.
Ooh, yeah, we're getting so active. Basically, everyone on the map together trying to escape here. Looks pretty good. Get that connected carbine, play some defense. Oh my goodness! What a snipe there with the connected carbine coming in from Taz. That was an aesthetically pleasing kill.
Man, don't sleep on him, man. Taz is insanely good when it comes to Paradox, and I feel like it doesn't have as big of playmaking potential as it used to, because you're really looking more towards like the heavy carries, like your Sevens, like your Yamatos, your Calicos, and whatnot. But you know, back in the prior patch with his 4-lane setup, he was always a nuisance and always really punishing people who were out of position. But they already have some pretty good control here, together at 4.2k souls as well. We saw, was it just 2 weeks ago, how ridiculous Pocket can be. Actually, no, I think it was last week. First potential with that satchel and cloak.
Yeah, I like the resurgence we've seen of Pocket, actually, because I felt like there was a period where Pocket was... People were not feeling too hot on Pocket, but seeing a lot more again.
Also want to give a little bit of information, because I know we have new viewers who are coming in and have some questions. So this is a best of 5. Virtus Pro unfortunately could not field players this week due to some obligations they have within the organization. So we did have a best of 5 here between these 2 teams. And also Play With Me is no longer on Paravision. Wolfie has been picked up in his slot because Pulgula Escambria has also disbanded as a team. So that kind of gets you caught up on what's happened this last week here in Deadlock, and of course here with Deadlock Fight Night.
Good context. I definitely am excited to see Wolfie here on Paravision.
Wolfie's back on
actually
DMS,
played a lot of 7.
Yeah, and he was one of the highest soul earners per minute in EU back when we had the era of DMS, and he's insanely good when it comes to farming. I still want to see how it comes with like meshing with the team here, with how things have changed up, because with Pulgula Escambria, they've obviously been just manhandled by Virtus Pro last week, and every time we see them play here in DFN over the last month or 2, it's been extremely rough for them. So maybe now with a different team, different roster, maybe a different caliber of players, he can finally start to shine again like he did before.
I wonder if these pulses are tilting, because they were getting kind of a lot of them and they last for about 5 seconds. So unsure what the story is there. But the fight rages on.
Well, so with the first Guardian now down, Dan, over in the left-hand side lane, I think it's going to free up Flammable to start rotating around to help out for some more ganks, and they'll probably leave Zanya in that lane, just farm up as much as possible, especially since he's going to be head-to-head up against Wolfie for the most part, as we do see the airdrop come through. Lit's trying to get the catch out.
Quick swap there in the middle lane. Fighting also on the right side of the map as well. Fights all over the place. And this is a defensive for Paravision not working out so well in the mid lane. Really committed push from OneWin. Just like you say, really pushing that advantage, getting that first tower down now, looking to get all of the personnel in on this mid push, and they're staying pretty deep out there. We will see, as we're now on the Litz cam, you can see Litz making his way across to assist Paravision in the defense of this middle Guardian, but they're not going to be able to stop it. This is it's problematic. That went down real quick there, Jason.
All it took was that one gank to come through. Now the resurgence of Paravision here trying to push in, trying to punish OneWin. And well, I think they're going to look to take the mid tower here as well to get their own flex slot unlocked for themselves, because they did lose out in their mid and left-hand side tower. And they did have a decent response pushing the right lane while all this was happening, but giving up mid is extremely rough here, but at least getting something for nothing. Ooh. And I mean, basically both teams are looking to set up for some fights.
Yeah, gank onto Saf as well on the right lane also. So at the same time, OneWin, they are kind of managing that mid fight scenario. They fell back after that Guardian was taken down, as you mentioned. And then at the same time, they peel off a player to overseas to try to get that gank onto Saf on the Shiv over the right lane. And then we also now have, to make things a bit more complicated there, Together coming in on the Pocket. So it'll be interesting to see if OneWin can... I don't think they can keep pushing forward on that right side fight. They're going to have to disengage, I think, as soon as they see Together. And in fact, it's going to get worse. Paravision might send more players across to OneWin's side on the right side lane. So both Infernus, Empty Dreams, and Overseas might be in trouble here.
to be a big fight. One, we're going to be down a man because you can see ABL over in middle just going to be pushing for the walker. The cube has come through to buy some time, but you have to imagine Flammable should be going down here. Heals up just a little bit extra with the help of that grenade, but he's being chased down, and he's caught between multiple opponents here on the enemy side. But how is Flammable not been killed off yet? What is happening here at the moment? They was finally able to finish him off. It's just a 1-for-1 trade so far, as we're still tagging along with Litz, trying to give that overground position, the Overwatch position, to see where anyone is. And after all of that, it's just a 1-for-1 trade. Yeah. But ABL's been able to continue to farm up here in mid, head over towards the jungle now, and want to get himself a lead for his team.
Yeah, and I think more so than APL is Zanya that's been really consistent on getting that farm going on the Yamato, which is obviously also quite scary. But yeah, totally surprised also that all that fighting, all that action just for the kill exchange either side. And after the teams disengage, you know, you're looking at it and, well, one win still have the advantage because they've got 2 Guardians to 1. And they might try to even that out, but for now, you know, Zanya's got a lot of pressure here on this left side lane, is aware that there's a pursuit going on. Gotta be really cautious here. Oh my goodness, the flying strikes coming out. Rich buff is looking to be collected. A nice shots coming in there from the power shot of Zanya. And there is the cloud form, a storm cloud over the top for all that damage. Divine barrier to try to stay alive. Thank you very much from Litz for providing that, but it's not going to be enough to survive. And the fight continues. Saf now the target of Zanya, and it's looking like a fantastic exchange for one win.
This is what I was mentioning before, right? Like, what is OneWin going to bring to the table after having their whole strategy figured out by Virtus.pro last week? But I think Paravision are just falling into the trap. OneWin, they're looking for these skirmishes inside the jungle. They have, I feel like, a much better team fight potential with their composition, and they're starting to build up a big lead. We're up to 6k soul difference. They're not going to be running the urn to the right-hand side. I don't know if OneWin's going to commit for the control here, but Flambo over in the left-hand side lane most likely going to be teleporting over. And I'm also hoping that no viewers here went over to Mikhail S's chat and told him that what I said about him versus Task, because he's raided our channel. Big shout out to him. But it's going to come down to this turn-in, and you can see Flammable's going to rotate over. No frozen shelter. A lot of ultimates really not up for OneWin. They're going to cause a big turn in the tide of a fight.
And another gank going on here from OneWin into... Well, it's not a gank into enemy territory. In fact, it's defensive. As we see a lot of Paravision players coming to meet this one as well. Zanya trying to just run amok there. Very oppressive force at the moment. And you've got Viscus in there as well, turning in the urn at the same time, joining the fight. There's just too many players here. OneWin playing really well, synergizing their abilities in these team fights.
Oh my god.
Paravision are constantly reacting. Yeah,
Zanya, he goes back over because they saw Wolfie try to push that left-hand side tower to look for them their first flex slot of the game. They take him down. Was this about like 4 kills and the urn turn him? They now have an 11k soul lead in this match. And I feel like, yeah, Paravision kind of played right into the hand of what exactly OneWin was trying to do in these jungles with these skirmishes.
It does feel like a lot of it, you know, all the action started immediately after that left side Guardian went down. That's kind of what we were talking about the early game. That's kind of the game plan for OneWin. They get that first bit of map control and then they just start snowballing it, and they force you to have to react to constant fights. You have to defend your Guardian, and then immediately after that fight, now you have to defend against all of the jungle invasions, and it just never lets up. It's this unrelenting pressure.
Up to 13k now. But you hit the nail on the head, I'd say. The second we saw that tower go down, Flammable rotates over into mid lane to provide some assistance, I believe it was, to actually push down another tower, another Guardian, to get their flex slot. And then from there, they kind of continue to snowball looking for these fights. I mean, ABL has been constantly farming up at to 11k. Zanya, who's been a little bit more involved in these fights, is up to 13k. And you've already seen before with OneWin, when they get ABL and Zanya rolling, or just I should say the Calico and the Yamato, because obviously they switch things up quite a bit. It's very hard to stop these specific heroes, and they're even leaning towards potentially a walker push on the left-hand side lane with like 4 players hovering over in that area, looking to get a catch in the jungle. And Prestus might have been walking into a trap.
Prestus has managed to disengage. No trap for him for now. But you know that OneWin are looking to set up some shenanigans here.
Go yellow.
Hovering around the jungle. 4 players, 5 players actually for OneWin here, ready to take a fight. Comes down to these timings and the position. Got a lot of high ground there for Paravision, so they can scope things out. Overseas dropping off of the high ground, respectively. And Paravision are giving respect to this forward positioning. They don't want to give, like you were talking about, Jason, they don't want to give these skirmishes around the jungle to OneWin.
it really looks like one win. It's like, let's shove the lanes and then group in their jungle and kind of hope for them to come to us and force a fight, or we just end up getting their jungle and we still take more souls for ourselves. It's kind of a win-win situation for them if the opposite team can't respond quick enough to shove these lanes back out. And you can see the bit commitment on Paravision towards the right-hand side of the map. That's going to be where the next urn will be spawning in a minute's time. But I'll tell you what, the next fight is going to be at the buffs when they respawn in, and it's definitely going to be on the right-hand side of the map.
Our green walker is under attack.
And it's a lot of players here. Pretty much all hands on deck for one win to bring to this fight. Empty Dream's a little bit further behind on the Infernus, but he'll join the efforts shortly, I imagine. As he cleans up the wave. And there we go. There's the initiation. Lasso onto Wolfie on the 7. Instantly dead. That's a great way to start a fight. It's going to be a 6v5 here, essentially. Although the Calico ABL's peeled off away from this one. They don't need everybody here. And it's because Paravision, they've decided to disengage. They can't take this fight.
I like this, though. Litz, he counters the pressure in the jungle by going for the Walker push. He gets it down. So this is going to be all Guardians down for both teams, and he gets away with his ultimate too. So the airdrop going to provide him that safe net he needed. And that's the kind of counter pressure that I was just kind of, discussing. You want to force a fight into one when in the jungle have such a lead. You have to apply pressure on different points of the map and stop letting them getting these shoves on your lanes consistently across the map. But with the urn spawning back in, that's what Oneman's going to be going for. It's just typical style for them. They can see together trying to provide that Overwatch position of information. They know the urn's now going to be ran across the map. But of course, the lead that one would have, it's going to be in the enemy side jungle. And then we have to think about who's going to fare better in a fight in that building on the left-hand side. And I kind of want to say one win just because of that dome.
Yeah, I can see it. It's interesting because when I'm thinking about how one win were losing actually against VP, a lot of it came down to VP just not allowing one win to win the early game. And it would be at best even. And one win to get their torrent of aggression to start dictating the game. And that's how they take the sole lead, like you were describing previously. They need that early game to be converted on correctly. And VP just figured out how to stop that from happening. And this is what happens when you don't do that and you're under just unrelenting pressure. With that said, 15k a soul difference. Is this going to keep expanding in favor of one win?
Nice use of the dome here to confirm a kill on the man inside, and that's going to be Saf going down. Zanya down to half HP. The Storm kind of come in on top of this here, and you can see Zanya immediately going to be forced away. He's going to fall. ABL does get the urn turn in while all this is happening, though, but Paravision able to at least secure these 2 kills and look for the hunt for more. Trying to go for the chase on Overseas, but he's just a little bit too slippery. But I kind of respect the play there, because since Xenon saw 2 players on that right-hand side lane, the call was to just go, get the urn turn in. I guess the unfortunate part for them is they did lose 3 players at the end of this one, and the soul gap has been closed a little bit, but still 12k, still quite heavily in favor of one win.
Yeah, they recovered about 5k there, so definitely good work overall. And looking at the Guardian situation, it's on parity now, so there is a real chance here for Paravision to stabilize a bit.
Oh, I love this part.
And yeah, I think there was a swap or something. Be careful here. Although Taz does have a lot of players to back him up at this point. With that said, one win are rotating players over across to this potential fight. And we've got ABL on Calico looking to get involved as well. Currently, though, it's the Infernus as the sole leader.
He's going to turn that soul lead, though, to some damage in these fights and into some kills per team. You see Saf low. He's going to continue to burn away here. He could potentially fall. Flambles going to actually pick the kill with that Frost Blade. And that one man advantage, what are they going to do off this? The lane on the left-hand side is pushed up to their side of the map, so they cannot continue to push in for a walker. So they do commit the lasso to try to maybe get one more pick on top of this. It's also an important moment for Paravision to kind of not give up any more objectives, but more importantly, don't give up any more deaths, because Wolfie, he's the saving grace of the team at 17k souls, and yet he can't compete against Anya, ABL, Dreams at the moment. He needs to continue to get some more farm, build this farm into some very important positions. And as ZP is pointing out, Staff at 12k souls on the shift. I feel like the only thing worse than that is seeing an Abrams at that low at this point in the game, because the impact of Staff is not really going to be there in these fights unless he can get resets.
And I mean, not too dissimilar of a story also for Together. 12k on a pocket, that's pretty rough too. That you really need those items to get that spirit damage scaled up, and so yeah, Pocket's presence in these fights isn't going to be as bad.
Dreams.
It is. Yeah, it
Dirty
is.
is mauling right now. I can tell he's seeing this.
I actually like it though for like thinking about it, because it is kind of tough to farm on Infernus. You do have some like limitations, but depending on your build. If you're not going like heavy into the flame dash, for example, and you want to index maybe more for the burn, it actually makes more sense.
Ricochet's gonna be too expensive too on top of that, and that would be like the item you would want to take to increase your farm. Yeah, I can definitely see that, and he's definitely going to be going the afterburn build. I feel like we see a lot more pros. I mean, there was a time when every Infernus player except I think like Buds over at NA, who doesn't even play professionally at the moment, would take the dash build. But there's definitely been a recent swap up in times.
Yeah, and it's another engagement where, you know, one would have to, or rather I should say Paravision have to be pretty cautious how they manage this. Again, they've got that pretty big goal differential, and additionally, one win looking for the picks. They're going to be forcing the issue here. Empty Dreams going straight in there with the Infernus off the concussive combustion. Looking really good here. Another opening pick there in favor of one win, which will allow them to put more pressure on here, Jason, on this mid walker.
That zone control, though, out of Litz here in the air is extremely good, but they've lost out on Saf now. But imagine either this Walker or mid-boss is going to be taken. It looks like the retreat and the call will be made to go for mid-boss. So Paravision has to be extremely careful here. We've seen Tasks go for steals in the past, and actually they weren't even going for mid-boss. I have to correct myself. They were trying to actually bait in Paravision to go for the lasso as they're still trying to get the catch. So that's the Shadow Transformation coming in for Zanya, who's on 100 HP, but he has the support of the cube and the Frost Grenades to stay alive. But overseas, he won't be so lucky.
Yeah, and one minute looking to go for the disengage here, but they are obviously open to getting picked off. You got a snowball of Paravision players just chasing them down, and Flowerball's going to get taken out in the corner there thanks to Wolfie, and the rest should be decently safe. Taz doesn't have a paradoxical swap. He has down Zanya though. Zanya's very weak, 100 HP. Is it possible to get out of here? Not quite able to turn the corner in time. And that's a problem. And another isolated player here. One by one by one. The picks will go to Paravision as one win failed to disengage.
So they have to be going mid, right? If they're not going to go left lane Walker to get another flex slot when they have the man advantage so heavily, it's got to be a mid. But they're not going for either of that. Okay, I guess they don't feel confident enough to take it. I mean, Zanya's down. He doesn't have Shadow Transformation up at all. Instead, they're going for the urn to try to turn around the souls. They were down, what was it, like 12 to 15k? Now that soul difference is going to be cut down to just 8 at the moment and continue to shrink even more here in the next few minutes.
Crazy. This is actually yeah, this is we'll see what happens. They're going to go for it, and there might be a contest here. No shelter available for flammables, so can't really delay this one. But everybody's starting to flood in now for the contest. Who's going to be able to pick this one up? Concussive combustion. Storm Cloud potentially trying to do as much damage as possible. Paravision secure it. And one win. They're in real trouble here. Not only have they conceded the rejuve, they are now conceding a lot of the fights. And the soul differential has finally equalized. And Paravision are in a position to now take over the game.
I'm so confused because that looked like an NA mid-boss for sure. That was like a 50-50 coin flip, it felt like at that point, considering we had no ultimates to secure any of these steals. And the response for one win, besides a pause here, was let's throw 3 players at mid-boss, but also have ABL split push the Walker. I would almost like to have seen one win not commit for that fight and commit for the steal, and instead just kind of keep them there to allow ABL to go for this push to get that flex set unlocked. But they lose 3 players. They're most likely to lose a 4th because you can see Task rotating in to help out Wolfie. And Paravision have mid-boss. Like, this should be a heavy trade in favor of Paravision here with this Rejuvenator.
Well, with that said, I think this is a great moment to bring Jake back in if you're there, Jake.
I'm here.
Up with you and your thoughts.
I mean, that's a huge turnaround. Paravision was really greedy. Like you said, they didn't rush to the mid-boss. They farmed up a little bit first. But I think they maybe were right that it was just forced from one man to try and get the recontest. Like, they were there, but they weren't set up to actually win a fight. And Wolfie, again, I mean, we've seen a couple good fights from Paravision come off Wolfie turning things around with the Storm Cloud and then, you know, taking the fight to one win. And honestly, the carry for Paravision has been a key part of their success and now has a massive soul position. And I think this game is now slightly advantaged for Paravision with really the rejuve hopefully securing some more farm for the team as they look to equalize that gap. And as I say that, I mean, the gap is gone. One win team gonna have to fight through this rejuve and fight well because 7 is gonna get out of control pretty soon.
All right, well, after all is said and done there, and there's still a lot of rejuve left here to farm, Jason. What's your interpretation of the win condition here for 1win, or how is it that Paravision need to proceed now to best leverage this advantage? Well, I don't know if anyone can hear Jason. I can't.
Jason was trying to speak, but nothing happened to that.
DDK, don't worry. I'm here. They're watching a rundown on this Holiday, who's in real trouble under the Walker. Afflicted, needs just a tiny bit of damage fallout, but seems like the whole team is going to fight it out.
And this is a nice choice there. Paravision go for the left side push, and 1win chase them down. Not afraid to take this fight. The rejuve's up, obviously. Under the shelter, though, it's definitely going to be helpful for 1win to try to convert on some of these kills. You got, like, Empty Dreams trying to escape here, just getting absolutely pummeled. The cube comes in at the last possible second. Is that going to be enough here? It keeps Empty Dreams still up. This is crazy right now. 1win. So many players so low. Seven finally falls. ABL has to disengage from the fight. No HP. Can't get out of there. Goes down as well. You still have Empty Dreams, who's barely able to survive here. Flammable gets taken out. And it doesn't really look good at all here for 1win. They've got very little to work with. Overseas finally falls as well. Just 2 players left against 3 of Paravision. Again, they got those rejuves. They're going to be back into the fight very quickly here as 1win are still fighting. This just is a testament to how much recovery both an Infernus and a Yamato can have in a fight like this. It's protracted. Still going, and 1win are down to the last man. And already we've got players respawning for Paravision as this fight continues.
Holy pause, champ. Legend moment. Gonna
There's
talk
so
this
many
one over.
pulses.
But I mean, the
They're trying to help
bloodbath,
me
it's use of the rejuve. All right, you're back, Jason. Good luck.
Yeah, they're just trying to help me out. They're like, all right, well, we're here and Jason's having some internet problems. Let's pause and see if we can catch up. I kind of missed what happened there. I was just trying to get, I guess, fix my mic settings, but ridiculous to see that 1win was still able to trade out.
They traded out, but it's all rejuve respawns for Paravision, so they're gonna come back and get a free Walker, maybe 2. Yeah, Shiv grabs mid, so in the end, I think while the fight is even, Paravision are happy to get the shortened respawn off the rejuve. It's good value.
Not to mention now they have a 10k lead here, 12k lead as it's going to look to grow a little bit, but the respawn's back in for 1win. So you asked me the question, I guess, of like what can 1win do to kind of catch back up, and what can Paravision do to continue their dominance? And I think you kind of see it right there as well. But obviously, it kind of is a testament to how strong 1win kind of still are, because Paravision had to bank on their rejuvenators to come out in the end winning that fight and getting those walkers down.
Yeah, now that rejuves are gone, I'm curious what things will look like for 1win. Now that Paravision, that the fights are going to be way better, these team fights. I mean, we saw it there. You know, if you remove the rejuve out of the equation, like that was such a close team fight. And before 1win were able to just really overwhelm and just crush these team fights off of opening picks, that's going to be a lot harder to do now. And especially, you know, as we're seeing more power and tankiness from both the Pocket and the Shiv. Okay, both Prestus and Wolfie on the 7 and the Mirage are doing pretty well on the farm, but you still need that front line. You still need that playmaking capacity, and that's kind of turning up now for Paravision.
Green Walker is under attack.
Forward here. That's going to be...
So big fight around the urn there.
Go for it.
They destroyed the Walker on green.
And it looks like Paravision are going to be trying to chase this one down, but 1win disengaging. Again, there's way more cautious, I think, on some of the engagements here. Oh, great find, though, onto Prestus from both ABL and also Overseas. Really nice opening picks. Okay, 6v5 on the whole map right now. We are getting these lanes getting evened out on both the left and right side. A teleport there from the right lane to the left. So a bit of a group here, 4 players for 1win, potentially looking for these ganks that they so love to find in the jungle.
It's like the ship is right there. Put a sphere.
Pretty tight formation from Paravision, though. Farming up some of the Sinner sacrifices. As 1win begin to reposition again around that mid lane. They've got both the right and left lane pretty pushed. So this is one of those spots where 1win, there's not really much value to get on the map except finding a fight, and that's what they're looking to do here. Getting that pressure in once again, all as a unit. Both teams now meeting.
E-Shift and Cube used, though, a lot of the defensive utility. I'm coming in. We're having Jason, a little bit of internet problems, but Lord knows we're not adding any more pauses into this match. Pocket in deep here. I think got a pretty big connection there. It looks like a couple on the Affliction. Ultimates being used. Seven is zoning everyone away off the back line. This is a scary fight. Both teams dropping low.
Big picks coming in though. Okay, 2 players going down for 1 win. Together is basically disabled at this point, completely out of the fight, gets finished off as well. So 2 players down for both sides. Seven getting caught in the back. Now Zanya falling as well. And suddenly this is out of hand for 1 win. They're losing way too much. And Paravision are looking very, very strong. And they've got to really push right lane. And they are looking to push the mid lane as well. They could potentially get a lot of value here, Jake.
They might be able to get a patron drop here. I mean, Wolfie is strong. He's picked up Boundless for this fight. Like, he is a huge threat. And I think he might just run past these Guardians and try and take a shrine.
You're absolutely right. Wolfie, and let's not forget, Wolfie, a new addition to the team, slotting right in so far.
Yeah, looking great. And I do think they're going to get a patron drop if that's what they want. Holiday can't even come out of the base for risk of being staggered. Although, oh yeah, the mid-boss spawn, the timer. Paravision were so aware of that. They backed off before the spawn, and they're going to be ready to take it pretty much uncontested here. A lot of farm on the map as well. This lead is going to really explode right now for Paravision. This 1-win team are slipping further and further out of this game.
Yeah, it feels like their timing window has just come and gone, and I don't see how it could really recover at this point. I mean, they're all up now pretty much except Flammable. I don't know if they would want to fight without Flammable at this stage of the game. You need that frozen shelter if it's online to be a part of the team fight. So yeah, they don't have the timing to go for this mid contest. It's another rejuve. I felt like the last mid boss affair just finished, and we're back in it once again with that pushing advantage from the buff and also the respawn advantages too.
Yeah, it's great awareness, and now Paravision, it's their turn to kind of constrict the map, decide how they want to play this. Do they want to force engagements, or do they want to clear the map of jungle camps? I mean, there's something to be said here for just continuing to snowball and clear all the farm and just expand the lead. I think, you know, with the rejuve, you could justify pushing the base. You could look for that, but I don't hate the more defensive play. There's a lot of jungle to clear, and they're still going to be able to get a rejuve fight with like the last moments of the rejuve. It's something we've seen actually Virtus Pro do a lot, and I'm actually really glad to see this from Paravision. Historically, I think that's been sometimes the issue for them is, you know, forcing things a little bit too aggressively when there's a more secure way to approach finishing the game.
Yeah, I love that point, and it does put the pressure onto 1-win, knowing that that's what's happening, to try to disrupt it. And they're looking to try to do that here, trying to fight over this bridge buff on the left side. At ABL trying to get in here. A lot of attention though, just popping the ult, immediately getting caught now in the frozen shelter, which might just keep ABL out of the action for now. And we've got this storm cloud up and above as well. That's creating a lot of pressure and damage. That's so good at zoning out these fights. And now we're going into the close quarters of the teleporter here. And it looks like Paravision are going to be chasing down these kills. 1-win, they're just getting decimated. The sole lead, it's just been converted into too much of a stat advantage. Look at Wolfie just...
Wolfie has been fighting so well this game. I think a really key factor. I mean, even when they were down, a lot of times it was the Storm Cloud positioned perfectly rather for Paravision, and then the rest of the team is fighting around that, playing the advantage in the location they have it. There, 1-win, I think they're feeling desperate to go for that buff contest, but honestly, they should be pretty desperate. This game is out of control, and honestly, it's over now. I just don't think 1-win have any hope to contest this. They're going to have, what, 2 players alive to try and defend the Patron against a full stacked Paravision. This is game 1. Going the way of Paravision.
Yeah. 30-minute game 1, it was pretty back and forth. I feel like this is going to be a fun best of 5 for sure. Wow. Okay. That's it. Yeah. Map 1 going to Paravision, and what a beautiful comeback from them. It didn't look easy, but they managed to hold on for just long enough, and that mid-boss conversion around the 20-minute mark flipped the whole entire game.
Yeah, they were down pretty significantly. They got a nice team fight off the back of maybe an overcommitment from 1-win team trying to do the earn, you know, in the aggressive turn-in spot, but Wolfie was there to punish. They chased down a couple kills. They not only get the mid-boss, but they also bait the contest and get extra farm in the process. So that was masterfully played from Paravision as they make the comeback when a game that looked like it was going to be out of control. It looked like 1-win team were starting to snowball. Some of those team fights went really against them. I'm also looking back at that team fight. 1-win took just like a heads up, even soul lead team fight into a full rejuve, just 6-on-6, like full trade. And, you know, they basically fully traded out both lineups, you know, kills wise. I don't think it was a huge difference, but with the rejuve, that led to objectives falling across the map. And Paravision, from that point, never gave up their lead. They never took a bad fight from there on out.
It almost feels like a ban for 7 could be in the making, because you were talking about the control that it provided them, and especially like going onto the back line as well, and it lasts for so long that if you can't really challenge it straight up, you do have to respect it. And one of the things that is hard with OneWin's style is that they're really aggressive, and if you can have something that will have them respect your space and not be able to capitalize on the timing, that gives you that defensive, or at least that zone control that might be some of the difference that was needed to kind of stall out the advantage that OneWin was gaining over time, because it did really feel like Wolfie, to me, was perhaps the most important player in this first map. I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. Not only in damage output, but also, like you said, the team fight zoning. And I think you could ban the 7, or you could look at, some of the stuns they drafted, right? They do have Infernus and Viscus, who can theoretically cancel the 7 ult, but in a lot of situations, it's just not realistic to get into range for either the goo ball on the flying Viscus or the Infernus ulti. And so, I'm thinking back to picks like Wraith. I mean, historically, I felt Wraith had a nice matchup against 7 because the ult is so easy to cancel for Wraith. You have such a consistent, guaranteed lockdown cancel on the ultimate. And you can see, I mean, there's so many fights where they're trying to deal with the 7 ult, they're trying to clear it. Even if they do, it's done its work by then because the rest of Parvision are fighting so effective.
Yeah, overall, a really great match, and I'm super curious to see how the dynamics will change, because I feel like we actually saw OneWin strategy working out. They win that early game, and to me, for Paravision, I might be thinking, okay, how can we do a bit better in the early game? And then secondly, for OneWin, they're thinking, okay, well, what would the Paravision able to leverage that prevented us from maximally leveraging that early game advantage? And yeah, maybe the question mark does go to that 7. Maybe they feel like it might be something else, but ultimately, they're definitely going to be feeling pretty bad because they had such a good advantage. What would you like to see, Jake, as like a final point before we go into a break and bring online map 2?
I mean, to be honest, I don't know that OneWin team should overthink this. I mean, I think they had an advantage, they had control of the game, and then a few bad team fights go against them, and suddenly it's out of control, and 7 is just crushing you with boundless and massive farm, right? So I think there's an argument here for OneWin team to just kind of run it back and maybe just think, okay, if we execute a little cleaner, this won't be a problem for us. We'll be able to get the win next time. And normally, I could see that as maybe coping, but in this case, I still think OneWin team, they can't lose faith in their bread and butter. They're still a great team. Just that Paravision got the better of them today. Wolfie had a great game.
Yeah, I love that point, actually. I think you're touching on this really interesting strategical way of thinking of, okay, we want to differentiate between being outcome oriented and we want to differentiate between, like, okay, are we actually just, if we have a better spot, but we just either misplayed it, or let's say they sucked out on us and they got, they got the nuts on the river type of thing when we were winning all along. So I guess that's going to be down to OneWin to decide as we go into the next draft. And as we look at this score screen here, we can see that it's kind of everything we were talking about.
Huge damage from Taz on low souls. I mean, we talked about, you mentioned this before, that Taz is like, or actually Jason was talking about this, like how solid that Taz is on the Paradox. And it's been proven that having top damage with not really a high farm prio character, looking constantly for fights and pickoffs, is, I think, a great sign for Paravision. Another hero that, I mean, it's interesting that OneWin went for the Holiday. They had the option to kind of pick the initiator they wanted in the draft. They went for the Holiday, and it didn't, I think, fully feel the impact nearly as much as Taz evidently was pumping that damage on Paradox, and also, of course, being the initiator, also getting a lot done in terms of the team fight.
Yeah, I love that call out for Taz. I was totally forgetting Taz. It's very easy to sleep on the Paradox players, but it's pretty insane, the impact, especially when you get to the numbers and you think about the eye test. And sometimes the eye test doesn't do the justice to the Paradox players. So with that said, we'll take a quick break. This is Deadlock Fight Night number 19, brought to you by Intel. And maybe when we're back, we'll have resuscitated Jason. We'll just have to wait to find out.
Yamato's blade strike.
They're tied up. I see the trust fund, baby. I see shit. Is under attack.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the broadcast. If you want juicy stats about Deadlock Fight Night, you can go and follow us over at Twitter at DeadlockDFN to catch all that. Also, obviously, other notifications about the broadcast and things that are going on in the world of DFN. So make sure to check that out.
Yeah, great little indication at the very bottom too, the soul difference. You can really see where the game hit that turning point when finally Paravision caught up after being down thousands and thousands of gold. I think what was the peak, or almost like 17k, 15 to 17k soul difference, able to bounce back and slowly climb their way back through until inevitably they would take their first match. So head over to Deadlock DFN over on Twitter. Make sure you guys follow and hit a retweet there. Not to mention we also post whenever we're going to be doing our shows on Monday, so you can see who will be participating that week.
Deadlock Fight Nights is the place to be, presented by Intel, and that was just map 1. That was map 1 of a potential 5 maps between these two teams. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets there. And what's really cool about the best of 5, Jason, is that we get this like development of the meta within the meta type of thing between the two teams. You get the, okay, one team does one thing well, and then you're like, oh, okay, they were doing this, they want to do this, do we want to deny it from them, do we want to ban a 7 now? Like that, there's definitely an argument for that, not necessarily like blind in a series, but when you've now played a match and that's worked well for them, you could steal that away. So we're going to get to see what these adjustments will be. I talked with Jake about it a little bit. I don't know if you have any thoughts, Jason, what you want to see.
I'm still trying to wrap my head a little bit around that last game, because in my eyes, and I don't know if I was gonna say, if we're actually going into draft, that's fine, that's totally okay. I think Paravision finally realized or figured out how when we're playing, they stopped engaging in these jungle fights. Instead, they started to split push a little bit more by sending players like into the right hand lane when they knew one win were going to be on the left hand side jungle. They didn't play into the way one win started to, or wanted to play, and I feel like that was like this big turning point for them to finally kind of get that lead cut down as much as they possibly could, then eventually take the lead themselves. But it's still a little bit questionable. It's not necessarily the cleanest of plays, because I still think back to that first Rejuvenator, and it was so weird to see them, like, they could have pushed the left end Walker, get a flex slot. They could have went for a Rejuvenator. They could have instead turned the Urn and do Walker, but they kind of did Urn and then they did Rejuvenator instead of like splitting it in between, and they gave a chance for that comeback to come through. But the luckiest part about that was they got the Rejuvenator, they got 3 kills, and they got the Urn turn in, and all they lost was a Walker for that. But the souls they were so far behind got completely collapsed on, and allowed them to really bounce back into the game.
Well, we're going to get ZP to bounce back into the broadcast. This is his first appearance so far today. ZP, Jason just made a nice little recap there of some of those big team fights that turned the last match. I know you're watching that one as well. As we go into the draft, what are some of the things that you want to see here?
Look, I think if you're one win, you don't change really anything at all. You just execute better, for lack of a better term. Because you think about how that last map really progressed. One win had put themselves in position to win the game, and by all rights, probably should have. Especially when you get, your key heroes like your Amato, your Calco, and your Inferns especially, like 10k souls over the other team. Paravision played incredibly well, got pickoffs that arguably they shouldn't have gotten, and then it got a mid-boss attempt that one win basically threw the game over, right? But from a strategy and macro perspective, as we go into this draft, if you're one win, you draft the entire same thing again, because the odds that you would blow that big of a lead if you were able to generate it one more time, pretty darn low. So I think this is one of those cases where you take a deep breath if you're one win, you calm down, and you go back to a game plan that probably should have worked in the first place.
Well, I'm going to fight you on this one a little bit, ZP. Not physically, but the mental battle between our minds.
Well, you lose the former, to be clear.
That is true. That is true. I've seen you with a couple Dark Souls in you, and you can get very feisty. But I look at, like, you're talking about, like, one win, they had, a really good early game. They had really good control. I think, though, the spark that lit that fire for them was the Kelvin Yamato lane, because they were allowing Zani to be so aggressive, was able to get a kill. The early divine barriers well picked up for Kelvin for Flammable to allow them to go for these dives. They take that tower down, then they start to rotate Flammable around the map, where they look for more towers over towards middle they're able to take, and they're able to start grouping up in the jungle looking for those fights. If you're Paravision, if you can prevent that early tower from going down and that early dominance that we saw, at least in that left-hand side lane, I think one win doesn't have the same level of success that they eventually had.
Oh, are you there still, Jason? You're back.
I don't know where I cut out there. I don't know where.
No, you didn't cut out. You just your camera froze for a second. But
your camera froze, yeah.
Draft-wise, Dan, this is interesting. We got the Sinclair coming in early here from one win, so already the draft taking a very different tack than what we had before, especially with Paravision saying, okay, we're not going to deal with the Calico again, where ABL has been a gigantic threat. To me, I think this may mean one win prioritizes the Amato a little bit earlier than they did in the last game. I don't know if they're going to go to super early in Furnace, but instead they decide we're going to take the 7 away. You don't have to worry about having control and not running into a full team Storm Cloud if you're the team that has a Storm Cloud, Dan.
Yeah, this is really cool. I love how we're seeing the complexion change in the draft like immediately. Having the Sinclair there is interesting because Sinclair can do some of the split push shenanigans, kind of like Mirage does safely. Obviously doesn't have the global TP, but the TP goes pretty damn far. So Sinclair can offer that. The Hex as well into the fights for more CC and control in the fights is nice. Very dominant in those early lane phases as well. So Sinclair adding a lot of value, I think, to OneWin's playstyle. And obviously taking the 7 away, like you say, is a great move. And we're having the same story on the other end because Holiday was a pick that OneWin had in the previous match. So we're going all topsy-turvy here.
I mean, I'm looking at Sinclair really quickly for OneWin. They have a 33% win rate on it in DFN, and they did play it up against Virtus Pro last week. And Flammable went 0-10. Obviously, that was a extremely dominating performance out of Virtus Pro, to be perfectly honest with you. But I'm not necessarily 100% convinced by Sinclair anymore. I feel like a lot of people have figured out how to play around him. But I still don't want to like underestimate and understate how strong a Sinclair can be when played well. But I'm looking towards Wolfie now. If we're talking about him being such a pivotal damage dealer in that last game, obviously TAS having ridiculous damage when it came to Paradox, what is he going to play? And he's played 7-4 now 5 times in DFN, and he's also played Pocket, I believe it was 6 times if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 6 times, but he doesn't have the greatest win rates on it. So for Wolfie, I'm looking towards what flexibility does he have in his pool? Because he's played Infernus 3 times, Haze 1 time, and Shiv 1 time outside of those 2 heroes. Has he grown as a player and depthened his pool to the point that he can be a threat like he was in that last game here in match 2?
I mean, we'll see. I think there's still a world where Wolfie might go on the Pocket if they don't decide, okay, together's going to be our Pocket player. You are more in the carry end because, you know, of course, remember, in terms of swap ups and who's playing what, it's play with me out and Wolfie in. So I think Wolfie's historical pool was more on the playmaking side, but now Wolfie might be more into the carry side, just given the roster where it's at. But, you know, team's been flexible, all the rest. What's interesting to me here for OneWin, they go with the great talent. Okay, Paravision takes out the Amato early. So you think about ABL's hero pool here. ABL is down the Calco, down the Amato. Paravision, in terms of their bans at the very least, have gone very deep into denying ABL some of ABL's most common heroes here. So this next pick coming out here from OneWin should be kind of interesting.
Give you the B-Buff. I want the B-Buff, ZP. Oh, manifesting it. Oh no.
Nope.
I suck at manifesting things. So it's gonna be the Paradox. I guess that makes sense. I wasn't sure whether they would prioritize it at this like on the 4th spot because there's already the Holiday on Paravision. Paravision, I don't think is a team I've seen, unless I'm mistaken, run like the double initiators as much. But Paradox is a pretty high value pick, so there we go. But Bebop is still open, and I do feel like that could be a pretty dangerous one if Paravision are on the receiving end of it. So I would hope to see that Overseas isn't on that for Paravision's sake, but it's going to be the Shiv, and they get the option to get Kelvin paired with the Shiv now, which the Shiv worked out pretty well for them last time. Adding the Kelvin, I feel like, would only make it potentially stronger, and given 7 now has that Storm Cloud, obviously in those more protracted team fights, the Shelter has even more utility, especially against like a great Talon too, so I would love a Kelvin pick here.
Let me ask you a question, ZP. If you're a team picking into Sinclair, do you think they actively think about like what ultimates we're potentially going to give him, or do you think it's just we're going to play how we want to play and not really take that into account?
I think for some heroes they might. Like, I don't think picking a Warden, well, no one picks Warden at all right now, really. But if he was being picked actively, like picking a Warden versus Sinclair, for example, is kind of one of the quintessential examples of this is bad because he's going to use his ultimate against you in a way that's like even better than you using it yourself. So that's pretty rough. But right now, in this case, I don't think they're really considering the Sinclair as much in that. I think it's more so they're building a comp that works. I will say for OneWin here, I would like them see them pick the Kelvin, because if they don't Paravision in terms of picking for Litz, we'll probably pick the Kelvin over the Ivy, but if Kelvin is unavailable, they will go Ivy in turn, I think, because they're one of the teams that still generally will run a support no matter what. But OneWin, if they do want to run a support, they get the free choice of Kelvin here, and they go the Bebop, Dan, you got what you wanted. And yeah, I mean, Paravision probably finishes out with the Kelvin here, I have to guess, but maybe they go the Ivy or the Kelvin, which would be interesting.
It is curious because I don't know. I mean, Lash is not a popular choice in EU, so that's pretty cool to see. I don't know if that's to like deal with, let's say, the Talon, you know, in the air, be a bit more anti-air. You got the 7 ult as well, but obviously the B-Ball can hook you out of your, you know, your airborne status. So it's a pretty nice like a series of counters that we have for either side. This comp's super interesting to me now for Paravision.
I think going back to what I asked you before, ZP, I think Lash is one of those specific heroes that it has to make you almost like rethink things sometimes, because it affects your teammates like so heavily. Like obviously Frozen Shelter is one of those things as well, but like having all of a sudden a Lash ultimate, which is a big move or a position displacement, is really difficult to kind of play around for Paravision. So I'm kind of curious how are they going to deal with Sinclair. But yeah, we've seen Lash so much more when it came to NA, thinking of like low main having a really dominant performance on it. I believe it was 2 weeks ago. But to see it played in EU, it's had some time. I think, was it Sunny Drive that played it last with Pojalaya?
Well, also on a like point blank kind of, you know, micro level counter, I don't think Lash is like the worst against, say, Seven and Great Talon, just as like an anti-air option to an extent also, right? Like you can use Death Slam to interrupt 7 ult. You can use Death Slam to, you know, harass Great Talon a little bit more. I mean, it's not like stereotypically what you would immediately go for, but just given the things I've stacked up on 1win, I actually don't think the Lash is like that bad of a pick in this instance. You know, whether it pans out that way in the course of the game, we'll see, but
Can I ask a question? So I asked this before with Sinclair and Shao Transformation from Yamato. It resets Sinclair's abilities.
Yes.
Does killing someone with Shiv's ultimate, if you max Sinclair's audience participation, reset his audience participation?
That I'm not sure on.
Or does it reset the Shiv ultimate and you can use it again?
I know.
Taking this to the lab.
Chat, help me out. You saved me last time when it came to this. You said yes, it resets the abilities, and we confirmed it. Let me know in chat if a Sinclair steals away a Shiv's ult, max leveled. Does he reset his own ultimate? Does he reset Shiv's ultimate? Or is there nothing happening? Please let me know in chat, because that I think is a really interesting potential mechanic that we have to look at.
I'm pretty sure you just get one use regardless. Like another example would be like when you steal Vindicta Assassinate, right? Even if you like build up to a second charge, you use it once, it goes away.
Wait, but that's fair though, right? Because Assassinate doesn't like refresh; it just gives you the souls.
Right. But I'm saying it's like as soon as you like press the ability, it vanishes. In Vindicta's case, even though there's like an extra charge in the bank. So it's like when it comes to the mechanics, right? For Lash, you use Killing Blow, and then the reset like confirmation comes afterwards in terms of the reset. But it's like you've already used the ability before you get confirmation on. So I feel like you don't get multiple Killing Blows, but I might be wrong.
I wouldn't know, man. I'm waiting for chat to catch up, because obviously we run a 1 minute delay to prevent any sort of cheating. But I think it's gonna be a really interesting interaction between those two if it does happen. But also for people who are wondering why we're not in game yet, Dan, we have
some kind of game
update. My question is, how big is this game update?
Yeah, it's like we're going to 1 lane now. It's just mid only. What's happening?
It does reset audience participation when maxed. Huh? It does reset it. People are saying yes, it does reset your ultimate for Sinclair.
Sick.
That's interesting. Because if you steal a Shiv ult, kill someone who's low HP, then you can steal someone else's ult.
That's pretty awesome.
I want to see it.
I don't see all the patches just yet. I'm trying to figure out what it is so we can kind of get that information to you guys. They did push that like tiny patch last week, which I don't think we talked about, which improved like the sprint speed for everyone by like 0.5. That was like the entire patch last week.
I'm opening my Reddits to go see if there's any news about it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just it's smaller like hot fixes or something like that. Because normally there'd be, I don't know, do they normally try to push big patches out on a Wednesday?
What? You know, they completely changed Haze?
Historically, they would not do a big patch on Wednesday, but it's been changed up over time here and there.
You trying to troll, Jason? Did we?
Yeah, I was trying to troll, but I thought my mic went out again because ZP just completely ignored it.
Oh no, I mean, I just figured it was a troll to begin with. Like, I actually just was not. I was just like, well, like if I see confirmation, yes, but otherwise, I just assume you are messing with us. And in this case, you read like a book, Jason.
Damn, that would have been a good one. He actually had me hook, line, and sinker. I was like, whoa, what about Haze? What happened to Haze?
April 1st is coming up. That is true, actually. I don't want to spoil anything, but I think we've been trying to work on something for April Fools. And I had a great idea that no one commented on, but I'm going to bring it up again for you guys on the broadcast that I think could be hilarious. I'm going to go type it.
You've whispered it. We've heard nothing.
I said I'm going to go type it. But I don't want to spoil that, but I feel like that could be fun. What I just typed in our Discord channel.
I mean, we already had the sub goal for you shaving your head. You know that
was a 1 day thing. That was a one-day thing.
A
and, we
one-day
didn't hit
thing.
1,000 subs. Yeah, come on. Audience participation has an instant cooldown if Sinclair kills an enemy with shivs, killing him below tier 3, according to the wiki. Okay.
Nice.
Very cool. Very interesting. You know, it's also interesting, ZP. Our NA matches. You didn't get to talk about it earlier on as we were discussing it. I mentioned seeing Hydration come back stronger with Rocker and Leffa back on the team. B&B, man, they got completely walked over when it came to last week. What's your thoughts on what's potentially coming up here for them in the NA portion of the show?
I mean, I think B&B will come back stronger. I think anytime you have a match like we had last week in NA, it's kind of a mix of circumstances, whereas both Hydra Nation playing out of their minds, where they've kind of dialed in how to play in the 3-lane map. Because if you think back, Hydra Nation did look lost on going the 3 lanes. Hydration, we saw him poorer than he's ever been, and yet, they get Leffa back on the team. They discover, hey, Hydration, Leffa is a great duo lane. We'll run it in middle, and they just, on top of that, have a way better understanding of the meta in terms of what to pick, and they blow B&B out of the water. B&B mechanically, though, is not that far behind Hydra Nation. So even though I think Hydra Nation might win today between the two teams, if it does end up B&B getting to the NA finals, I think of the two teams, it will not be quite as definitive as a stomping as we saw last week. I think last week was just the Hydra Nation is back, put everyone on notice sort of week.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too, because you get to see like VP to me, like the most fundamentally sound team, and like the way that they draft, it's like they're good enough in every phase of the game, and then they just win out over on fundamentals. And it's like they're so good at executing it that even on like a play style like One Win's play style that's like very specialized into aggression, VP are still able to, with arguably a composition that's not designed to deal with that, is well-rounded enough and they're skilled enough that they're able to deflect it, and they play the macro really well. So I feel like VP really is showing teams, at least, if you don't know what to do, you can kind of model it around the fundamentals they show and how they sort of like set up their comps right now as well, because they're good at every point of the game, I feel like.
So for those wondering what is going on right now, and I'm not sure if Jason was muted or there a second, or the internet team. Okay. I was like, wait a second. But it's good to update. Production right now is just resetting, is what is going on, because yeah. But I think the reset is done.
We're just discussing over in our Discord channel what we could do for April Fools, and I feel like we have hit an accord of what we could do next week. And I'm all for it. I'm all hyped for it.
Jason.
Oh, I mean, you got to pay on my OnlyFans for that. It's just nose pictures, because that's the best attribute I have, I guess, to my body. So we're into the game here, ZP. We do have our matchups as well. Looks like we made Abram and Sinclair together. And we're going to see Empty Dreams back over on the 7. Finally reclaiming his rightful hero from prior matches.
Well, look, when I look at this, my final thoughts in the opening lane here is that you look at One Win in the middle lane. That is a terrifying middle lane. The Greytown Bebop lane is something that, should they get ahead in middle, they're going to be able to apply that pressure evenly to both left and right. So if One Win takes the early game away, it's going to come off the back of middle.
Yeah, it's certainly the stuff of nightmares, if you're on the receiving end of it, at least. So, and that's important too. The whole like a Bebop rotation from overseas in the past from One Win has actually been so awesome to watch. So if you're a fan of One Win, if they're able to just smash this mid lane, which is what it's designed to do, they're going to get overseas across to one of the extremity lanes, getting those hooks, picks, and ganks to like get a second tower down really quickly. That's kind of the plan.
Huh. Are you surprised at all to not see Lash actually being played in middle? Is it because of the Bebop maybe that he's not playing, or maybe the great talent who can obviously poke you quite a bit with the power shot?
Yeah, I think it's because the Bebop plus there's a lot of like synergies, but I think Bebop is so much more oppressive because you can pull people towards you, so you can secure those picks more effectively with the Bebop. So I think it's just more of a dangerous combo, and obviously if you pull them towards you, they go into a trap, they're going to get power shotted. Like there's so much burst damage that I think is potentially a better conversion than you get from Lash in the early game. That's just my sense though.
I do kind of like the Mirage Lash synergy as well, because you do have decent poke. You have the ability to combo with your ultimate plus the tornado to just kind of keep someone locked down for a decent amount of time, and there's definitely some kill potential in there. I think the only problem is you have to watch out for the hexes that come your way out of Flammable from One Win. But obviously seeing our first Abrams, and again, looking back to like last week, I'm surprised we haven't seen Abrams already. I'm surprised we haven't seen any Mo and Krill as well, because that was such a instrumental pick when it came to both teams, I would say, or sorry, to both regions last week. More important than NA.
I agree, and I misunderstood your question actually. I think it's also the case that you want to have, they may not be like, let's just have like a lane that can kind of compete on mid, but let's try to win another lane with the Lash, because maybe they feel like they could lose with whatever against the Lash Bebop. So they'd want to like try to gain space, maybe get closer to a tower down on maybe the left side lane. That could also be the thinking there, because either you're going to go toe to toe and try to compete, or you're going to say, okay, we're just going to lose well here, and then try to like have something that's stronger in a different lane that would have more success in terms of a Guardian conversion as well.
Okay. And it seems like most of our action actually has been over towards the right lane that we saw before. It's been relatively quiet in middle with the pressure Paravision's been keeping. And my God, that hook coming to the camera's face made me blink and like freak out a little bit, like I was about to be hooked. Like those reaction videos where they just throw something that you don't expect, or the ball ends up going straight towards the camera. But considering, you know, you're up against that Bebop, there hasn't really been, surprisingly, any kills just yet out of any team, really. I thought we would have had a little bit more action in this one.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely quite scary to be up against us. If you walk into one of those traps too, they get placed well. It's definitely a nice setup for a hook. So we'll see what they can cobble together. At the same time, Paravision doing a pretty good job on this left lane. So the Mirage Lash combo certainly being impressive.
You know, all it takes is like that one catch. You saw how much HP Zanya dropped. So if we get those gen marks stacked up, which I believe he's going to be going for, but we do hit the 3K mark over onto Empty Dreams, who has that Storm Cloud now available. Saf going to be sitting on his Death Slam as well. And I think we're finally going to start to see these kills come through, especially the lasso being looked at by Tass here. But he's got to be extremely careful. I mean, the thing is, I feel like you can lasso them in, and then you could be hooked back by grabbing your teammate or grabbing the opponent under the walker. So I feel like Bebop kind of counters the holiday here, as long as Bebop's not the one to get hooked.
Totally. Yeah, Bebop has come back into I guess a much higher position on most people's tier lists, I think, because of all that you just mentioned and a lot more. It just seems like so much better in this 3-lane meta. But yeah, it does feel like the map is quite quiet compared to what we're normally used to seeing, and especially with the Bebop, which is a good sign for Paravision, because obviously the Bebop, you want to get the Bebop activated on the rest of the map as soon as you can, and you've got to get that first tower down in mid first. That's the first step. So good job for Paravision to prevent that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they're keeping the lane shoved up here. There's no real way for OneWin to push out anymore. I feel like that window they had to look for these early kills have kind of dwindled. And this is allowing Paravision to make some potential plays in some of these other lanes. But speaking of that, Empty Dreams can be making plays on the right-hand side, looking for this early damage to Walker. Maybe that's where OneWin's going to be looking for that initial Walker take to free up the rotation out of Xenon. To start looking for some kills, like the double swap in or hook or whatever you want to call it, compared together can be very hard to deal with. Even my dog agrees.
It does definitely feel like to me that Paravision is looking to apply a more rounded approach to the game, whereas OneWin is definitely indexes more towards the aggressive side of things, and that's where their strength is. So given the fact that Paravision are doing such a good job right now keeping their opponents at bay, is certainly a good sign for them. And they are one map up in this series as well, as you guys can see at the top of your screens.
It's so tough to be in that right-hand lane too, considering you can't stun anyone with 7. You got Stone Form and you got Satchel. Like, there's no way you're going to get a guaranteed stun.
True, yeah. Yeah, true. You kind of, everything's negated. That's pretty boring for those guys over there.
Well, I mean, I think we're seeing like a difference in play though, because of OneWin not having that really dominating lane like we had previously. Remember, the left-hand side is able to shove down with the Kelvin and the Yamato. They're not really able to get any early presence. I think it has to come down to the right-hand right-hand lane, because that's really where their pushing power can be. So I feel like just from the draft alone, OneWin haven't really been able to be as successful as they were previously. And now I wonder, how can they open up that same start? Like, what's that spark to kick off the flame like they had in the last match with that left-hand tower going down? And I'm not quite sure what it's going to be, because it's been so quiet. That's a great charge coming through. But to me, a tornado is going to dislodge Zanya. And he still has the ultimate up if he needs to escape anyways.
And Mirage, really nice against the Abrams. Especially at the Jin's mark, you really able to chunk down an Abrams. He's so hard to kill. And I wonder if we'll get some of those intercontinental ballistic owls coming into this lane.
No way. He's going for this?
Rushes the parry too. He's going for this one. It looks like he's going to get it. Mirage is trying to tornado away, but gets caught on the wall. Doesn't get that escape he's looking for. Oh, but the last shot is coming in.
No. That was Flammable's last shot.
Oh, okay. That's really confused me.
Yeah. I was like, why would he be last ulting right now, and why would it be on the ground? I think he was just getting rid of it because it was going to run out eventually anyways. And the dive on the right-hand side going to be kicking off as the counter push comes in out of Paravision. Able to get the initial kill on a Xenon, and we'd imagine MTG is going to fall here momentarily as well. Eventually will be finished off. And Wolfies, we talked about playing pocket for Paravision. That's the perfect response here to the early kill out of 1win.
And even though it's even, I definitely think, I feel like our intuition is correct, which is like, hey, 1win aren't able to get active in the ways that they would usually be looking to do at this point in the game. And we're not used to seeing 1win winning when they are not the ones taking the initiative consistently. Yeah. And so far, it's just been pretty even across the board.
They can't run forever.
And that's what I wanted to see out of 1win is like, what's the adaptation to the playstyle they made in the previous weeks where it finally got sussed out by Virtus Pro. If you want to call yourself a professional team like Paravision, you have to have been able to watch those VODs, figure out what they're doing, and then come back and counter it. And they took the first match after giving up some of those mistakes, but eventually correcting them by not fighting the jungle anymore and instead going for the split pushing. And it seems like here they're also been able to prevent it. But now 1win, you have to respawn together. What? Why would you melee that? You saw him parrying.
Yeah, missed opportunity. The hyper beam comes out to cover a bit of ground here, but getting ticked down quite a bit by the dot. So actually quite scary. I don't know if Killing Blow is around, but the range is not going to be that great just yet. Small skirmish there on the left lane. But it's Safu's still really low on this Shiv, and Overseas on the other side of the same lane, really low on the Bebop. So again, just parity, it's very even between these two teams on the mid lane.
It's coming through. That's gonna be the stolen lash ultimate going to be used as well. I think it did catch out over onto Prestis. The parry had come through, and we can see Saf is trying to escape here. He throws his own parry off, but it's not going to be enough, and they're going to fall. Great little turnaround here by 1win as they not only get 2 kills in this left-hand lane, they also get a kill onto mid lane. But the hook over onto Tass. That's Wolfie going to be coming through to turn this around, able to get 2 kills before on that right-hand side lane, trying to redeem his team here as he's able to secure 1 back for his roster. I think it's going to be 1 and done for him for now.
Yeah, so a slower game, but a few kills claimed by 1win. Doesn't really push too much in the way of souls or guardians, Jason, which is really those are the two big things, especially the guardians that we're looking to see. Because usually a team's going to convert some of those kills. They're going to do so in such a way that allows them to get guardian damage, but we didn't really get much guardian damage either.
Is this a perma swap we're actually seeing? So Prestis now going to be in the right-hand lane, and Wolfgang in the left-hand lane, it looks like, to deal with the Abrams as a parry came through, but ABL able to secure this one. We did see Zanya going to rotate over towards the mid lane to look for a kill off of this. I don't know. I'm kind of thrown off to see these like early rotations ganks happen because we haven't had a single guardian go down. But with the urn spawning in 11 minutes in, it's like, okay, it's go time. We know the urn wants to be turned in. 1win heavily leaning towards that, with Xenon going to be leading the charge. And I don't see Paravision actually looking to take it or to contest it really. They're instead going to focus on a guardian here, Dan. Yeah,
and there's definitely interesting fight potential there around that urn drop off, because 1win are in a spot to try to deal with it. They try to go for it. One Overseas gets taken out, and they just didn't really have enough players. We get TP across as well, reinforce it from Paravision, so they get the urn. That's beautiful for
Xenon delivered the urn to them, Dan. They get the kill and then they turn in the urn. So any advantage that 1win just had with those 3 kills they had just a few minutes ago, completely out the window. 3k lead now for Paravision. No guardian. Sorry, the guardian was taken on the right hand lane from this, so they actually did commit to that push and get it down. This is a huge turnaround for Paravision.
Yeah, they're having a really good start here. Converting again onto Zanya and trying to just chase down this extra kill. And this could likely be another guardian going away at Paravision. A slash ult coming on through, and Fireball's going to get taken down. And it's all, I mean, I don't know that you can defend this at all. Overseas is going to take this high ground position, but there's, okay, he's going to go for the, okay, cancels the hyper beam straight away because the Guardian goes down and he's in a 1v3. So they could just charge him out. So now it's looking like the shoe's on the other foot. 1win, other ones on the other recipients of massive map pressure and ganks across the map as their Guardians are down early here.
And they're going for a lot of snowball potential too, looking for a push on this mid lane tower to get all 3 down. ABL is going to fall here to Jinmark to avenge the shot out of Prestis. That's the 3rd Guardian now. And just like that, we're seeing a 10k lead for Paravision, but can they maintain it? Zani's going to go in looking for something here as he does hit that charge. The Divine Barrier being popped, the Tornado to counter it. The Unstoppable Force going to be used. Sorry, the Seismic Slam to look to get away, but Paravision do pick up 2 more kills. It's been a non-stop winning streak for Paravision. And where do they go from here with this 10k lead?
That's a great question. We can bring ZP in to catch his thoughts on that one as both teams disengage after that team fight.
I was muted. I'm here. I was going to say. I'm not pulling that. No. Here's what I think going in here is that I think OneWin has lost a very key opportunity. You run the Bebop. You need the early game to go well. You do catch Tass trying to steal your Gamba. But look, the problem that you're in here is that you run a Bebop comp. You want to ramp into the late game and have that be the way that you Empty Dreams and ABL get way ahead. It doesn't happen. The early laning really doesn't go their way. Overseas and ABL aren't able to like leave mid lane as soon as they would like. They're just now getting down the Guardian. So, I mean, this is really rough. OneWin didn't really commit to this as a comp that can play super well from behind, but that's the position they are in right now. And also, Wolfie getting away. No, not quite. Would have been massive. Just gave a huge donation to Zanya.
A huge change-up actually here from OneWin. They were 10k behind. Now only 3k because of the transition of getting these kills and getting these 2 Guardians down to completely get themselves back in the game. Obviously, as ZP did mention, like the Bebop pick and the Greytown pick really not netting them anything here in this early game, but they sort of transition in towards mid game, starting to work out a little bit towards their way. But I think we can take stock of like the soul allocation as well of both these teams. If we compare the shivs from the first match together, they're going to currently be sitting tied highest in his team at 13k. But Empty Dreams, man, it's kind of the unsung hero at the moment. 16,000 souls. But as I said before, those souls don't really mean much unless you're involved in these fights, and we have to see some sort of result, some sort of outcome from that heavy farming early on to turn into some objectives, turn into some kills, and we can already see OneWin looking for a fight here towards his right hand.
Yeah, and they need this OneWin to go well. This team fight here, this could really make the difference, but Prestis is the one to get the opening kill on Abrams. Zanya gets taken out, so it's an early advantage here for Paravision. And last play is beautiful coming in from Saf, just dropping straight onto Zenon for another one, just sending OneWin just away. And this defensive game, defense here for OneWin, it seems to be their weakness. And if they don't get this aggressive advantage, they seem to fall behind quite a lot.
Yeah.
And so they're not too far behind in souls, but the question is, how can they recover the soul difference when they're losing all this map control? And they don't seem to be as comfortable with this slower or more defensive or passive gear to the game.
This is going to be an interesting fight here, actually, Dan, because we do have Death Slam available. It was not used out of Saf in that last fight. And that could be such a pivotal point in this game as the Owl's going to come through, going to force the urn to be dropped. You can already see OneWin set up for this with 5 players on this left-hand side, but Wolfie's going to be there as well. The Affliction ready to go. Shiv's going to be the one hooked in, and he eventually is going to be finished off. Here's the bomb's going to go off. ABL's able to secure this one, and OneWin with the man advantage now. Can they get the urn picked up, and can they win the fight from this?
There we go. Paravision looking to try to... Oh, wow. They're just turning this on its head pretty quickly there. 2 players down for either side at this point. But OneWin, they've got a really weak players here. They're definitely not looking good on the health game. Zanya has to fall back there, back to base. No HP. It leaves just 3 players here for the rest of OneWin to try to chase this fight down. But they're going for it here. We've got really strong Empty Dreams there on the 7, pushing the issue, getting the damage done. Taz gets taken out, and Paravision are actually sent packing. This is a good look for OneWin. Finally, we're seeing some more life from them in this second map.
I think at the end of that, they come out actually, I want to say like slightly ahead, because we're still looking at a 10k deficit for them. But obviously with the kills they had come through, were going to be very important. I think the interesting thing is that Saf didn't use his Death Slam at all in that fight or the previous fight, since he was carrying the urn initially, but he wasn't able to get set up for position to use it properly. But then going back to Soul's Empty Dreams, 20,000, man. Obviously, we saw 7 what he can do in that last match.
Headed to Broadway.
But this is going to be, I don't know. I don't know. Like, he has a decent front line to help deal with it. ABL has some good poke as well at 16k. But like, I'm looking towards like Wolfie and Saf to be the 2 to really open things up. Because if you see a Death Slam into Affliction into Tornado out of Prestis, that's going to be a whole lot of dead bodies.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And speaking of Death Slam, there we go. Death Slam coming on in. I don't think this looks good. The Divine Barrier feels woefully inadequate at this point. But hey, hang on. We've got Death Slam in return. Death Slam for Death Slam. But of course, Flammable way too low. No assistance at all. And One Win will take the L on that one. But yeah, only 10k souls behind. They're also 1 Guardian behind. So some souls would be made up in that difference when Nurse gets taken down. So relatively even at this point in the match. And like you said, I agree. Empty Dreams is a big threat at the moment. And really showing why 7 has so much more priority than 7 did previously with some of those updates.
Mm-hmm. You know what's funny is
left on the map either.
The big change was like obviously his ultimate, right? You can move in his ultimate when you max rank it, and you also have the like instant knockback out of the right click when you're storm clouding. But like people were building him that ball build, the one build instead of going for that power surge build that kind of was prevalent before that actually became popular. But I do want to bring ZP in really quickly here to discuss something if we have the time. Is that you brought up a good point, Dan, talking about when we typically will see them playing from ahead, they can snowball games and win. But we don't often see them win from behind. And I want to get ZP's thoughts on, are we seeing a growth, a maturity out of the team at the moment, being behind, but not letting that lead slip much further?
I think 1Win has done a decent job of staying in it. And also, I mean, the biggest story to me is the income allocation that we're seeing here, right? Where overall in the aggregate, they're a bit behind, but they also have this huge outlier in Empty Dreams at 22k. And look, I think part of the reason why 7 gets more play right now in 3 lane is just the fact that there's more jungle to eat. And right now you're seeing Empty Dreams basically be the key example here, where even your entire team is behind, Empty Dreams can go and just be the designated guy to eat the jungle. But the key here is Empty Dreams has to be involved in these fights at this point. 1Win cannot team fight without Empty Dreams because the gap is like far more severe if they try to do so. Right now, Empty Dreams coming in trying to save Xena, and we'll see if they can make something of this fight here and now.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Really nice gang coming through the TP, instantly going for it. Really nice information from Paravision to set that play up. And 1Win, you can see they can't really respond to it. Just like you said, 7's not really in a position to do so. And the numbers are too overwhelming as well. So nice little pick from Paravision getting active, but at the same time, across the rest of the map, you know, the lanes aren't too pushed for Paravision. 1Win is still keeping decent control there. These like keeping their farm up at the same time. So it doesn't actually seem like that gank, although nice, is going to do too much. But this turn in could certainly make things a little bit worse for 1Win.
What I think about though with this like outlier of Empty Dreams at 23k, it reminds me of a match that we had, let's say about a month ago. I believe it was with Jamside, who was playing a Wraith, and he had a ridiculous amount of farm compared to the rest of his team, and he could easily 1v1 anyone in the match. But the problem was his front line couldn't sustain the damage. Oh no, couldn't sustain the damage that was coming their way. So eventually he would just be walked over, or if they're able to just dive into him, he would get popped immediately because there's really no assistance out of his team. So I am a little bit worried when it comes to that. I'm also worried right now because Paravision are trying to split 1Win, but 1Win responding quite well. They're going to give up the urn to look for a fight here on this left-hand lane.
Oh no, but it's Empty Dreams. They're carrying to go down first. And losing a soul leader like that is going to be painful. And looks like Together might be able to escape. In fact, I don't know. Looks like Zanya's not going to let it happen. Big slap straight in the face. That's going to deal with, well, both Together and Wolfie after all is said and done. In the meantime, there's a fight over towards that urn. Flammable trying to take up that one on. And in the meantime, Taz will get taken out by ABL. So 1Win, they do give up a little bit. After the trades are all said and done, it seems relatively... I think the edge going to Paravision, but not 100%. Too massively.
3 for 2 for 1Win, but Paravision gets the urn turn in. And it looks like it might be a 4 for 2 actually for 1Win. So maybe not as quite lucrative as it was before. But still, getting that urn turning to be very massive for the team. You can see that Lash sap on 5,000 souls when he goes back to base here to buy up somehow. Zanya's surviving here on about 100 HP. Gonna be regenerating up quite a bit of this one. He might be able to escape. And Paravision actually just might be losing another player. Might have been a 5 for 2 trade. And so Empty Dream's gonna go down immediately here to Prestus. And the rest of Paravision gonna go on the charge here to pick up another kill on a Xenon. So definitely heavily a win here for Paravision. Surprised to see though, no split pushing happening during this fight though.
I think one thing that's worth mentioning is the fact that Empty Dreams went down immediately in the fight, and then he respawned, came off the rope, went down again immediately. And ABL was the one that was providing all that damage. And look at this now, the pressure on the mid boss. Are they going to commit to this? 1Win have 2 players down, so that they might just go for this one here. We have hooks, obviously, that are available. Flammable has the ult still. So potential here for maybe a challenge from one win, but they're going to lose overseas. Great presence of mind for Paravision to just trigger the mid boss, go out, find the people on the extremity, and then now recommit.
It's not over though. Seismic Slam gonna be off cooldown, but they're gonna lose another player who went in ABL. I'm not sure how. I think he got hooked in, got lassoed on in. Paravision gonna continue to go for the play here. We can see Empty June's gonna be coming in from the mid lane. He does have a storm cut available, but they immediately go up to head straight for the Abrams. Zanya gonna get caught out here. The thrill shift gonna be used just to survive for a little bit more time as he's gonna look to drop down the hole to safety. He drops directly into the hands of Paravision, and they're gonna continue to pick up kill after kill after kill here. Flammable, he's the next target, the juicy morsel to be eaten and swallowed down by Paravision. And they're going to get mid-boss off of this. There's almost nothing one win can do. They cannot stop dying. And the momentum completely shifting in the hands of Paravision.
Yeah, that's one. That's like one mistake compounding into more. That really is unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, you have to give it to Paravision though, because they recognize that they go for that initial kill to get some more information, and they're like, hey, we have the numbers, we are grouped up, and all of one win will kind of spread out around the mid-boss structure. So they're all in isolated fights where they can't really properly assist each other or just focus by damage. Absolutely ideal for Paravision. Pick up the Rejuve.
Fight's not done yet. They're still coming to fight on the right-hand side. That's going to be Saf using the Death Slam in. Gets hexed up as well as Flammable's trying to avenge himself from before. Going to be chased down, though. Gets immediately charged back, and a great pickup out of Zanya to keep his teammate alive. Is together. I think he's going to fall from this one, getting meleeed from both sides, and one win will pick up 3 kills, but they'll lose the second walker of the game on the right-hand side. And Paravision, they're going to have the Rejuve to respawn back in anyways. So all is said and done, it's still only about a 24k lead for Paravision.
This might be a good sort to bring ZP back in as well, because we might have a little bit of calm. ZP, it's 20k difference, but doesn't seem like it's necessarily unrecoverable for one win at this point.
No, but it's also getting pretty bad. And also, I mean, that mid-boss was just a car crash of error after error, where Paravision basically goes for a mid-boss bait, and they reel in all of one win in turn, where one win was just trying to play the outskirts, get ready for a contest to go in. They had the ability to contest, especially with heroes like the Sinclair, but Paravision just played it patiently, kept doing recon on the outside, and they grabbed pick after pick, eventually end up full wiping one win, get the mid boss for free, and greatly extend their lead. And yeah, I mean, Paravision might have gotten a little bit aggro. They lose 3 for a walker, but if you're Paravision, you're still in a great spot right now. And for one win, you know, your opportunities to come back are rough so long as Paravision, you know, properly isolate, and they're doing just that to kick off this fight.
The lasso into the tornado too. It pulls in 2 players for an easy knockup. They're going to pick up the urn too while all this is happening. One winner just trying to turn tail and run, get back to the safety of their own base, which they will do, especially with the help of the airdrop out of Litz. But Press is going to pick up 1 more, and actually the safety not going to be there for Flammable. So they're going to look for the urn turn in, and then they can easily transition into that left-hand walker to get their 3rd flex slot of the game unlocked. This is a massive snowball and a great macro play here now out of Paravision.
Yeah, one win are not looking in good shape. It's starting to seem unrecoverable. You know, it looks like they're going to go for this urn turn, and it feels like one win. They may want to contest this. They have players sort of in position to contest this. I don't know if do they go for it or not. I mean, it's one of those things where every player at this point is going to kind of suck. So you just have to choose which type of suck you want.
Wait, say that again? Did I hear that right?
Hey man, you know what I mean.
No. Can you elaborate?
Your mind
I
out of the
didn't quite
gutter,
understand. Must have seen chat say they didn't quite understand about what kind of suck you want.
How is that possible? We're not even beyond the delay yet. Jason is actually making stuff up right now. It's unbelievable,
Don't
Jason.
worry.
I wasn't even called in, but
I'm going to say the same thing.
I'm active fact checking right now, and you just don't pass the test, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, either way, the pause has been undone. Paravision going to go for the turn in off of this, and I think one minute you had to give it up. Only 3 players left alive. That could have been a massive snowball, and the walker is going to fall as well. It's quickly turned into a 40k soul lead now for Paravision. Almost unlosable for a team. Almost. I'm not going to say it is quite possible. It's definitely quite possible to come back from this, especially with the potential of the double pick with Bebop and Paradox. But the way Paravision are playing, and again, soul allocation that ZP mentioned before, 29k on Empty Dreams. There's an 8k gap between him and Zanya, 10k between him and Overseas. There's no real front line for one win. And Zanya, it's going to be very difficult to survive in these fights, especially when you get death slammed in away from your team like we just saw previously in that little corridor.
And they're cleaning up the map. They're taking all the value on the map, and they're just gonna make it as hard as possible for OneWin to come back. Which is what you like to see. What you like to see. We don't want any of this sloppy deadlock. All right, well, the fight's being forced here by OneWin, by the Sin of Sacrifices, and it's going to be hard to see a world in which Paravision don't wipe them out with such an advantage. See if there's any engagement to be had here. Oh my god, the Magician just running around. He's at the wrong kid's birthday party, and he is going to get absolutely wrecked. Okay, this is just decimation. They're just chasing them all down.
You know,
oh my god, it's like those scenes in those movies where they're like, oh yeah, you can. We're not going to have you imprisoned anymore. You can run. We're going to give you a 2-minute head start.
Oh, I thought it was. Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be like Final Destination 72, where you see someone E-shift and you can kind of try to think, how is that going to lead to my death? Not sure if you saw the trailer for the new one for number 6. But yeah, what this is to me, this is game. This is for sure game. Like 50K now between the two teams. There should be no coming back from this with just the raw stat check. I'm everywhere today. Stat check potential out of Paravision. Someone save me. And that's gonna be the patron going down.
Patron is definitely going down, and I think that's, as you said, it's gonna be a wrap. And Paravision looks even better this round than the previous one because they were able to stay alive in that the early game. And in fact, they didn't just stay alive. They were the commanding factor. They were taking down the Guardians first, and they were putting the pressure onto OneWin instead. So it felt like OneWin did do a good job of not allowing the lead to blow up for OneWin for a time, but still, it didn't seem like they did anything other than react.
Yeah, and because they didn't have that early control, if you guys missed on match 1, it came down to ABL and Flammable just overpowering that left-hand side lane, keeping it constantly shoved, getting that Guardian down. Then they rotated Flammable into mid, were able to get more kills and another Guardian down. But that snowball that they had in that first game, it was just completely limited. They had no strong lane, it felt like. And they had no strong chance of pulling this one back. We're going to be looking at a 2-0 lead for Paravision in this series.
Yeah, Paravision with that last pick.
It makes me happy.
Did him really well.
It makes me happy to see Paravision come back, do this, because it felt like a 2-team race recently with OneWin and VP, and Paravision were just kind of being beaten by every team. But to see Paravision show up now, definitely prepared, definitely ready to go. Obviously, with the addition of Wolfie as well, it gives them a little bit of a different dynamic in their hero pool. We now have a 3-horse race when it comes to EU.
Yeah, and I love what Wolfie is been bringing to the table so far. We really saw it much more in match 1, where, hey, Wolfie's a player you can really lean on. Wolfie was a difference maker for sure, keeping Paravision in it for the comeback. And yeah, and now off of the 7 onto the pocket, just as great of a performance. Nice little affliction connected, and this is really going to set them up to finish the game off here. The patron is weakened. 3 players are down for OneWin at the moment. Oh, they're going to pull back.
HP, but you're 6 on 3.
Oh, they all are HP.
Okay. I mean, rejuve spawn in 30 seconds. Maybe they're going to go heal up and then go in for the final finish.
Yeah, they're 60k souls ahead, so getting those bridge busts is really guaranteeing it, Jason. There's no question.
I mean, to be fair, right? I would rather see them do this than throw the game, because it's going to be a year from now and we're going to be, casting some event and we're like, remember that time we had Paravision, 60k ahead and they threw the game instead of just, playing it safe, going for mid boss and winning the game. I respect it. It's not necessarily the flashiest plays, and I think most people could agree this game is pretty much set and done. But it's smart deadlock, and smart deadlock wins you tournaments and it wins you money.
Absolutely. And OneWin, they're just going to be forced to kind of make it worse for themselves in a sense, because they just have to try to go for fights here, especially this far outside of the base. We'll see if they can do anything with a good opening. That is a nice opening on the press. This together goes down as well. But there it comes, the death slam into the ground strikes. That is pain. Pain is raining down upon OneWin as they start to lose players now, and Paravision remind them who it is that has the 60k soul difference.
I'm not gonna lie, I did like my heartbeat a little bit weird there when I saw OneWin get those 2 early kills. I was like, don't tell me I'm gonna eat my own words here. But eventually the rest of Paravision do come through and do lock in these kills. Just Zanya left alive, and of course the patron And that's going to be the focus for Paravision here to get themselves up 2-0 in the series. A lot to talk about as well. Maybe we can even just bring in ZP now and start to discuss this, because it was a completely different match than what we had before. Paravision keeping 1win so much more under control than what we saw previously. And now 1win have to come up with an answer for map 3.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there's 2 key inflection points in this game. Number 1 was what happened in the early game phase, where 1win, even though they ran a very fearsome Bebop Talon lane on paper and middle, it just wasn't able to get traction and take over the game the way that you need a Bebop team to do for Bebop to get value. And then number 2, where the game really went away, was just the situation in middle, where Paravision goes middle early, they get the boss to scream, and 1win just gets horrifically baited the entire time. Like, it started off with like 1win giving off like 1 or 2 picks, which is why Paravision went to middle, and then 1win could not have played the aftermath of that fight worse. And after that fight, it was basically over. It turned into a 25-30k solely difference, and 1win just simply did not have a composition that can come back from behind in that sort of case. So to me, those are the 2 flashpoints, and then everything else is kind of on top.
Yeah, and the first game as well, it really did feel like Paravision, they were totally fine until there was like a series of 3 fights in quick succession, team fights, which just went badly, and then the game was just, they just lost the advantage, and then Paravision never looked back and just kind of was able to systematically close out from there. So yeah, it seems like on the macro, you know, Paravision doing a really good job, and 1win in some of these team fights are just not getting some of the value that they're looking for. Maybe it's a communication thing, maybe you could just put it to Paravision, putting them in a weird spot and then taking advantage. It's hard to say, but one thing is for sure, Paravision in these team fights is looking really, really good and very stable, and you know, more reminiscent of a well-rounded team like VP, where they can kind of handle pretty much anything, and they can always kind of figure out a decent way to have their team fights get set up. And also good awareness overall, I think, in that macro. So impressed by Paravision today, I think, because I think based on the previous results that we've seen, obviously they have Wolfie now instead of Play With Me, but they genuinely look like a much improved team.
I think, oh man, I don't want to like take away from their wins so far, but I think the fact that Kelvin was available but not picked for 1win kind of really hindered their success, because they didn't have that really strong lane to depend on to start that snowball effect. They couldn't get anything going. They were constantly playing defensive, even though in some of these highlights we did see Zanya able to push in and kill Prestis, but eventually Prestis did swap lanes, right? End up switching up and having Wolfie go over to that left-hand side lane to kind of alleviate that pressure. I don't know. I feel like 1win, they're a little bit, and I don't mean it super negatively, but they definitely feel a little bit one-dimensional, and it feels like a team right now that like has to win early and depend on those like very specific players to carry games. You look at, you know, VP, and anyone on that team can carry at any given point. Like, you see games where Listic carries, you see games where Michaelis carries, Sherrick, Dmov, etc. But then I look at, you know, 1win, and it's only like 2 players to ever look at. It's ABL and it's Empty Dreams, and I feel like we need to see a little bit more firepower and a more well-rounded team to be able to compete against the likes of these teams who can play this well-rounded Deadlock.
Well, one thing I'll say is I think you touch on a good point, Ari, the Kelvin, just because I think we could have seen Flammable on the Kelvin. Instead, though, they decided we want to go early Sinclair. And look, which would you have rather have had in this game? Would you have rather have had frozen shelters to support you at times where, you know, team fights got, you know, in the thick of things? Or did you want the attempts at audience participation on Last Shell, which is what we got? Overall, the actual net impact of the Sinclair here was pretty muted. I also think you have to go back to the draft and think about the fact that Paravision really did go out of their way to take away ABL's best heroes overall. They opened up with the first ban on the Calico, which 1win did not have here, which they had in the first game where things went really well for them, and their mid-stage ban was for Yamato. I think bare minimum going forward in the series here, if you're 1win, you need to protect ABL's more favored picks a little bit more heavily. You can't do anything about the first ban, but you can secure either Yamato or the Calico earlier in the draft if you want for ABL.
But that's what I'm hinting at, is you can't depend on, I mean, if you want to be like one of the best teams in Deadlock right now, you can't depend on only ABL. You know, we have to secure him a first pick. because that's not going to work long term. And if he can't be successful, then you're not going to win anyways in that game. So I don't like that mindset, but I understand that's the way OneWin's kind of been playing. And I agree with you. You definitely need to get him on something that he can have that carry potential for. But like long term, that's not going to be successful to a roster in Deadlock.
Well, we're just going to have to wait and see, because we'll have a quick break here before we get into the next round of draft, and we'll see what the adjustments are that both teams make. This is Deadlock Fight Night number 19, presented by Intel. We'll see you guys shortly.
I didn't come this far just to die now.
That's what I like to see.
We are back. This is Deadlock Fight Night number 19. I'm DDK. This is Jason Kaplan. And we have some awesome action for you guys. 2 maps in. It looks like, I mean, Jason, how can you put it? It looks terrible right now for one win.
Oh.
It seems like they're getting kind of wrecked in this series, but there's still time to turn it around.
You're sounding kind of negative, Dan. You're sounding kind of like me, and I don't like that. You're always positive in my eyes, handsome as well. It's been rough, yeah. Obviously, look at the first match. It was very in the hands of one win very early on, especially the farm lead they did have for Empty Dreams over on the Infernus. But things did quickly shift around with just one mistake and leading to that Rejuvenator. And their match 2, they couldn't get anything going early on. And from there, that's like the mistake, the deficiency in their team that they should recognize and look to fix going forward. And the question is, how do they fix that? And I know ZP did say we're probably expecting to see them lock in something for ABL very early on in the picks. I'm curious, with one of the most handsome men we have here on the show comes in, ZP once again. No, I'm just kidding. It's gonna be Jake this time, to talk about his views, because we didn't get to hear him discuss this necessarily, and kind of his views on how one win should approach maybe this next draft.
I mean, you know, I think they did change a lot from game 1, which, as ZP also mentioned, like, and I did at the end of that game, like, was a great game for them up to like some bad team fights snowballing against them, maybe some tough decisions, but they had a huge advantage in game 1 that they, you know, typically we see these teams capitalize on. But I don't want to take anything away from Power Vision. I think as much as one win may have blundered a bit in this series, I think that this is a stronger Power Vision than maybe we've ever seen before. They look a lot more disciplined. I mean, and with 7 going towards one win in the last draft, Wolfie just comes out on pocket, has a huge game. I mean, there's not that many of these like core heavy farming players in Deadlock period right now who can swap from a 7 to a pocket and look just as effective, just as comfortable. You know, this looks like a totally new Power Vision. And while one win have been decidedly above them in the power rankings for the last few weeks in Europe, I think it feels like things are shifting right now.
Totally agree. And the burden is now on one win to adapt to the situation. I do agree with you. I think, or I wonder how much the Calico ban, first ban from Paravision impacted them. We know that one win can play a multitude of playmakers, but Paravision, in addition to banning the Calico, is either taking the pocket or you know, just essentially getting, well, I think both times, yeah, they took away the pocket too. So you're taking away most of one win's like playmaking, like favor, leaving them with maybe a Yamato, which we didn't really see in the last game as well. So it feels like one win is kind of out of their comfort in the draft for how they would like to play. And in the last draft, we also saw, as you mentioned, Jake, they went away from what has been kind of working for them as well a bit. So it's tough for them right now.
Do you think one win got like indirectly baited by having Sinclair left open in the last draft, that they ended up going Sinclair and it just completely did not work out for them?
I was just going to talk about the Sinclair because it's so interesting. Like, the teams clearly have such a high priority on Sinclair. We see it get first banned a huge percentage of the time, but the few games in the last couple DFNs that it's gotten through and been almost always first or second picked, it's fallen flat. Like, I don't think we've really seen it have a huge game. Whereas I do see it in high rank pubs being pretty effective. I think a lot of the punching on like 4-second rabbit hex is like a ridiculous amount of time to nuke people down, especially, you know, in that like early to mid game when you first get it max, you first get like duration extender online, then yeah, it feels like ridiculously oppressive. But in these professional games, I feel like Sinclair has not been as consistently effective. I think maybe it's due to like the more heavy team fights going on. One win though, they're going to change things up by taking away the Mirage, which has always been a top pro pick. So maybe this is the type of change that does shift their fortunes in the best of 5.
You know, really quickly to jump on that about Sinclair, he is he has the second lowest win percent in DFN across Pacific, EU, and NA at 36.84% with 19 times played, whereas Hayes is lower at 25.9%. But I bet you when it comes to first ban and lowest win rate, it's definitely going to be Sinclair for sure, because I would assume that most of the heroes that we do see get first ban have a relatively good win rate. Like Paradox back in the day, he was the most picked or first banned out of any hero out there for good reason, because he had an extremely high win rate. But Sinclair, maybe it's just a ban that teams are kind of like, we just don't want to deal with him, more so than feeling he's insanely strong, at least at the moment, in this high level competitive play versus like pubs.
Yeah, there's a lot of fear factor. It seems that you're afraid the other team could play him as well. The Hex does feel like really good late game too, because, you know, if you're a Hex, you can't really use any abilities or anything like that. And like you said, Jay, you can kind of nuke them down really effectively. So it does seem like it makes sense. Like on paper, it makes a lot of sense, but we just haven't seen it come into practice, as you'd imagine. And And talking about, you know, the opening picks here, Mirage and pockets, you get some good early damage and split pushing from Mirage. You got the pocket playmaking, but Calico 7, big pickups for Paravision to open this one.
Yeah, I think both teams are kind of converging in terms of what they're drafting for, right? Like they've kind of gone back and forth here with some of the heroes that have been picked throughout the series already. So maybe one win team adapting, learning from some of the strategies that Paravision have brought that have put them in this position in the series. I'm curious to see if we're going to see more supports. The Holiday does go, which was interesting last game, where I thought in game 1 and in game 2 it was like, oh well, Taz is so great at the Paradox, and then he just came on the Holiday and did just as well. And I think this may just be a Taz situation rather than the hero pick mattering so much. I felt Taz just put a masterclass on. I don't think it really matters to him which one of the two he gets. I wonder though if they will secure the Paradox now just to avoid a potential ban out, because I think that would be pretty tasty for one win.
So you need a monster.
Shiv.
Well, they're like prioritizing Shiv like pretty heavily, and to be fair, they're winning the games with the Shiv. So also without the Kelvin. So it's hey, you gotta give it to them at this point.
What's interesting now is actually, I feel like now OneWin have a tough choice because you can't ban both Paradox and Kelvin. And so maybe that's the difficulty. I guess you could, snag one for yourself, but neither of them feel like the most obvious picks for the OneWin draft we have so far.
So I was actually just looking up a stat. I was curious about, Tass, as we discussed, having ridiculous damage on game 1 on Paradox. I actually wanted to compare him up against Mikhail S in terms of like player damage per minute when it came to Paradox. And actually Mikhail S is still winning by like 50. It's like 753 to like 700. I was expecting Tass to be maybe a little bit higher there. But yeah, I mean, you made a very good point.
That's not bad. I mean, that's a good stat line.
Yeah. And it's quite ridiculous, to be honest. But yeah, the Shiv being locked in for Paravision, I feel like Shiv's been like a little bit hit or miss so far.
I think they should have taken the Paradox there. Like the ban out was too obvious for one win. But we'll see what the Shiv can get done. I mean, game 1 they won, but Shiv did not do anything.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he was like 12K at 20 minutes,
Shiv
right?
was broke, and Shiv is not a hero you want to be broke on.
I think one winner hesitant to pick Yamato so early on because it can be so easily countered by like a Mo and Krill for Paravision. And if we're gonna see it picked, it's probably gonna be picked towards like the later stages, but it's not even gonna get that opportunity with the ban coming through. But I saw your guys' eyes. You saw the Biebers, the Justin Bebop. Oh, that'd be a cool skin.
I like the matchup against Holiday too, because when Holiday lassos somebody, you can like hook her and pull her back, and she's like has a little bit of a, compared to Paradox where you like once you've swapped, it's good luck dealing with that. Where Holiday has to like kind of pull them out of trouble, like pull them back into the enemy team, and if you hook them, not only do you save, but you also turn the situation around on the Holiday, and you've got Bebop to deal with the GT potential in the sky. So I like what Paravision have. I think the Shiv feels weird to me. I don't really understand how this pick's going to fit in. If they can grab a Kelvin next, though, I might feel a little bit better.
Okay, well, one win, we know they like to add more playmakers. I don't know that there's that much left, given that Yamato's been banned. We've got the Calico, got the Pocket already taken as well. So getting the Mo and Krill, love to see it. Does Mo and Krill stock super high right now? It's actually so weird that we haven't seen more Mo and Krill. You got some lockdown to guarantee more of those kills. Also really good in lane, especially I think Mo and Krill is like part of the reason why VP were so dominant, because it added so much to their early laning as well as the mid game. So love to see that.
Want to see Paravision snap up Abrams here. Don't let him get both, because I think one win team kind of want one more frontliner, one more control / setup. So curious to see if they grab it here with their final 2. I think it would be a nice way to finish off the draft. Yeah, that's a good point. You have Geist, maybe Geist Kelvin is another way to think. You don't need the, Geist can be your frontliner, and then Kelvin to go like 11th pick on Kelvin, you got to feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, I feel like Kelvin was so nice here because he's a tanky little man, and he makes everyone else tankier as well. Also, the shelter is so good, just utility wise, but
they just like the Ivy more. They just don't care. They're not interested in Kelvin, which is really crazy considering how good Kelvin has been. But Paravision, they're up 2-0 in the series. The Ivy has gotten big damage both games. Like the proof is in the pudding. I mean, I do think it's a huge shift in the meta if this is real. If they can go up against a team like VP and don't not contest Kelvin and still deal with what Obi brings to the table. And it's gonna go for one win on the 12th pick. So this is an interesting one. Very confident from Paravision in the Ivy.
I like it. This is going to be a fun draft. I feel like each draft has actually provided a lot of difference. Neither team is really able to play kind of the same thing, and they've both been willing to mix it up, which makes this series really interesting. Even though one would have been on the receiving end of the damage so far, perhaps this will help them to change things up. The early game, that's been a big big point of conversation. Do you feel like the early game is going to shift with these comps at all?
It's kind of like backwards, I feel like, from the first match, where I feel like Paravision have a stronger early game, which is the fact that you have like Bebop, and you can pair that in with like a 7 to open things up, or, you know, with a stun, something like that. But then I look at OneWin and I'm like, if you hit 3K, Mo and Crew's almost a guaranteed kill, especially if you like go into a Great Town or a Pocket or even a Mirage lane. I don't know. Actually, Jake, what's your thoughts? Like,
I'm assuming it's going to be Bebop versus Mo in the mid lane. I'm not sure who the second's going to be, and I don't know that it even matters. Maybe GT is pretty likely for OneWin. I don't know about Paravision. I think maybe it's 7 to have farming efficiency, but regardless, it doesn't matter too much. Maybe Calico. I think what's interesting is Mo has looked so good at shoving lanes, it being super sustainable, tanking through all this kind of spam and harassment. But I also worry about Mo that he might be vulnerable to getting hooked under tower. And even Mo with his tankiness, I don't think you're going to like being hooked under tower if that does happen, hooked, you know, too deep. And so I'm really curious. I think the mid lane is going to be a big inflection point where these are two of the strongest mid laners historically last few weeks that we've been seeing. Curious if Mo is, in fact, yeah, it is going to be the mid lane.
The wave clear, I think, is something to keep in mind, because we talk about OneWin getting early Guardians, and Mo is one of the perfect heroes to put into a lane for that early clear.
That's what I'm worried about, though. If you push up to the enemy tower, what happens if you get hooked, right? Like, that's, I think there is a big playmaking potential for the Bebop, but I think you're right. If that doesn't happen, Mo could be the hero that kind of changes that tempo in the mid lane.
To me, it feels like OneWin's mid lane and right lane are stronger than their opponents. Are you guys kind of reading it the same way? Just on the paper?
So OneWin's extremely lanes are stronger than Paravision?
Yeah.
I'll let you go ahead, Jake, before we...
Well, I think you mean right lane in the sense of the Kelvin pocket lane here? Or do you mean because I think Geist Calico sounds like a ridiculously broken lane.
Yeah, that's the lane that I think is better for Paravision. I think it's the other two lanes I feel like are better for OneWin.
Okay. Yeah, I'm curious to see how the pocket Kelvin lane goes. I think you're right that there should be a lot of sustain there. You know, IV and 7 is something that Paravision ran before, and it was pretty defensive lane. They lost their tower. They're mostly just like playing to stay alive and deep push. So I think the kill threat is super real on that lane. I think the key is maybe just IV's ability to deny souls and both of their abilities just to clear waves.
And then we got this mid lane where this is the ever-present danger, those hooks. But then you got the Mo to come in and just really get in your face. And Mo is really dangerous, very impressive in these early lanes. So it feels like that could even out maybe some of that threat that the Bebop has. I mean, you got the shift there as well, so that's a pretty tanky lane here for Paravision. But the Mirage is also really good damage output, and Bebop has a big hitbox.
Yeah, and I mean, as you're saying, right, like if you hook in a Mirage, he just tornadoes away. You hook in a Mo, I mean, you're going to get a lot of damage onto him, but the disarm is going to be a massive factor into preventing a lot of the damage he's going to take. I guess the upside is that, like a Shiv, once you get the extra charges on his like knives, if that's the route you're going to be going on him, he's going to have a lot of damage outside of his melee anyways, and a lot of extra bleed damage to kind of trickle away at. But I guess a lot of that can be mitigated when it comes to Spirit, so Divine Shield definitely going to be probably one of the early pickups here in that mid lane.
Well, it's definitely very fun to see, you know, how we think it's going to go on paper, but now as things are playing out, we're starting to get a bit of a taste. And so far, both teams fairly tentative. Any approach, nothing too aggressive from anybody, just like focusing on denies, guaranteeing that farm, dodging the hooks, of course.
You know, I really wish we did have like some sort of indicator in game of denies, because that's like one thing we don't really talk about a lot is like how important it is to be denying so much in your lane, especially if you're not going to see like any early kills, because that soul lead does add up quite a bit and gives you that advantage of earlier levels, earlier ultimates, earlier items that you can use to snowball the game. So it's kind of a shame that we can't really keep track of that so much at the moment. Maybe that's a change we'll see, you know, coming in the future.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. I love all of the potential this game has for things like that. So I can't wait to see what it looks like in a year or two. All right, another hook is caught on to the Mo, and he's actually going to get taken out there. Very well done. Again, as we highlighted, not easy to pull off against the Mo, but hey, this Bebop Shiv lane is so far proving to be the stronger of the you know, the duos that are against each other.
it's just so opposite from the first match. Like we had Overseas on Bebop, but they accomplished nothing in the lane. And we've already seen a change in that alone here for Paravision. As Overseas, speaking of him, gonna be able to chime in and get a kill over onto Saf with some good aggression. But yeah, I mean, we're already seeing, you know, the Bebop being used not necessarily differently, but more successfully for Paravision.
Yeah, and it's a nice equalizing kill to get onto one of the most important early game heroes, the Calico for Paravision. Pretty relaxing early game so far.
So we get these ultimates online. I'm gonna start to look towards how these builds are going as well. I did notice for Together, it looks like he was leveling his dash first over his knives. It's gonna be an owl coming through, but that corner, oh my god, I couldn't have made that turn. Gonna actually hit the Bebop, and they get the kill onto Tass. Great presence out of ABL, and you cannot forget how strong he can be on Great Times. The Affliction is gonna come through, gonna catch out over onto Wolfie, but he's gonna escape under the tower. But I think this is One Win's kind of time to move, as we're gonna force 7 back to base, and they can get some early damage into this Guardian.
Dude, ABL is a certified owl pilot. He's got every certification. Look at those maneuvers. Oh, Calico really on the receiving end of some of this holiday damage. Calico has insane sustain. And so it's not easy to actually kill a Calico, but so far it's not been an easy lane for Saf. And looking at the soul distribution early on here, we are seeing ABL taking quite a soul lead compared to his teammates and also the opponents. 4.4k. Not a huge amount of players. Well, generally most people around 3.5 to 4, but so you know, ABL standing out in that regard. And ABL on the Great Talent. Great Talent can be a mega carry going into late game. You don't always see it. But ABL, we know, has the skill to do it. So I'll be curious if this is a lead that he can continue to have as the game progresses.
I mean, they have that front line too, like Zanya and Flammable together, where they previously didn't have any real front line in any of these matches. This is the first time in this series that they're actually picking up more of some of these beefier heroes. As it looks like it's Overseas' turn to disconnect and restart here. But Jake, as we have seen, you know, the first 5 minutes go by, I think it's a good time to bring you in and chat about this one. Is obviously Paravision having a good start in middle with Tass, able to deal with Zanya early on, but also ABL, as DDK just pointed out, already off to a very strong start.
Yeah, I think having Great Talent to have this great of a start can be, you know, pretty explosive if One Win team can like hold the front line and allow him to deal that damage. I think for Paravision, it's going to be a lot of pressure on Tass to hook him, because you take that lead, all those souls, right, and you are still always vulnerable to the Bebop, almost no matter how far ahead that you get. And what I will say is, as good as mid lane has been, I felt that, you know, despite, I looked at this lane, I thought Geist and Calico were going to dominate, but they've been struggling. And so, like you guys said, you know, both side lanes actually have kind of gone against them. And I don't know that mid lane is dominant enough. Although, as I say that, opening with the laser, this could be a prelude to starting to take down this Guardian.
Yeah, Together it goes in with the help of the Hyper Beam. Gets the commitment onto Zanya. This tower going to take a lot of damage now, as it's just left to Xenon to defend. But again, I mean, one thing that kind of worries me is, like, I don't really see very quick kill potential on this Guardian out of this lineup, as you can already see it down to about half HP. They got to retreat away, as Zanya's going to be coming through with combo available. Together down to 20 HP. It's a big command for you to stick around, especially with your healing right on cooldown.
Definitely a different pace, different feel to the game, the third map so far. And this is match point for Paravision, to remind all of you. And indeed, a shout out to all of you lovely co-streamers giving DFN some love. Thank you for supporting the show, supporting Deadlock. It has an amazing community. It's always awesome to be a part of these early events and these just like the early kind of growth of a community. So thank you for all being a part of that.
And don't forget to go follow Deadlock Fight Night over on Twitter and on Twitch. You know, for future stuff. Maybe there's some things cooking on the back end. Who knows?
Well, Kelvin putting them on ice there. Nice bit of pressure with the ice beam. And again, we got the Intercontinental Ballistic Owl. It's always a fun part of the early game, seeing the owl flying around. Oh, great connection there.
Not necessarily the right target. They wouldn't necessarily have that on, because the tornado to get away, and he's already been able to create that distance. As Together is going to be pushed up from his teammate. I mean, is he going to be? Is he going to max his ult or his dash first? It looks like he's going to be going for the dash resets, since he can get in quite close proximity, get the resets on it as well. Look for that very heavy damage if you do get domed. Wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up Healbane to help confirm some of these kills with the raw healing that Flammable can do. Not to mention Zanya.
Oh, indeed. Even though that would have gone into the mode, that hook would have been really nice. Get that uppercut into the Guardian. Again, both teams really playing quite chill at the moment. You can see Paravision, for the most part, are a little bit further behind on the souls. Now, 4 to 5k difference is actually a nice advantage. Only 8 minutes into the game for one win. Feels like they're giving more respect to Paravision as the series goes on. And there's a connection. Uppercut. And Tornado, obviously sad. But, you know, it's just part of the lane you're up against at this point. Mo or Mirage, you know, both have a lot of survival abilities.
Well, Mirage does. I don't know about Mo right now. There we go, the finish off. I mean, you're very right, though. It's like, that's the person you don't want necessarily be hooking because of that Tornado. You want to be going for these kills on Zanya, which is pretty fairly easy to do, considering he is a big, beefy boy. And this will be the first guard of the game going down in favor of Paravision. So, like one win in the first match, can we see a snowball potential come through out of this team? And this does free up the Bebop, played by Taz, to go rotate into some of these lanes, look for some kills.
Yeah, there's that Frozen Shelter coming on in as well. That's really, really nice advantage. We talked about how helpful it could be for one win, and it's going to further compound their advantages as we get just a fallback here from Taz, trying to get that hook to connect, but it is going to be, again, forced to respect some of that damage output. 3 players on the mid lane for one win at the moment. Starting to apply a little bit more pressure. As Anya, the Mo off the spawn, is, again, like looking maybe for one of those combos. But, oh, instead, it's going to be a catch with the lasso up on the jump pad. Good damage coming through, but it's not going to at least amount to anything but just some more pressure here for one win to keep them in winning ways on these lanes. They got a lot of control right now, Jason.
Yeah, Flatboy returns back to the first lane on the left-hand side, able to get another kill off of this one. So even without having the first guard of the game taken, Flammable is still imposing some rule on some of these lanes, able to get 2 kills now for his team. And Zanya, he's probably going to fall. No ultimate up just yet here for Shiv. The dot is taken away. The Tornado lands as well as the combo. Where is Mo going? How is he dragging Shiv with them? He's going to fall either way.
That's really interesting. Zanya going down, but
last week too.
You know, we actually have, like, farm-wise, it's actually getting quite well spread across one win at the moment. So that's definitely a little bit dangerous. 10-minute mark, the buffs are up, as is the urn. 3 players on the urn for Paravision. I wonder if they're going to ferry it across. They usually like to. They've got the Ivy as well, obviously. Usually a good way to get it across is with the Ivy ult. And also Paravision kind of has control of the drop-off spot right now. So 2v2 over there, but they've got Calico and Geist who can protect that drop-off position if they want to go for it. But instead, it's one win who pick up the urn with the Mo, and they're going to make the dash.
I say you let this go, and you go take the left Guardian, get yourself a flex slot. Thing is, there's only 2 players there for one win. Obviously, the Kelvin can deny this one. Looks like the teleport's going to be coming through, and they will go for the contest as the urn still going to be sitting over towards middle. No hook just yet here on this right-hand side, as we did have the Bebop rotate on over, and he's actually going to look for the catch onto Mo here in the jungle, and I think he might be able to catch him out here. The Calico, played by Saf, going to be joining as well, and Zanya actually might get pushed out before he has a chance to go for the turn-in.
Great lasso there from ABL, or rather, sorry, great finish from ABL, but great lasso coming in from overseas, getting an opening pick. The urn is down on the ground. Oh, combo comes in as well. Is there any burst damage to apply on top of that? Gonna escape the combo, but there's more players finally here from one win, able to follow up the damage. Looking really, really good. Nice series of kills. Wolfie goes down. Taz goes down, and the urn is going to be picked up once again by one win, in addition to Empty Dreams picking up the Guardian. This is a swell of advantages now for one win.
Jeez. Just like that, they're 10k in the lead. Like, that was a huge flip around. The amount of kills they picked up, the urn turn in, the Guardian on top of that, and maybe another kill onto Prestis as he's very low in health. Even the Owl's going to be available if they want to be used. There it comes. That should be a finish coming through. ABLA, but another kill with the Owl. And one win, they just cracked this game open. 11,000 soul lead now after being down the first tower of the game. We are seeing some maturing in the team here. And I like to see this. This is a good showing out of Woman, especially after the first 2 losses they've had.
Yes, I totally agree. It does feel like evolution. And more on that perhaps in a moment, because we've got Paravision coming to the defense here of this right side lane. Trying to keep this Guardian up for now. Calico, Saf trying to put the attention there. The Hyper Beam for defense. That's going to zone away the rest of one win. They're going to have to abandon this push, at least for now. But will they try to regroup around the position, around the extremities of this B-bop? They do have some players there around that mid-buff position. But there's a lot of players here for Paravision too. One Win can be easily outnumbered. I don't think they want to take a good, an extended fight here. They are trying to fall back, One Win. And they actually have 4 players here now. So, Jason, there might actually be a good chance here, after all, for One Win to turn this around into a good fight. Wait, what?
He just... I'm so confused what just happened there. The person that was combo got picked up by Ivy, I believe, and trying to float away to safety. Flammable trying to run away. He's on 200 HP. He's going to be finished off by Together, who does have the resets. He does have his ultimate completely leveled up here. So if he can keep the pain on, this can easily be a fight that Paravision are going to win. But One Win able to run away for now. Zanya's going to fall. That's 2 for Together. He's looking for some backup, but the backup won't be there. It's just going to be an owl instead to the face, but the owl doesn't get there in time. And that's still going to be...
mob there. Okay, 10k lead is protected. And interestingly, Jason, the Paravision mid Guardian is still up, which normally the mid Guardian being up is kind of like an indication that that is the team that's probably like ahead or has map control overall, but that's not the story here so far.
Yeah, it's like I said, the extremities that have been taken down for One Win, as they're looking to actually use it as points to actually battle out in the jungle. You can see towards the left-hand side, there's going to be a skirmish happening with a 3-on-2 in favor of Paravision. And again, Together going to be looking for the reset. Stun's going to come through, but he can't quite get on top of the building here. And that should allow Flammable to escape. It's a little bit of a missed opportunity for them to get these kills. In the meantime, the Walker's already taken, you know, about 25% of its HP. So One Win starting to win on the macro game, and the tug and pull working out.
Certainly is. 3 players for One Win on the right side lane. Obviously, they can hit the TP if they want to as well, which they might try to do because there are 2 players on the left side here for Paravision. Now, that would be a challenge potentially into a team fight into a Walker with the first mid Guardian still up. That might still be more of a priority. We're going to see more of a drift here from One Win across into mid. That makes more sense. But there's lots of players here for Paravision that could definitely respond with a team fight. Kelvin, I'm not sure what's where Flammable's going right now. Needs some assistance. And he's going to be paired with by Empty Dreams. Same time this mid fight.
God. The lasso to combo, that you're just, doesn't matter who you are, you're gonna die for sure. And this is where One was gonna start to really build up some momentum, using this like early to mid game pressure and catches that they consistently pull off in the jungle. And it feels like Flammable's just laughing at them, able to escape multiple times, able to force out Paravision to go for the chase, and then the rest of One Win are there to close in on that kill.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, interestingly, despite it seemingly being the case that One Win are getting advantage, still cut roughly a 10k difference. It's extended to 12k now, but if you would have asked me without like looking, I would have assumed it would be a bigger difference by this point. But here's that mid Guardian finally getting taken down, and this might be the difference maker. This could unlock a lot of the map if they're able to get this. A lot of chunky damage, but they don't finish it off. Nice barrel coming on through. Frozen shelter on this engage for One Win to try to control the fight, but actually I don't know if anyone was inside that shelter with Flammable, so he's going to get taken down, and that's not a good start here for One Win in this series of engagements.
Tass needs help. He's trying to escape with the urn. This should be a free turn-in for them, and he does have it secured. He's going to turn this around onto Overseas. He's going to fall low enough for the finish to potentially come through at it Together. Ooh, and there, the last will come through to buy him some time, but the finish is still going to happen for Together. Gets comboed up now by himself. He will fall. No way for Litz to help him out of this one, but still able to keep the fight on at least a little bit towards the enemy side of the map, allows his urn to go for free, and that soul difference to be closed in, at least brought back down to 10k.
Yeah, so a 2k swing, now actually a 4k swing of value. In fact, make that a 5k swing, 6k swing. Okay, it's actually very quickly Paravision like getting a lot of souls. They're farming up real quick. And One Win, they've got to be careful because they've been in this spot before where they have this lead on game 1 and it just slowly dwindles away. Not quite, I mean, they had more of a lead on game 1. That was maybe a little bit more egregious, but here's a chase down coming through. Staff is surely going to get Zen, and he's already used that tornado, and he's going to get, what? He's still alive. He is actually still alive. He's got the TP as well, so he should be able to survive. He's actually going to get out of there.
Yeah, but Paravision's still fighting. One Win are going to be there. Together's already being caught out down to 900 HPs, and it looked to fall 400. And he's going to die. No chance for the resets and no chance for Paravision to win this fight anymore. They're giving up consistent fights, and obviously somehow Xeno was able to escape that one, but the rest of Paravision didn't have to go for the chase. At least Saf's able to take one back. That's over in towards their side of the jungle on the right-hand side of the map, as they're even looking for Xenon now. I can't keep letting things like this slip away for Paravision if they want to close this out 3-0, and OneWin are taking full advantage of, I almost want to say, the cockiness out of Paravision.
Yeah, let's see what Jake has to say if you're with us, Jake.
I'm here.
A bit of a lull. What do you make of it?
I mean, you guys, everything you're saying is true. Paravision, they're down here, one-win team. They should be able to capitalize. They should be able to win this game. But until we start seeing walkers drop, I'm not going to lose faith in Paravision. They've been the stronger team today. They have outplayed when it matters. As I say that, though, one-win team, they're setting up a gank here, trying to be a little bit sneaky, trying to bait maybe a go on this Mirage. That would be a deathly mistake if guys were to make it. But Paravision are content to defend, and that means 2 players AFK on the map, not farming. Looks pretty decent for them. Bebop, though, could be in trouble.
Oh, it might still be a bait, like you said here, because the Bebop's there, but there's a lot of other players from Paravision right behind it. Now, Bebop's going to die straight away, so that had to happen for OneWin to have a chance here. And is there going to be a disengage? No, Zanya's going to get taken out. Paravision will keep pursuing this fight. There's the shelter, though. That should give an edge, you'd think, to OneWin, but it depends who is in the shelter. And it seems relatively even right now. 2 players down for either side. As now is more of a defensive maneuver. Paravision falling back into the Walker to try to survive this fight. And meanwhile, OneWin look like they are in a commanding position. ABL takes down Wolfie, and indeed, the kills will follow. Big swing of value, big bag on the ground, and the Walker as an additional prize is certainly going to be a happy moment for OneWin.
You know, at first I was going to say, if anyone's going to get hooked in with a last stone and combo, Tass is probably going to be the one you want to have happen to, because the only real potential of him in one of these fights is going to be the initial engage with the hook. But with that many ultimates invested onto him, it means Together has freedom, Wolfie has freedom, so does Saf. But they still win the fight either way because the lead they do have, and at least Saf is able to respond with a walker take, but we can see mid-boss going to be taken by OneWin. Hook going to be pulling out, I think that was Overseas out of the pit. But they just don't really have a good way to contest this one. Saf could potentially get there. You can already see Prestus on the boost in too. Well, Together's here. This actually could be a turnaround for Paravision.
Yeah, looking to try to see if they can get a steal on here. OneWin in great position, though. Combo coming on through to deny it, and it is indeed a rejuve for OneWin. And it is going to be difficult here for Paravision. They are looking to contest, but nothing to contest. Rejuve gets stolen, claimed, I should say. And Paravision just have to try to disengage and lose an additional player as they try to disengage. And now there's Rejuve as well to make matters worse. So we've extended the lead here to about 15k, but this could balloon out to a good 30k lead because there's a lot of value on the map.
Yeah, at least a smart play by Together to go for the urn. He just has to escape with it, though. Yeah, good little fly to help him get away and maybe even go for the turn off of this if they can continue to get this distance. It's only really up to Empty Dreams to stop the urn turn in. Except Flammable's already going to be there, set up in position. Yeah, this is really rough. Like, poor Tass has not had the ability to play the game in the last like 1 to 2 minutes because he gets lassoed into a combo almost every time. He's just dying before he has a chance to make any impact. And speaking of that, Empty Dream's going to be caught out. 100 HP. He just escapes again. Like, this is the second kill now we've seen where Paravision were so close to finishing off a player and getting something off of that. Just not able to close it out.
Should get this zone, but no, combo comes in to deny. Oh, that's so painful. They're thinking they could sneak by, get this value, but brilliant reaction from OneWin. Good awareness. Able to deny in time. There's the steal of the urn to make matters worse here for Paravision. So, yeah, 20k lead now. Rejuve's still up on every single player. All the lanes are pushed. There's so much jungle. There is so much jungle that's up right now. OneWin can, if they eat all that jungle, they're going to get another 10 to 20k ahead. Terrible, terrible moment for Paravision.
I don't know if you saw, but ABL had an owl chasing for Litz, and I'm pretty sure that would have been a kill if he was able to catch on to him. But he hides around a corner, doesn't get spotted out. Yeah, I don't know. That urn was... I don't necessarily agree with that urn turn. I think they thought they were farther ahead and away from the rest of the team than they actually were because of the airdrop out of Litz. And I can kind of respect that you want to, get something back while losing the Rejuvenator, but you just hand gift them the urn. And then you lose out on Together after that. Like, I don't know, it's a rough times. Obviously, looking back on it, it's easy for me to kind of criticize it here. And well, Tass is going to get a hook, but there's not really much backup going to be there, and at least in time to confirm it into a kill.
Yeah, I didn't mind it too much because it's so decisive, and I think they were looking at the map and they're like, "Oh, these guys are in mid, and based on where we are, we can just get there." But Paravision actually
The frozen
reacted.
shelter, right?
Like,
bought a lot of
right
time.
away. What was that?
The frozen shelter bought a lot of time as well for like the
Yeah.
rotations to come through. So it's,
Yes.
it's a very smart use out of that.
Yeah, one win. They're doing a great job here. I mean, a lot of the criticisms that we've had for one win, I think things are looking very different in this game so far. The way they played the early game was definitely different. It wasn't so like hyper aggression, like leveraged around that sort of a play style. It's a lot more stable, better macro overall. And,
I mean, the one
yeah,
thing that
30K
worries
lead
me,
almost.
yeah, and it is like you said, it's like a different way that they got this lead compared to match one. But don't forget, in match one, they did throw away their lead to Paravision. So even with, the 30K difference between the two teams, or, just over 20K difference, I don't want to say it's over just yet, but if he's getting catches like this, it definitely could be the combo into the lasso. No chance for Presses to get the soul exchange.
Oh, no, that's
And again, Paravision down a man.
Yeah, so the question is, do they want to convert the map or do they want to convert into a walker? Both walkers pretty low, mid and left. And they got a 6v5, so they could potentially pressure either both at once. They could try to just pressure one. I think there's also like jungle afterwards.
Zanya? He teleported to the left-hand side of the map directly into a walker and got stunned right away.
I don't know. I don't know what to say about that, but hey, reinforcements is here. The cavalry's arrived, and one win will take down the walker. There's the bird as well being sent in from ABL. That's going to drop one person out of the sky. Oof, it's not a good look here for Paravision.
Yeah, Wolfie, he got hit with the owl in Stormcloud. The hook came through at a task, but catches Sap on accident. He meant to pull in Wolfie, and Wolfie pays the price for that. So they get the walker, and honestly, it's looking like they might be able to get a second, but a smart, quick decision-making out of Sap to actually shove this lane out as quick as he possibly can, but they don't seem to care. Going for it even with the backdoor protection.
Yeah, great move there from them. Gonna get this one taken out as well. So 2 walkers converted, some extra kills as well. Makes the lead even bigger. 35k is a difference.
Sap.
This Guardian's still up. Not for much longer. I guess they really need those extra flex slots. They need to try to do some work on that.
I think it's just like the free souls they're trying to get off of this. I mean, just realizing there's no way they can defend against this with Wolfie dead. At least go and pick up some objectives to kind of equalize things. Well, not even equalize. I can't even say that. To kind of make the pain not be so bad off the back of the rejuve and the 2 walkers taken by one win, not to mention the kills. But again, Urn's going to come into play. It's going to be on the enemy side of the map. Paravision are going to have a chance to contest this if one win try to go for the turn-in. But I think we're approaching that point, Dan, that like 35k, it's kind of hard to win a fight right now up against this team, especially when they are going to almost insta-kill one person on your team with that combo lasso combo.
The other thing too is that you've got so the thing I would hate to happen with this turn-in is that one win have a bad fight, because mid boss is coming up in a minute. So I feel like you're kind of playing for that mid boss, and you'd love to create a scenario where you get some picks that just instantly, just easily secure you that mid boss when it spawns. But we'll see how this fight goes, because they're going for the turn-in. There's a catch here by Paravision, and okay, the Urn's gonna go to Zanya, but they're gonna lose Empty Dreams in the trouble of that. You just have to make sure they don't lose too many other players. Shelter comes in. They're investing everything into this fight, and it's going their way, Jason.
ABL was just punishing Task. Hit him with 3 charge shots to immediately drop him low on HP. You can see finally Xenon going to be joining the fight. The soul swap does come through, but I don't know if Preston's going to have the damage. He's going to fall. And one when we talked about, if they have a bad fight here, Paravision can go for a mid boss. Well, what if they have a good fight? Currently a 4 for 2, about to be a 5 for 2 as Litz is going to be pushed on. Or maybe not. Maybe I have to correct myself, because Sap did come in on the backside, takes down Flammable. He's actually pulling the rest of one win away, trying to go for the chase on this. They threw it's just going to buy him some time, but he's going to fall after it. All in all, 5 for 3 trade. One win going to be very happy about this. I don't think they go for mid boss. I'm not quite sure. I guess they do have the damage for it.
Yeah, I think they can definitely go for it. So many players are dead. Should be pretty easy to get that mid boss online. Taz is going to be up. Wolfie's coming up shortly as well, but
yeah, they can't.
They're going to go for it. Stormcloud is online. That's a great ult for this, but they're going to make it in time if they try to go for it. Looks like they're not even thinking about it. Just clearing out the lanes, trying to push out their lanes a little bit. Everybody's back up pretty much here though for Paravision. But yeah, just too late to stop this rejuve. And this is the moment for OneWin to really try and win this game. Again, still quite a bit of jungle up here. They could try to increase their soul lead a little bit more. They've got all the walkers. They just keep the lanes pushed, have that map control. You get gank opportunities and all sorts. Everything to work with for OneWin.
Take them apart.
I just don't know what the answer is for Paravision with the lasso combo. And they do have an opportunity. They do have a window that they could fight right now, considering Flammable's not there. But again, like Xenon isn't the person you necessarily want to hit. A lasso has come through. It's pulled out, I believe, together. He's overextended by himself. A combat got in. That was going to be over onto Wolfie. He's going to be bursted down before he has a chance to survive. Actually, the Stormcloud comes through. He's trying to heal off of this one, but he doesn't quite have the damage to sustain. Flammable has arrived as well, and this might be the end of Paravision. But together, he gets the first reset. The third shift comes in to buy him some time, but he needs another target before he can get himself back into this fight. Dash up. Trying to chase down Flammable, but his teammates are just being walked over with Task going down. At least just a 2-on-2 trade for now, but you can't have an extended fight here. You know they have Rejuvenator. They're going to be back in time. Overseas, he's going to fall. Together might have just turned this one around here, looking for Flammable, who still has his ultimate up. And just like that, Together keeps their hopes alive. And they can just hold on a little bit longer.
Oh, 3 kills from Together. Incredible stuff. Wow, what a performance there. He's starting to isolate those players. You kind of never know with a Shiv in these fights. They just get a protracted enough fight and they start, being able to recover off of those killing blows. It starts to ramp up, and that's exactly what happened here for Together. They're going to recover some amount of the soul differential, but it's kind of minimal at this point. Obviously, the rejuve is there. The interesting thing, though, is that obviously the rejuve gives you real game-ending potential because of the respawn advantage. You can kind of push into a fight that's maybe a little bit bad for you. Just trade well enough, you get up, and then you kind of have that respawn time advantage to just push down the objectives. But now that the rejuve's mostly been nullified here, how confident are OneWin at the moment, even with a 30k soul advantage, in like forcing the issue? I feel like we're in for another 5 to 10 minutes here.
Well, I mean, as ZP's pointed out, like MQ Dreams, he's got the majority of the souls for OneWin at 40k. Like he's basically 10k ahead of everyone on his team almost, and even more than his opponents. It's only really Together and Saf. Actually, Together, Saf, and Wolfie kind of within arm's reach, but still, it's a very long arm to catch up to Empty Dream. So it's very difficult to burst someone down on their side, especially with the survivability that Empty Dream has. He has a ethereal shift. He has the satchel to buy him some extra survivability, some extra time, especially for Flammable to heal him up. And then he has the healing out of a Kevin ultimate and the frost grenade. So I don't know what you necessarily do here to kind of deal with him in particular.
We do have an attempt coming here. So that could force a fight, and we'll see how this one goes, because if you're Paravision, you definitely have to challenge for this. It's in your territory. It's in more open ground. You know they're going for it. There's a hook coming across that's not going to connect with anything. Confident stuff here from Together, trying to reposition.
That was a missed lasso dam. That actually might be the opportunity for them to go, knowing that they won't be picked off here and they have a window to play with.
So look at the respect given there by OneWin, falling back off. Want to make sure they can control the fight. Ults up for almost everybody.
They backed a little too far. If only OneWin knew. Xenon's going to be on the right-hand lane, shoving the wave up. I can easily teleport in.
It's a big fight. If
OneWin win this
probably
fight, a game-winning fight for OneWin if they can take it.
Yeah. But if Paravision win the fight, depending on how they win it, it could crack open the game, which would be wild. And just, again, you can see that the players feel it. They feel how important this fight is.
Someone has to deal with the left lane. Like, someone has to deal with the left lane. It's going to eventually take down these Guardians in the base. And there's the combo coming through on Together. It's being bursted down here. Ethereal Shift is going to be locked in inside the frozen shelter. Really no chance for him to escape here. Or shouldn't be a chance. Gets healed up a little bit. And he will fall, and so does Prestis. And well, the urn gets turned in on top of this. And just where we're saying, it might have been the fight to end the game here for OneWin.
Yeah, that's a wipeout. Great find on the combo to get the shift there. And they're going to go and send it all the way into the base. All of the advantages now converging onto the enemy base to take every building and objective down. Screens finishing off Taz. Shrines are getting taken out. This Patron's going to go down as well. Big respawn timers on these players. What is it, 20 seconds it's going to reduce? I don't know. It's still going to be a little ways out for a lot of these players.
No, there's no way they stick around for this. They shouldn't. You got mid-boss in 40 seconds. You just play for mid-boss here, I feel like. Instead, they're going to go for it. I mean, Tass on 20 seconds. Wolfie coming up. He does have Stormcloud available. And they do have Lasso to stop him. A potential combo to Zanya. They're going to dive directly in on the pit here. This is going to be tough. Saf's going to go down right away. And one win might have been able to stick around long enough to close out this map.
Yeah, well, the lassoing into the pit there, into all the damage. Two bombs all over the place, though. A little bit annoying. Stormcloud over the top as well from Wolfie. That's actually chipping everybody down quite significantly. In fact, they're still going to get it, though, just a focus firing the Patron, and that's going to be a wrap. One win. They pick up their first map in this best of 5 series. This is the $1,000 money match here at Deadlock Fight Night, number 19, and it's one win. Clapping back after getting, I mean, the first map was really close. It felt like they had the edge. They got comebacks by Paravision, and then Paravision stomped them, and now the series, it continues to evolve here, Jason and Jake, bringing you back in, because one win, they played a much different game, and it really worked out.
I gotta say that Patron take, I'm with you, Jason. They should not have gone for that. They barely finished the Patron with like the last 2 players on 10 HP. That was insanely close in a series that has so far been mostly Paravision. However, I mean, one win, as hard fought as this game was, it is the start of a comeback, right? And usually this is the point where a lot of teams fall over. You know, you're down 2-0 in the series and you just crumble in game 3. And so the fact that they're able to get a win at all, I won't take it away from them. This is a big moment in the series and an opportunity for them to get the mental reset that I think they needed.
Was there no rescue beam on Paravision's side?
I don't think I saw one.
Because like together, when he gets like comboed and he bought time with Ethereal Shift inside the Frozen Shelter, it's just one rescue beam and he's safe. And I think it was like Paravision had no answer to the combo, to the lasso, to the Frozen Shelter. Like whoever got pulled in would die. And that was kind of the problem, is that if one win just used their ultimates correctly, Paravision just didn't have a proper response for it, it felt like.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you could buy the rescue beam. However, I think it's a little situational. Like, it is a pretty expensive item. We don't see it bought every game. If anything, maybe this fight is a bit of an aberration. They just like let the Shiv run rampant. They tried to trade back lines, but you know, just a little bit too difficult to catch. You know, heroes like Great Talon, or rather Lady Geist and Calico. They're able to kite away, and the Shiv is obviously basically cannot escape him on those backliners. But yeah, that base push, that got me a little scared.
Yeah, it was a little scary. The Wolfie is doing some damage. He had like soul cells on parity to everybody else in the other team, so could have watched that. But you know, going into the third map, or rather the fourth map, do we feel like this series has been totally reset? Obviously, if we look at the stats here, you know, we had a big performance from Pocket. In fact, ZP made a point in the caster chat that the Pocket Mirage combo is really popping off in this series.
Man, look at the Shiv, man. Shiv is back. I didn't recognize your game, Shiv. Look at that top damage in the team. The rest of the team not having the greatest of games. I do think the Ivy has continued to look really good this series, though. Like, yeah. and Paravision clearly just thinks it's better than the Kelvin, which is pretty crazy. I mean, Kelvin, I think pretty much every other team has prioritized Kelvin always for the support role. I think for Paravision, maybe they like the sort of like semi-carry that Ivy can scale into. But it's an interesting prioritization there where ABL, I mean, that's a ridiculous game on the Great Talon. 46k damage. He's out damaging the Pocket is no mean feat.
Are we getting rid of the Bebop now from this series? For like 2 showings, been pretty quiet both times. Maybe everyone's hating the Bebop now.
I don't know, because he acts as like a pseudo rescue beam if you have him in the right position. Like when Tether gets like comboed, you just poke him away and pull him back in to save him. I don't know. I feel like, I mean, I think Kelvin would have been a better pick than Ivy with the way we saw the whole strat executed from one win side. But I don't know. I feel like the Bebop wasn't horrible. It obviously didn't have the same level of impact in the lane that we've seen in previous weeks, but that's also like credit to the way that one win responded to it.
I feel like the Mo had a really big impact this game as well. It's the first time, I mean, we don't usually see one win actually playing the frontliners too much, like Neighbor's Mo. Usually they'll just like overstack on the playmakers. So it's really cool to see Mo playing such a big part and such a big role in you know, facilitating kills, taking the initiative. did well in lane, and obviously like creating space as the front line is there to do. So yeah, Mo seems like we should see a repeat.
I think Mo's going up in draft prio. I think, you know, you're not going to get Mo like 11th, 12th in the next couple games, which I think is honestly, I'm surprised that neither of these teams has prioed it earlier in the series. I think one win was like maybe a little desperate. They're like, let's try the Mo Krill. Maybe that's the change that we need. And it looks great. It looks fantastic, despite it probably not being their plan A based on it, you know, being untouched in the previous game. So I'm expecting to see more and more Mo. And I honestly want to see Pyrovision maybe either ban it out or you know, with like they don't want to play these like super heavy supports, then maybe banning out the Mo is another way to deal with it. And I'm curious to see Bebop's prio, because Bebop has been so good. We've seen so many games that Bebop blows wide open, but today it's been quiet. It's been real quiet for the robot.
Any final thoughts, Jason?
No, just a little too quiet. I want to get to the break, because the faster we get to the break, the faster we get into the fourth match of this best of 5.
True. All right, let's send it. This is DFN 19 presented by Intel. We'll go for a quick break, and we will be back with the 4th map of this best of 5 series here for the European region. See you shortly. Whoa! I was still taking a bite of some bread, my break bread that I eat every break. And
Is that all you're allotted here? Is just bread?
Got to get the bread. It's map 4, guys. It's map 4 ZP. You didn't get to do the analyst segment last match, but you know, what are you thinking going into this 4th map? It might be a turning point in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking in terms of like draft priority, both teams have to recognize the fact that overall the course of the series right now, Mirage and Pocket combined have been picked together as a duo in every single map. The team that has done so has won. Meanwhile, Bebop, neither team I'm playing Bebop, and both teams have had a crack at it, have been able to convert like Bebop's early game into a good mid to late game ramp. So you look at what's been effective, what isn't. I feel like it's going to give us the most unique draft yet. And, you know, we're talking over the course of the break, me and Jake. And the other thing that has to go earlier here is Mo. Mo is really good right now. We saw it last week. I think both teams collectively are like, well, what's a Mo and Krill right now? It's like, oh, yeah, actually, really good hero. May well consider grabbing it earlier in the draft.
Yeah, man. I mean, we've seen it.
Oh, go ahead, Jason. I feel like you
I knew he was going to say that. We've seen it so heavily in NA. I'm surprised we haven't seen it too much in EU with like how effective we've seen it be in NA. But obviously, generally it's been EU to be like the litmus test of like what's going to be good or not. But I feel NA, and even before NA, it was technically Pacific who kind of was already on the Mo hype before we saw the switch up to 3 lanes. But that was mostly due to like individual solo players being like one-trick ponies on it. But yeah, 100% Mo is insanely strong. It almost gives you a guaranteed kill every time you have combo up, and the rotation and gank potential out of him is so good.
I'm so curious with this first draft ban. It's going to be very interesting. What did Paravision want to take away? Just gonna let it happen, and then we can talk about it. Okay, Calico again. So they're definitely recognizing that one win do have, especially with ABL. They're very good conversion on Calico in the early game, especially for that pressure.
Also, I think for one win, they probably banned the Sinclair again. I don't even agree with it at this point. I feel like when we've seen Sinclair get played, it usually hasn't been that huge, but I mean, there's still this inherent fear. And they also opened the last draft with banning the Sinclair, right? So I think they banned Sinclair, but where it goes after is going to be interesting. And they banned Mirage. I like this so much better, and I'm glad they changed it. They give up the thread to Sinclair, but now I think, well, clearly, given that one is actually banned, we're not going to see the Mirage Pocket duo. And now what I'm curious here too, for Paravision, do they early grab the Pocket? Or if you're one win, do you grab it in the first 2 here, Jason?
Or do they grab Sinclair? I don't know. I mean, obviously, also 7's up, right? And we've seen 7 be such a hotly contested pick between these 2 teams. Instead, the Vindicta that Paravision's been banning out is actually going to be what they take.
Interesting. I wonder if they're taking it because they just don't want one win to have it, or if it's because they also value it really, really highly. Obviously, we know that VP values it super high. VP, best team in Europe at the moment, uncontested, and they've been getting that for MKLS as much as possible, and it has been converted super well. So we'll see if Paravision can do the MKLS on that one. And there's that pocket. That's what you're talking about, CP.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's like obviously, first, second pick, same thing, and where they're grabbing it, but the pocket value just going up and up over the course of the series as one win goes, no, we want him on our team. Now, what are they going to back it up with here? Because, I think they might go the 7. I think pocket 7 would actually just be a ridiculous play. It's not good in poker, but it's definitely good in Deadlock, Jason.
You can only run from the law for so long.
But they go how they.
Yeah, I think one adaptation we're seeing at one win is like, okay, we're not going to play Sinclair this time. I feel like they've had too bad of a go at it every single time they played. I think it was like a 33% win rate for them before. Obviously went down after that last match that they lost. I like that they're not going for it, and that they're switching up to part 1 of their 2-player combo. The Mo and Krill is something now you have to think about for Paravision is, do you take Mo and Krill away? Do you take 7 away right now? Because there's a lot of like high party heroes that you have to worry about it. I don't necessarily fully agree with the Sinclair when you have like Mo and 7 up right now.
We'll see if the story continues, but the Sinclair is kind of like everybody's just really fooling themselves, like valuing it really highly. But I think the statistic that we had earlier, what was it? It's been banned every time, and of the 7 times it gets picked, it's won once. So very bad track record at DFN on the 7, on the Sinclair. So we'll have to see if that comes into play. Paradox is an answer to the holiday pick and preventing that from getting banned. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But if we get a Mo right now.
Yes, pick Mo. That is exactly what I see. They might go 7. I think it's actually more likely they grab the 7, but I would love them to get the Mo instead, because I think if they don't pick the Mo, Paravision has really good odds of using on their ban. Instead, they decide we like ABL and the Grey Talon, but the reason why the Grey Talon worked in the last match is that the Grey Talon was backed up by the Mo and the Kelvin. It was getting infinite space. I think if you're Paravision here, you have to recognize how ABL got that space, and you need to deny at least one part of that here in the ban phase. I think if Paravision lets OneWin get both the Mo and the Kelvin on the flip here, Jason, it could be the end.
Oh,
I think that's I feel like that's a throwaway ban, to be honest.
Well, I mean, Paravision have been going to it every single time, and it was a part of them winning first map and second map, I guess. Although the first map didn't perform very well in the meaningful parts of the game, but I mean, they're just targeting the ban. What else would you have liked to have seen them ban, actually?
I mean, Kelvin, if you don't plan to play it. Ivy, if you don't plan to play it, because it kind of puts Litz in a weird spot. But then again, if you ban Ivy, maybe they pick Kelvin. I don't know. I feel like there was maybe some other options, but maybe they felt like the Shiv was definitely like too much of a threat.
Well, they take down the Kelvin here. I think that is a very smart play by Paravision. They get that off the board, and now even if OneWin goes to Mo, they're not going to have the same level of protection for Grey Talon in the back that they had the last time around. And also for OneWin, it means they might not run a support at all, or they might even go the Bebop early, but instead, okay, that makes sense because Yamato was getting banned in the mid every other draft prior to this. This now frees it up for OneWin to run it, although, you know, we'll see who is playing what.
You've got to get the Mo on board now, right? Paravision, you've got to prevent it from going to OneWin. I totally agree with what you said, ZP, on the Mo point.
Do it. Pick Mo.
They pick Mo. I feel like that's bad for OneWin for sure. They go the Geist. They seem to prefer the Geist over the Mo and Abrams in terms of like the front line, which you know, I can definitely see a lot of worlds in which that makes sense. But I think it's kind of like what you said, ZP, where you want to like recognize that like if you can't. Still a chance, but you can't allow necessarily OneWin to have the Mo to get combined with the Yamato and the Grey Talon.
Well, not only that, but Mo is also really good for Paravision to pick here because Mo has been one of the better heroes at keeping Yamato in check. It is pure upside to get the Mo if they go, but instead they go 7. I mean, it's high value to get 7 this late in the draft, but I don't know. I just feel like when you're up against the Yamato, rather than getting the Mo that can really remove a lot of the Yamato's value, instead you're giving potentially the Mo the OneWin who can be best friends with the Yamato. I don't like it. I as much as 7 is good, I'm not a fan, Jason, of where this is going right now.
I'm not really a fan either. Like, I think back to the way VP beat them last week, and it was to shut down ABL. Yamato was just kind of go for the Mo.
Dude, this is really interesting. They take away Litz's Ivy. I feel like that's some BM right now. They ban the Shiv. They're taking Litz's Ivy. This is very BM. Now, if they don't get Mo, I'm going to be very sad because I feel like that's you picked the 7 and the guys. You're giving up the Mo, and they must have known that they were doing that. And we're at a point though where there's so many tasty options online because of the way Deadlock. Oh, they go Viscous. Wow. Okay. Really. That's really interesting.
I mean, to be fair, that is one good way to deal with Mo, especially if you try to go for an ult on Yamato.
Yeah, and I mean, it protects him against the other Mo, and also if the goal is providing support to the backline, like Viscous is not the worst in this situation. It's not going to be as much space going as you had with the Mo Kelvin, but it's not bad, and you're also going to get some inherent like distance just from the fact that you're able to play the Yamato too. God, right? So well, it's not quite as clear as OneWin had in the last game, but of the two here, Dan, I'm kind of liking the OneWin draft more so far.
I am as well. I'm just still, I mean, I don't know if we'll get to hear from OneWin necessarily, but Mo was such a definitively good pick for them and is in the meta very good. And I'm really shocked because it combines so well Yamato, Grey Talon, Pocket. It like really enables their playmakers so well, but they choose to go for Viscous and Ivy instead. So I don't know. I guess we'll have to see how it plays out. I definitely like the lineup a little bit more just because it goes back into that typical OneWin style where they get really aggressive off of the early game. But it does feel to me again that they need to win this early game. And the one thing that's cool about the Mo is it helps you win the early game and it helps you enable your playmakers as you go into the mid game. So I feel like OneWin, I like it, but I feel very uncertain.
I think I'm honestly just grasping for straws here. Maybe OneWin was like, let's not pick Mo because they can steal combo from us and lock down Yamato.
That's a very fair point. That's so probably what it was.
Give them a Mo indirectly.
Yeah,
now you can become a Google.
It does depend how much you respect the Sinclair in this case, where obviously you take a look at how Paravision is set up here. I would guess that I would probably see Sinclair be played more support style coming in from Litz, would be my assumption from what you have here. So the Ivy wasn't necessarily even going to be picked up by them in the end anyways. But yeah, I mean, you look at the draft and where it's at. I feel like even in the late game, like you might look at Paravision and go, okay, the 7's going to get super farmed. You know, if it goes late, it's bad for 1 win. What we've been seeing Pockets do in the late game and Yamato's, like, I don't even necessarily give Paravision the edge if we go late with the comps that we've gotten here. So, you know, we'll see how the early game pans out, but man, I feel like this one actually could go 5.
Well, this is so interesting. I think my favorite thing about this series so far, guys, is just how it has evolved map to map. This is actually why the best of 5 format is so interesting in Deadlock, because of just this evolution that's possible. Not one, like no 2 drafts have been alike.
Yeah, and obviously, like, there's a big mind game that goes into the draft phase, especially when you're into like a prolonged series. So you have to think about like what have they played so far. You have to obviously think about like what do we have in the back pocket to potentially use. And speaking of our lanes, let's quickly take a look at this. And obviously with the help of ZP here, we do have 7 and Lash can be paired together on the left-hand side up against the Greytown and Holiday. So a lot of poke out of the 1-win side there. Is there any strong lane that you're looking at in terms here for either team that has the potential to do extremely well?
I think for me, again, I look at the middle lane for 1 win. I think the Pocket Yamato lane is absolutely terrifying. And I think depending on how they play it, there's a world where they can really pressure the Vindicta and ruin her early game, depending on how it works out. I mean, we've seen what Yamato can do in mid lane specifically. You pair it up with a Pocket who has no problem diving in if Yamato gets people low. I mean, you have to watch mid lane here for 1 win because it could really put Paravision on the back foot.
Speaking of the back foot, look at Zizon down about 70 HP. Gotta be very careful to deal in this lane.
This is a scary lane too. Like the damage output early game from both Geist and also the Sinclair is actually pretty crazy. So, I mean, I feel like once we get some abilities online, you're probably going to see a little bit of a better performance here for both the Ivy and the Viscous, but I don't think they're going to win this lane. I think it's one of these lanes where you're looking to just kind of lose well and slow them down as much as you can and try to get good denies. And a lane that's pretty interesting is the Talon Holiday lane for 1 win. In theory, that looks pretty strong, but 7 and Lash have a lot of options as well, I think, to keep parity with them. But I feel like you'd edge 1 win in terms of the left and the mid lane. That's where I'm at. I don't know if you kind of agree with the assessment.
No, I definitely agree. It's only their like right lane is like kind of a semi-weak lane. As you can see, they're just consistently being held back at their own Guardian. But I do have to give, faith to the lineup here of Paravision. I mean, Task back on his Paradox, as we talked about, having the most damage on his team in game 1. I think it was like 28k, and the next closest was like 20k. Was doing some God's work there on the Paradox, which is quite ridiculous. But the thing is, ABL, he was so impactful early on with that ultimate. He picked up, some fairly early owl kills in the last match, which helped get him snowballed, and currently sitting at 1.8 up against his counterpart at 1.1 each. You already see that women are having a very strong start this left-hand side.
Yeah, so much pressure and damage already coming out from 1 win. I feel like we're going to have more pauses. I feel like we're going to have the record of pauses in this series. Like, I don't know that we'll ever get a game with this many pauses. The cool thing is that the pauses last about 3 seconds typically, so that's great too.
I wonder what's actually going to be the evolution of these pauses, like long term. You look at like some other games like CS, and there's like very strict rules around it. You have set pauses in each half. I believe in CS you can talk with your coach, right? It's only during tech timeouts no one can talk.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
I'm done playing nice.
I actually kind of wonder if we do get coaches like into the game that are watching live that can kind of communicate with the team as well. So it'll be interesting to see like when the first Deadlock LAN comes around in June, what actually is going to happen.
Indeed. Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see how this game evolves, but there's an opening kill from overseas to get the first blood in this 4th map. I do think the point around Vindicta that I believe ZP was alluding to, that, Vindicta is kind of fragile in a way. If Vindicta's mobility is not very good, and you do need Vindicta to be able to like keep up. So if there's like outsized pressure because you're losing the lane too hard on the Vindicta, it can go really bad for Vindicta. Actually get caught a lot and really gets iced out. We saw this actually happen to Mikhail S of all players, where he had to like perma swap lane, and it still took him like 20 minutes to recover.
It's also really hard to do with Zon. The thing is, you could put a tether up here towards the top hand side, but then again, it's only on you to really do the damage, and he's done the damage himself. Zon is going to be punished. It's going to be tough because if we compare like Zanya to ABL, I feel like ABL looked much more comfortable. Not to say Zanya doesn't look comfortable on Yamato, but especially when it came to harassing in the mid lane. But at least Vindicta's allowing him to get to the high ground to punish, and Overseas able to punish here on the left-hand side. This is kind of what we expected out of one win here currently.
Yeah, this is a very bad look. Real big damage on this tower very early on. If we just consider the relative pacing of this type of tower damage in the early game from the last 3 maps or so, it's been pretty hard to get this much, which just again really speaks to the success that the Holiday Talon lane is having, which is pretty scary. That's ABL, that is Overseas, both taking a big lead early on here. 2K at this time is nice.
Yeah, huge lead, and they're showing no signs of stopping. I think for Paravision, they struggle with the problem of how can they alleviate this pressure in the lane, and they can't. Like, they can't really send anyone over there to help deal with this unless they go for like a very hard swap, and then you're going to miss out on some farm on top of that anyways. I think this is going to be one when getting the first tower in the left-hand lane, and then looking very reminiscent of that first match where they did the exact same thing.
Indeed, it's not a great opening for Paravision, but we'll see if they can again slow the bleeding, lose well, as it were. This lane was always going to be a tough one. This mid lane is obviously also quite important. So some good pressure coming in from Paravision. They got control of the lane at the moment.
I mean, you talked about like mid and left lane being very strong for one win, but to be fair, Paravision have actually been able to, for the most part, win out when it comes to mid lane and right lane. So they're only really losing it on the left lane. So currently sitting like an advantage of 2-to-1 lanes. And they're also going to kill over on Overseas to alleviate some of this pressure on the left-hand side. Saf's got to be very careful, low on HP. He's going to head back to base. But, you know, Paravision gave a lot of credit and strength to one win. They are definitely proving that we might be a little bit wrong here. That we can't count them out just yet.
Totally agree. We got some forward pressure. My goodness, Selen caught in a very bad spot. Speaking of which, that's a Stoneform. That actually might turn this one around. Really careful with the melees and the parries. Oh, but it's going to be the bomb. That's going to finish the job. Great stuff there from Prestus, keeping himself alive deep in enemy territory. And there we go. Dash, parry, and we're out. In fact, more tower damage as well. That's actually a big result. One win, though. They're getting a lot of tower damage right now.
That's a Sinclair, by the way, in case you're wondering who that goo ball is running away. Litz does survive, stealing away Xenon's goo ball. Oh, here comes an Allen. Going to connect over onto Tass, who's going to be low HP. No backup there, unfortunately, for him. But Teo's able to turn it around, at least get one. As they're looking for more here. The Assassinate going to go through yet again onto Overseas. No more Assassinate to be seen. But I think Saf might be able to close this one out. And there you go. Paravision able to keep the lead here in terms of kills.
Yeah, nice recovery, I feel like, for them. Getting those few kills. Still, though, it's Paravision that have lost the first Guardian on this left lane, which is enabling a lot more. We have a third player coming across to the right lane here. Or maybe not. It's like Overseas has changed his mind. He's going to go to mid instead of the right lane. Which I think if you're making a priority list here, I think mid is going to be a priority because you want to unlock your Pocket and your Yamato. You want to get that map control from the mid tower. We've got a third player coming in for Paravision as well. Paradox makes his way across in the form of Taz. Swap is online as well. So this is going to be a hard-fought battle.
Uh-oh. Okay. Lasso and Paradox will swap going to be on cooldown. Neither going to connect. Honestly, this is not necessarily a winning situation for either team, considering how you're splitting the souls. The Owl's going to come through and force together back on the ground. They might be able to get a catch here, as Saf's going to be the one to go down first. I think both teams just gonna not get much more off this unless this Guardian could go down. Ooh. But at the same time, Paravision are pushing the right-hand side.
Yeah, that's this amount of Spirit Shield being carried by together has really helped them out there. But it does feel like the mid lane is was effectively pushed back. But for some reason, when they decide actually to go more into the jungle, they're trying to set up a trap in the jungle. 3 players in this jungle. They're stealing away their opponent's jungle. So not really much of a trap. That is pretty noisy. And at the same time, Paravision are stealing away the jungle and it's in a sacrifice of their opponents. So this is somewhat of an even trade, I feel like.
Yeah, and obviously in terms of soul difference, it's like sub 1k. Oh, sorry, I say sub 1k. It's like just barely hit 2k. But obviously it comes down to like where this first flex thought's going to come unlocked. And I think the pressure, it definitely seems like it's going to be middle. I would agree, Dan, be considering like we're on opposite sides when it comes to initial guardians taken. One would getting the left-hand guardian, Paravision getting the right-hand guardian. And both teams already kind of grouping up in towards this middle position. It comes down to the initiation. Initiation is going to be over on a Sap who is just barely going to get away.
This is the fight I think that's I'm going to be looking for a while. Try to finally take this tower down. So they're putting the pressure on. They're forcing a reaction here from Paravision. They have to try to defend this. And there you go. Big Death Slam coming on in here for Saf as he drops everybody on top of the Guardian. And, well, there's an owl in response. And this might just force them all back. Forcing out the Shadow Transformation here, but you got to get out of here. I don't know if that's going to be possible. Big escape made here, and we get a Shadow Transformation onto the Magician. Sinclair chasing him down, taking down Zenon, and big conversion from Paravision.
Remember, it does reset his cooldowns when you steal it away, and they use Shadow Transformation so you can re-hex. He can reuse his assistant to get away. But the counter pressure comes in out of one when able to take down Litz here, and it looks like they're gonna be the team to get this middle guardian on top of it. So a big win here for one win, as we're all tied up in souls and no response out of Paravision.
Yeah, and there's a disengage as a result. One win decide to fall back off. They get the conversion on the guardian. In terms of the souls, you know, you're sticking even, which is not terrible for Paravision, of course, by any stretch. They should be happy with that. But losing that mid guardian is going to open up opportunities for one win, and we get this now picked up by one win, looking to potentially get a deposit. But I would assume that, given the map control that Paravision do have, they could certainly intercept this if they would choose to do so.
Yeah, and they definitely have the players kind of leaning towards this right-hand side. I think they actually might send over TAS into the left-hand lane to go for a push on the Guardian to try to get something out of letting this urn go. But one thing we haven't really mentioned is like kind of the combo potential to Paravision. Like if you get a good Death Slam into a stake, into a hex with a Stormcloud on top of it, not to mention the essence bombs that oppress this on Lady Geist, like that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of wombo to potentially go off, and you can only cube so many people at once. Obviously one person. And the urn will get turned in for free, and the counter pressure is going to come in over towards middle looking for that guardian.
Amazing work. They're going to be able to pick that one up. And I don't know, is it going to be a challenge here? It looks like one would want to take this fight. Again, Paravision, they got the value. They're trying to disengage cleanly, and they will just barely be able to do so. One win can't get there in time to stop them from retreating. So in the meantime, we've got the pressure on the left side lane. I don't know that... Yeah, they are going to fall back, actually, one win. So back to farming some jungle.
And it's a soul allocation that I'm really focused on here. Like, Wolfie's at 11k. He's being left alone in that left-hand lane. Pretty much, Paravision are going to be fighting like 5v5 or 5v6, leaving Wolfie just to get as much farm as he possibly can. And I guess this is even maybe a good time to bring in good old Zeepers here.
What I was thinking too.
Probably gonna hate me for saying that, but this is
Zeepers,
kind of,
that's like almost a new one, but I mean, it's been an interesting game so far. You see a little bit of teleport play right now, Magician Hot Pursuit, but yeah, I mean, I think the interesting thing is that the middle lane didn't go nearly as bad for Paravision as I thought it might have. You know, Together was able to hang in there. I think the end game though isn't necessarily great on the Paravision end here, just because I think one win is still gonna scale better with how the game progresses. I think ABL is going to really mitigate what Together might do into the late game, and you kind of have to ask yourself, is that, you know, is Wolfie going to be enough? Is Saf, like, on good Death Slams going to be enough to, like, kind of outweigh the huge difference in punching power between the two teams? And right now, I don't think so, because I think you have, like, the threats that are going to build up for one win between ABL, Empty Dreams, and Zanya. Maybe too much to deal with, but this lasso grab here, another great grab in from the one win side.
I hope Ido was watching. Don't grab a 7, then hit a bounce pad and give 7 the high ground where he can just storm cloud you. Yeah, you guys don't remember that from last week, do you?
I mean, I do remember, but now at this point, you know, Dan wasn't saying anything, so I was just gonna say here, it's like we can let Jason just twist in the wind, but it is a good callback.
I got it, because if you guys at home don't remember, you can go check over Locked In _Deadlock on YouTube, and you can see the recap of that specific play happening over in the B&B versus Hydra Nation match. a self
True.
shout out.
Let's do it.
That's why I remember a lot of what happened the previous week, because I sit there making the recap videos. It's really easy to remember.
The truth.
Okay, well, we've had a lot of farming here. So, minute left until the next urn. I feel like it's going to kick off shortly here. But in terms of like advantages, disadvantages, it doesn't really feel like much has changed in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's been pretty equal. I mean, it's less than a 1K difference. And it really comes down to like the buffs that are going to come up here. Obviously, we're pretty much mirrored across the map when it comes to what objectives have been taken. So Paravision are kind of leaning towards his left-hand side, looking for maybe a catch on Lasagna. But obviously, the Guardians is definitely going to be something they're looking to secure for themselves. But was that a Majestic leaping Empty Dreams that I just heard?
I think you had right. Big rotation for one win from the left lane, back in towards mid. Cleaning up some jungle again.
Sorry, Ido saw the message in chat.
This whole game we've actually seen Flammable on the Ivy, just really keeping, just as Jake, puts it, the D push has all of the kudzu bombs to really keep control of that lane. Just has really been stuck on that right side lane. And that is where the urn is now spawned, which is in control of Paravision. So this could be the catalyst of the next fight to move this urn across. It's obviously under control by one win. So do they decide to intercept, or do they try to just straight up stop this at the urn turn-in points?
I don't even know if you commit necessarily for the urn turn. I mean, I still feel like Paravision have a better fight in team comp. But it comes down to the execution. I mean, we can see Pressus on the right-hand side. He's going to keep Flammable in that position. Flammable not going to be necessarily a pivotal, I'd say, hero to throw into this to secure a fight. But it's also a really risky time, because if you get Urn, you get a big advantage. If you lose Urn, you lose a big advantage. You give it to the enemy team, especially if you don't have a clean fight off of this. Or if you do have a clean fight off of this, it makes you even further ahead. And you can see that like Pressus is kind of like waiting. I don't think he's actively teleporting. He's like kind of waiting for the call if he should go for it or not, and if they get the vision or the spot onto someone. And well, Sasuke may want to get caught out, and that's not what you want to see, because he was the initiate for your team with the Death Slam. He did use the Death Slam and got caught out by the lasso. And now when this is their fight to win.
Okay, the lasso is such a great counter. Nice. Bit of chip damage there as well onto together. Spirit Shields take a lot longer to recharge these days. So the urn drop of point is clear, but for who? Clear right now for one win. They don't have it. Okay, not going to allow you to be a thief. You're chasing people away from the sacrifices, and this is actually going to start off a bit of a fight here around nearest the urn deposit spot. But you can see the Paravision don't want to go for this. They disengage again.
Yeah,
still holding on to the urn, and one win and respecting it. They just there's 5 players here for one win.
I mean, I don't hate it. You're kind of waiting for the misplay, because you're also not really losing on too much farm, since Pressus is pushing the right-hand side. I mean, Sap doesn't have Death Slam up, so he's going to go farm mid lane just for a second. And they're kind of juggling the urn between some players to make sure they don't lose that health over time. But I mean, during this, you've kind of have prevented like Zanya from getting any stronger. You prevented ABL from getting any stronger. And you've allowed Pressus to get some kind of like solo farm where the counterpart is Flammable, a support player. So I feel like technically you kind of win out in this trade for Paravision, just in terms of like soul value across the players that kind of need it.
Yeah, I pointed out Flammable like 5 minutes ago. I feel like he has just been on this lane the entire game. I feel like we've seen almost no rotation, just catching waves. And as you say, Pressus is on the other end. They both have 15k, more or less. So, okay, just holding on to the urn. Just really trying to force, as you're pointing out, you're forcing one win to waste more time to keep 3 players on this left side lane, which has not been working out for them, to be honest, at this point. And it might be the case that this right lane could be in a little bit of trouble. And you can see that Paravision are also ahead of the game. They are expecting TPs to happen, I think, as well. So they're really cognizant of the potential plays, but they're going to disengage after an exchange of util from either team. And this urn is still a big question mark. It's still just, it gets dropped in the base of Paravision. Now it's a look at those little legs go.
Why is there 2?
You need to see some squats, man.
No, but why is there 2 urns?
I don't know.
There's an urn with legs and an urn without legs.
Oh, That's awkward.
Or closed alpha. It's fine. It's fine. I'll give it to him. Just imagine you can buy Earn cosmetics. Oh my god. Wait, are they doing mid-boss? Are they actually doing mid-boss right now? One, we're going to force the engagement out. Like, if you're not going to turn the Earn, we're going to do mid. And no one in Paravision is really prepared to stop this. Like, Saf, you got to get over it. You're going to get Death Slam to open things up for your team. And they're going to give it away for free. Are you kidding me?
What? Oh, what a play. What an actual call out. Oh my goodness. A free rejuve. That's unreal. And now the pressure to convert on this Walker is kind of high. But I don't think they can get this Walker at this point. And they're more likely to just get burned out here, I think. Okay, well, they might do the damage for that, but what are the losses going to be here? Rejuve on the other team. Earn is being run across at the same time here. So there is a world here, Jason, where Paravision could actually make this a good trade.
Well, it comes down if they can turn the Earn. It's going to be puddle punched away, so no chance. There's going to be a knockdown coming on to the Death Slam, but the Death Slam still is going to go off on top of the Storm Cloud, so a lot of damage is going to be done. Zanya's very low in HP. He's parried up as well. And Saf going to punish Zanya before he goes down, if he goes down at all. And you might have been right. You might have hit the nail on the head. It might have been a favorable trade here for Paravision. Except one win, able to pick up 2 kills off us, looking for number 3. Over on to Litz, who's going to escape on 1 HP, but they get it onto Prestis either way. And they don't get the Earn turn in. That was... the last 2 minutes just completely confused me. And I think it's a perfect time to bring in ZP to talk about this.
Yeah, also, I think a really bad omen there is that they lose the Earn fight over there when Zanya also didn't have Shadow Transformation. Zanya burned that on the mid fight, and ABL just burned Owl, in the interim, right? So a fight where they were down resources, Paravision still can't grab there. They get caught completely lacking on mid boss, and now you take a look here. Wolfie, the person you want to carry you out of the game, might also be dead here from the Amato grab. It's going rough. It's going incredibly rough, and Paravision is running out of ways to turn the game around.
Crazy. Not a big soul differential just yet, but these fights could suddenly have to change that with the rejuve still up as well. Shadow Transformation activated, and maybe a disengage here. But Empty Dreams picks off Taz in the meantime. And what is out here on the map to be picked up value-wise? I mean, that mid walker's looking like it could get pressured a little bit. Those creeps are close enough, but it looks like we're going to fall back onto the jungle. A lot of jungle to be claimed.
I'm so confused because I would have said that would have been a pretty damn decent trade for Paravision, losing the mid boss to get a walker and some kills and Earn turn if they got it, but they don't secure that. And then they stay a little bit too overcommitted and lose out on too many players. It's a 1 win. I mean, credit to them. Like, if there's one team in EU and NA that has giant balls, it is for sure going to be 1 win, who make some of the most outrageous decisions. And sometimes it doesn't work, but when it does work, it is glorious.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. Okay, so we got to take stock here. Things are calming down. Obviously, Rejuve is active, still giving a lot of map control to 1 win. They're prioritizing their opponent's jungle over their own, which is the right decision for sure. And they're looking for another pick here. So many tools to do it. You got Lasso online. For overseas, he's looking for a connect. He's running around on the roof, using that vantage point.
Maybe I should get back to the others.
No longer using the vantage point. Now is firmly off the roof. And you can see the protection from Paravision on these 2 walkers. They really feel the presence, and they want to make sure that they don't lose those. And 1 win is so desperate to just find that opening lasso.
And ABL so far ahead. Xenon's immediately going to be bursted down, not having to use the Death Slam. So it gives them advantage for a follow-up fight if they want to. But again, ABL is at 26k. Wolfie's only at 22. You already saw like the raw damage he can put out in the last game. We've already seen like in prior weeks the amount of damage that ABL can do when it comes to Great Talon. But Paravision now, it's like you get that kill, and it's like, what do you do with it? Like, you need to push an advantage somewhere, I feel like. And it's going to be tasking the charge. The Ethereal Shift comes in extremely early. Overseas, he has Lasso. But he's just trying to stay alive.
I think this is a great move from Paravision. They offer the pick onto Viscous earlier. And there's the Lasso, though. The jump padding. the Paradox taking Taz for a ride. That's going to have a jump pad, though. Another couple jump pads. He is playing Quake right now as he gets out of there. And, okay. Wow. What a cinematic pause. So, I was going to say, this is a moment where, I don't know if you agree, ZP. I feel like OneWin was sticking around very aggressively for ages, and they just wouldn't give up on the idea that Paravision were not going to give them a pick. And so instead they lose Viscous, instead of just falling back on value. And now Paravision can get out on the map.
Yeah, I mean, the fight has now turned kind of away the other way because Empty Dreams hit a big affliction just a second ago, like brought people low and then just coming in for the cleanup. But the one thing you cannot accuse OneWin of, in any sense of the word, at any stage of the game, is being cowards. Like, OneWin may be one of the most aggressive teams imaginable, especially when it comes to trying to end the game or force plays. And right now, this game, it's working out for them, as ABL right now is just basically an artillery cannon all on his own.
Beautiful. ABL is, he's nasty right now. 28k souls on ABL. He is having a game.
And maybe just ban Holiday at this rate. Like, Overseas is really creating so many opportunities. That's gonna be the Walker going down, the first flex slot picked up for OneWin. So that whole Rejuve debacle that we discussed before, definitely working out in favor of OneWin as they're sporting a 20k lead and just continuing to grow it ever so slightly here and there. But man, if you know, ZP, really quickly, if you were to like give an MVP of this series so far, our Intel player of the match, like who would it be at the moment in your eyes? I don't know if he knows he's muted or if he's actually not here.
Oh, I am muted. I did not notice that I double muted. I was gonna say, for which team would you go?
Any team. Player of the match, period.
Let's go.
Player of the match, period. Oh man, that is a hard one. I think for the way it's going, OneWin, it would probably be Empty Dreams. I think Empty Dreams, especially in the pocket, has been absolutely massive. I think for Paravision, just for the overall storyline, it'd have to be Wolfie, where Paravision has looked better than they've looked in a long time, and Wolfie is the new factor on top of it, right? On top of Wolfie playing pretty well, especially in the maps that Paravision won. But those two would be the ones I'd be looking at here more than anything else. Also, coincidentally, the players have been doing a whole lot of pocket on top of it.
Totally agree with that. I think that's on the money. Because also ABL, who's a typical pick for OneWin. I wouldn't say ABL's been like, he's great, but he's not been standout great. He's doing his job as the star. But I feel like Empty Dreams is like providing that extra bang for buck that you may not have otherwise been expecting. But we got the Anton in here, so I am getting away from myself with that comment. We'll see exactly if OneWin are able to get any picks off of this. Paravision are kind of giving it up, it seems. People will certainly be kind of annoying in there. And they're able to get that and just fall off. So Paravision, you got to respect the discipline that they have and the shot calling they have to not get caught up in a fight like that.
Yeah, I would agree, actually, because in my eyes, that could have been the match-winning fight for either team. Like a big turnaround for Paravision and momentum swing, or OneWin just locking things down for themselves. And I feel like Paravision kind of realized that, and then obviously not wanting to commit to a fight that you're not really sure you can win, especially with the gap that they currently have, and being inside of ability is not necessarily the best place to win a fight with a Lash.
Yeah, and they get a pick on Descendant too. Like they can always count that OneWin will like have a player or two that sticks around for too long.
But is that going to be like? I mean, technically it could turn into a mid boss for sure, since you got one kill. But 6 on 5, still with that like almost 30k lead, are you gonna feel confident enough to win this one? And Preston is even here to really help out. He's gonna be coming in a little bit delayed into this one, and actually gonna not even use the screams, because this ain't gone off yet, to look for the fight as they catch OneWin overcommitted. But they need the damage and at least take down Zanya. That's the first step to winning this fight. They still have ABL, they still have Empty Dreams. 2 players to completely punish you with pain, and the damage that they're gonna have between the two. And it looks like OneWin will win out this trade.
Positionally, not the best story there for Paravision, as OneWin continue to press on these retreating players to get these following picks. That's certainly going to turn into a mid boss. I think that was like a massive engage, especially for Empty Dreams, but they're all in the corridor, and they just so Paravision just avoided the previous fight because I think of the close quarters. Like you said, they couldn't get the Lash ult in that close quarter situation. Then they like bait the mid boss, and then it turns into another corridor fight. So that's not good.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but like we've not really seen that impressive play out of Saf on Lash in this game. It's just been kind of extremely rough for the most part. I feel like he's only used a handful, if even less than that, when it comes to Death Slams. And I mean, that's either him not performing as well when it comes to this match, or it could actually just be OneWin, taking fights in positions that the Death Slam really won't be that effective in.
Yeah, it almost felt better for them to have one win try to commit into the mid boss, challenge directly, as opposed to trying to chase up the stairs in these corridors. Because then you would at least have the open territory that where you could maybe get a lash death slam. Obviously, easy to kind of like spot that lash and counter it with the lasso or something. But still, it would have been a better fight. But going into the corridors again, it's not favoring them. And one win with another rejuve. So they're in such a crazy good spot to close this one out now.
I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Because a corridor isn't the best place for Paravision to fight, but it's kind of a really good place for one way to fight because you have charge shot and you have or charge. Oh my god, I can't remember they power shot and charge blade. Power. Help me out here.
It's I would say power shot and charge shot because
power shot and charge shot out of Great Talon and Yamato, like the perfect positions to be able to hit multiple targets. And honestly, Wolfie, he's not long for this world. He should be finished off in a second. Zon is going to close that one out. They're going to look to close out another. What just happened? How did he get all the way into the wall?
No idea. But this is one wins Walker for sure. Looking at really nice at the moment. It'll be somewhat of a defense here for Paravision to try to apply some resistance, but they can't stop. They can't stop one win at this point. Too many players, too much in the way of soul advantage. They'll continue to press the issue on that left lane whilst we get the harass here from Zanya on the right side of the map as well. And yeah, just getting some good damage. Do we get... Okay, Snake has already been used, so I don't know if they can... Okay, there's the Hex. That's going to slow him down. Big Owl there as well. Okay, also Zanya's looking like it's going to be hard to survive. There it is. There's the Assassinate. The Walker was picked up on the left side of the map. We have the Rejuve respawn, obviously, for Zanya, so not really the end of the world. At the same time, they're going to try to run this urn, which might be an opportunity for a fight, to be honest, for Paravision.
Well, at least for Together, he does have the max rank Assassinate, so the extra souls every time he gets a kill with it, which is going to help out quite a bit for him to catch up and maybe close the gap, because the gap is quite daunting. 34k to 26k for him. An 8k difference. That's obviously like one big item for the other side. And with the urn, I mean, you can tell that Paravision aren't really prepared to stop this one. They have no one really in position. 3 players on the left-hand lane. This is an easy turn if they just want to rush it. But one are definitely taking their time, as we do see the teleports come through, and Paravision immediately going to reinforce this position. I feel like this is a fight that Paravision are going to have to go for here if they want to get back into this game.
I agree. You gotta take it. And there's the deposit. It's going to go to one win, but can the fight somehow convert for Paravision? Get the Storm Cloud up above. It's going to get blocked here. The lasso, again, it's been the bane of the existence of these flying characters. And one win. They are down flammable at the moment, so there is an opportunity off of the Death Slam, off the Earth Strike, the Ground Strike. And indeed, a couple kills going the way of Paravision. So it was a good opportunity. They managed to convert on it slightly, but they're still 34k souls behind.
2 kills for an urn and a walker on the left side. Like, that's obviously not a trade you're going to be happy with. At least Paravision proved they can still like fight in some situations here. Again, that like Death Slam, it was one person. I respect Wolfie, like the fact that he's a Storm Cloud, he needs to get just raw damage out, and the fact that Overseas wasn't in position to last him immediately means he did do some decent damage. But it's still not a fight that you technically won. And they might try to get a catch on Empty Dreams with like the respawn timer, because the Rejuve had fallen off. But they don't. Oh, don't tell me they made a massive mistake on the respawn timer. They're sitting down there for mid boss, but we have 1 minute and 40 left to go until it respawns, unless our timer's off.
Are they actually in there?
Yeah, they were in there.
Our timer's off.
So that was a massive misplay on timing. They got nothing off of being up 6 versus 4.
Soon you will suffer.
Maybe it's wishful thinking. Like we all sit here.
No, that was a straight miss time for sure.
I just gonna say you cannot manifest the mid boss, no matter how hard you think it. You are locked into the timer. That's just how it works.
Yeah, kind of like how maybe manifesting anything works.
Whoa,
Anyway.
whoa. You tell me you don't have a whiteboard on your wall and you write down all your hopes and dreams and use that to manifest them to come true.
It's fake. It's fake news.
I wrote down on our whiteboard that we all get invited to go cast the LAN event in June.
Okay, now it's real again. Well, one win, they have a pretty strong advantage, but Paravision they can certainly come back. They have the tools to do it. And one would just have to make mistakes. And that's all that's necessary for a comeback.
They're banking so hard on getting to catch. Like you saw them all hiding on the right-hand side.
Yes.
Now they've lost to spawn in 20 seconds, and OneWin are kind of doing the same thing on the left-hand side of the map.
Okay, mid boss. Okay, they're like, all right, we got the right timing now, guys. 10 seconds to mid boss. This next fight really was going to convert pretty big. Both teams mostly, for the most part, sticking around in the pack.
Whoever called the timing on that mid boss was like, "Oh, I meant now." Like, oops.
Yeah.
I see
There he is.
I see viscous.
Not much of a mid boss. Every time people go down there, he just gets wrecked.
Yeah, it's true.
Like they gotta adjust it. Also looks pretty cold down there. Give the guy a jumper or something.
Like a Christmas like jumper during the Christmas event,
Yeah.
and a nice little Santa's hat, like a giant Santa's hat. I respect this out of Saf though. He's looking for an opportunity with the Death Slam, and he's been fairly unsuccessful so far, like getting like 1-2 targets maximum. And he needs a big ultimate if they want to have a chance to win this fight. You can see now Tass looking for the charge, gets to swap it overseas. This would be the perfect kill to come through if they can pull it off in time, but that's gonna be the cube to come through to buy him some time to escape. The ball being used by Xenon is gonna just come barreling forward. And with mid boss up, I think both teams are gonna play this one safe.
Yeah, I love that you're looking for the bait there with the Death Slam to try to get it in as the team's coming from the mid boss. But Big Fight is going to be pushed forward by OneWin, charging up this mid lane. And so far, it's been very difficult for Paravision. They're going to lose Saf pretty quick. And oh man, they're just too strong right now. OneWin, they are just doing all the damage. Yamato running amok, as is the Pocket, flying around with the barrage. Flammable on just max HP, isolating player by player by player. The E-shifts aren't going to do a damn thing if you don't have any support. And it's a wipeout. Wipeout into mid-boss, into map for victory is what One Vision... You know what, I'm just going to mix up the names as much as possible. I don't know.
It's fine. I had a stroke earlier. Now you're having yours. It's fine. I actually just put it on my whiteboard that you have like a semi-stroke mid-cast, and look at that. I manifest into existence. Just like what we're gonna manifest.
That's pretty sus.
That's too mean. I'm sorry. They're gonna manifest the Reju if you're Anna Earn turning off the back of that. At Paravision, I feel like you have to contest this. You have to go for it. Like you're down like 50k. You have to make something happen. Not 50k yet, but it will be 50k if you don't go for it.
And look at that eyeball go. Well, Paravision, they're trying to harass on the side here, but you know they can still. Woman can still just dedicate some players, kill this mid boss, get his rejuve. Mid boss's treasure. The Owl Airlines zooming through the map. Good chunk of damage, finds the info where the two other players are. But I mean, at this point, you're just going to assault the base. You have that mid, the rejuve online, so look at the soul differential too. 50k.
Yeah, it's done, man. As we were calling the win for Paravision in the first match with how far ahead they were, like it's done. There should be no way that Paravision get back into this. I mean, your chance was contesting mid boss there. Obviously, you didn't have like a man advantage. You didn't necessarily have the strongest heroes to do something about it, but letting it go for free, you're just kind of really banking on the fact that OneWin's going to pull off a giant mistake. And ZP, I'm going to bring you in. I don't think that mistake's going to be made here.
Look, if that mistake or if that mistake goes on, it will be the biggest mistake in Deadlock history. I'm not sure it's possible. I mean, OneWin, they've been a little bit aggressive in pushing the base, and what is going on here? Yamato deep into the back. Off the grapple and get the cube, back it up. But yeah, I mean, we're essentially hit the point where it is almost unthrowable. I mean, look, I would love to be wrong and just see some real Deadlock history, but this is ridiculous. And Empty Dreams just found and diving without a care in the world. One hilariously farmed Pocket, where, by the way, assuming OneWin finishes this out, 100% win rate for Pocket on the day. 4 for 4. That to me on the meta level is a story, but I think you also have to give a lot of props right now to what Overseas has done to just completely ruin Wolfie and Saf's day, respectively. Just big plays from Overseas and Holiday. Where any questions about, hey, is Holiday not going to be picked anymore with the nerf that came in? I feel like they've been answered at this point.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And women just get to have fun here running amok in the base. Are we going to see some fountain dives? That's the question.
We just saw one. MTG.
I guess are we going to see more fountain dives?
Possibly. That's Pressus going down. And Paravision, I mean, we can see one where they're just going to stick around. They have the Rejuvenator as well. They have such a big lead. And that is going to do it. That means we're going the distance here and going the full 5 with Paravision up against one win. The Stormcloud's going to come through, but Wolfie, you're not going to have the damage to stop them from taking down your patron. And one win bounce back, potentially getting one step closer to pulling off the reverse sweep.
There we go. Map 5 going all the way between these two teams. 2-2. Paravision so dominant in the first. Well, I say first so dominant. The first map, obviously, one win had an advantage. Paravision then looked like they were the better team going into the second and third map before one win finally found themselves. And they seem to have cracked the formula, but can it continue, guys?
Well, what I'll say here is that I think if you were to blame anyone on a metaphysical level and not the actual facts of the game, you probably blame Hexagrams here, because Hex sent out a tweet. He was workshopping the Paravision wins tweet because they're up 2-0 for when they won from his point of view, because they were likely to finish it out. He accidentally tweets it early and has to delete it. And since Hex made that tweet, one win has been bringing it back, and now, as Jason mentions, on the verge of the reverse sweep. So if you're into sort of the superstitious end, really Paravision should be blaming Hex.
Well, I know who's not working DFN next week.
It's like the mega caster curse. It's not just like saying it just as a comment on the stream, but you actually create a winner's graphic and post it from the official tournament account. That's like the ultimate curse level play. That's for sure. I bet he loves this like Barbra Streisand effect now. Like nobody knew actually this happened, but now everyone knows.
People must know. The people must be informed. But look, you look at the highlights here, you're going to see a lot of overseas and a whole lot of empty dreams. But overseas, probably some of the most efficient use we've seen of Lasso over and over again. I mean, that one on Saf right there, absolutely timely and well done. And did that repeatedly the Saf, did it repeatedly the Wolfie when Wolfie might have gotten Stormcloud value, gave one win the time they needed to survive in these fights and not get blown up by the team ult power of Paravision.
Yeah, when you were kind of like talking about your player of the match before, like if we said it then, you were talking about like empty dreams. For me, it was definitely leaning towards like overseas, just because of the opportunities he was kind of creating for his team and the fact that he was able to get them a lot of these picks. Like if you think about every single match so far that he's been on Holiday, the kills they've gotten came from his lassos. It was a lasso and a combo. It was lasso just into just kill power. It's been lassos nonstop out of him. They have to kind of wonder, do we take away Holiday then to prevent this? Because Paravision have yet to be able to come up with a way to prevent that from being such a pivotal point in allowing one win to win these matches.
Well, look at ABL go. That's my analysis.
big number go large is what's happened. I mean, look, ABL's also been very consistent. I mean, space was definitely being created. I think like the Viscous pick, we were wondering why no Mo. The Viscous pick did enough, I think. Xenon still had like pretty timely cubes, pretty decent goo balls, enough to give ABL the space to not immediately get blown up. I also think the early Vindicta pick might have went a little bit against Paravision here, because you stop and think about it. Talon is one of the better heroes in the game at lessening the amount of room that Vindicta has. ABL was already picking Talon even when a Vindicta wasn't on board. I don't know if the Vindicta worked out all that well, and that's even with the middle lane actually going pretty well versus the Yamato pocket lane. Like Together and Tass did really well in that lane. They got out ahead and it still didn't matter. So I think as we head into the final map, as Paravision is getting ready to stare down the possibility of reverse sweep, we will have even more changes to the draft, as both these teams have really taken the time to adapt to what the other is doing. And right now in that game of tactical meta chess, it's one win who've been doing far better over the last two maps.
Great point. Jason, do you have anything to add to that before we hit up the break?
I am seeing that Naked and Pure Content are saying, finish this match, guys, because we want to go play our match. So let's go to break and bring it back for our fifth and final match of the series.
All right, guys, we'll head to break. We got the final map. This is DFN 19 presented by Intel. We'll see you right after this. Welcome back. We are fresh for map number 5 between Paravision and One Win here for the $1,000 money match for DFN Europe. If you're just joining us, we don't have a play-in because VP, they have other business. I don't know what could possibly be more important than DFN. It's kind of insulting, really. But this is what it is. So we're doing a best of 5, guys, and we're finally in map 5 for evolution through every single map. Paravision, they were winning. Now they've lost 2 in a row. What's going to happen? Is it a full sweep comeback?
I mean, I got to give the mental edge to One Win, being that they've won the last 2 games. However, I think they've both been hard fought. I really didn't like the Paravision draft last game. I thought it was like way too greedy in like the late game damage department and not enough team fighting, not enough brawling. Even when you get to the late game, despite having all this damage, it's like they just couldn't leverage it. There were so many parts of the map that they just couldn't go into because they didn't have the heroes to really take that engagement.
I wanted to bring up a conversation that we had last week, Jake, of remember talking about when you get stomped on like, you know, the first match, you know, your mentality. And I just said, I talked to some players in the past, like, yeah, stomp's better than losing a close game. So what's the mentality of being up 2-0 and then losing 2 maps straight? Also, what's the mentality of a team being down 0-2 and bringing it back to 2 apiece?
I mean, this is a moment where I don't rate the mental advantage super high on either squad, because honestly, even for Paravision that you've lost the last 2, they weren't blowouts. They were like relatively close, you know, fights where, you know, maybe you made mistakes, maybe you could think your draft, but it wasn't like you're getting destroyed and that One Win just like found the single answer to you. And I also think, you know, you did win the first 2 maps in the series. So now game 5 is a moment where it's honestly pretty easy to take a mental reset, because there's like a legitimate point to that. Like, look, guys, we're even. We both won 2 today. Let's take a new approach and let's play with confidence. I think both teams are going to enter match 5 with confidence, because it's honestly, this is like the moment to do that, right? Where you've had your successes. The drafts have been shifting throughout the series. I think this is really the most important moment of this match, is who gets the better draft. There's been a clear emergence of some priority heroes throughout the course of the series, and who gets more of them, who gets like a better take on the draft, I think is going to have a big edge coming into game 5.
Spoken for today.
And here are some of those adaptations. The Grey Talon opening ban, that's a new one for Paravision. They've been seeing ABL get massive value on that. And then the Mirage ban was something that One Win had to lose twice to kind of learn, hey, this is probably a good way to go. And it was that Mirage Pocket combo that was really, really powerful. So when we got an opening pick on Pocket for One Win in the previous draft, so now is Paravision going to try to take the Pocket away? It's kind of crazy to say, but in a normal draft, but that's where we're at. Vindicta opening again.
I don't hate the Vindicta. I just think she needs a different draft around her. You know, I think Vindicta needs more frontliners across the rest of the rosters so that she can actually be where she needs to be, sitting in the back. I think they were just a little bit too greedy. I'd love to see Sinclair maybe get ignored. I mean, as much as every team has been first banning it, and clearly the teams are prioing it super, super high, and it must be dominating in scrims, and it looks great in pubs. It just hasn't worked in the professional matches, like at all, in the last couple weeks. And I think it might be time to, at least in this series, to walk away from it.
Yeah, and the Calico's coming through, which we've seen be like a first ban out of Paravision the last couple of games. So ABL does have the potential to pick this up since his Great Talon was banned off. But again, we still have like the Pocket available. We still have like Kelvin available. I don't think we're gonna see like Yamato. I'm having like a little bit of a brain fart here, but the Pocket. Okay, so we'll be locked in. Is it gonna go 100% win rate in the series? The real question is, it's currently set at 4-0 so far between these 2 teams.
This is a critical moment for Paravision. They really need to have a good solid couple picks right now. Something to like help Vindicta dominate in the mid lane, perhaps, to start her snowball off. I mean, Bebop has lost today, but I do think if you know how to, like, the Bebop Vindicta lane is theoretically super potent. They go for Holiday, which I actually also really love. I think is like very similar in terms of this initiator who creates a lot of space, who's very highly mobile, that can get in and grab targets for Vindicta. I think this is a great fit.
I think, yeah, I was thinking like Holiday Mo could be interesting. Mo obviously doesn't seem still to be super prioritized. Only One Win has picked it, but it was pretty substantial for their win. You could steal Paradox here potentially if you want to go that way. They're going to go for the 7, which makes a lot of sense. Just has a lot of impact in all of these games. It's been really, really important. I'd love to see, I mean, they could go Yamato. They've done this before. Where they pick up the 3 playmakers insta. But I would personally still love to see the Mo or the Abrams trying to like lock in something like that. Or yeah, that's what I want to see.
I don't expect to see the Mo go first 3 as much as I kind of want it. I do feel like Paravision would love to get the Mo. You're good call on the Yamato. This, though, makes Mo an insanely good pick for me for Paravision. Like, if they have any intention, and maybe it's the case they just don't have a player who wants to play the hero. And honestly, if that's the case, maybe it's not worth it forcing somebody who like isn't experienced, doesn't know the builds in a game 5. Maybe that's too hard. But Pocket, Calico, Yamato, they're all heroes you want a super long duration hard lockdown to burst through. And Mo gives you exactly that. So I think this is an awesome moment to pick Mo if you're ever going to take it in the series.
It seems like Woman's not scared of it, though. Go ahead, Dan.
I was making a small point there. Something to deal with the Storm Cloud for One would be nice, because you don't get, because typically One have had the lasso available like in a lot of these games, and I feel like lasso has been getting them out of a lot of problems.
Good luck to you in your future endeavors.
And so that's like the easy answer. And we haven't seen Wraith picked up, which to your point, Jake, previously, Wraith was like a really good option to deal with some of these more airborne characters. So I don't know what the best answer is for that.
I mean, we did just see a bunch of knockdowns getting built in the last game, so that was like their answer. Rather than having a hard stun native on the character, just go lockdown a little bit earlier on your Great Talons and like some of your other characters. I think they had it on the Viscous as well to get the lockdown. The Sinclair goes. Will this be the death knell? No. Will Sinclair guarantee you a loss despite which stronger, Sinclair's will to lose or Pocket's will to win? This is the final test.
That's the best way to describe this draft. The tug of war. That's crazy, man. The battle of the stats.
I mean, Sinclair, he has a great frontliners for him this game. Great initiator. So if there was ever a moment for this Sinclair, like hex you and melee burst you to death, it would be with these characters around you. I do think for a draft that fits Sinclair, I think this one is much better than Paravision's last game. I think Sinclair wants to be an assist to like super aggressive frontliners that initiate in. Sinclair can TP out, but he can come in with that burst and try to get that initial kill. And all these characters are pretty tough to lock down as well. So One Man have a great like brawling lineup where Paravision are a little bit more standard though, but they get the Mo and Krill. That's going to be scary for One Man team. They won't be able to rely on everybody getting out unscathed. Somebody's going to get eaten.
So I was paying attention to chat really quickly, and Lightbringer, the coach for Virtus Pro, brought up that I think it was Together didn't max Crow first. He maxed, I'm assuming, Assassinate, which is like not
off
something
meta.
we've seen at all with Vindicta. Yeah, very off meta, where like the Crow gives you that basically free extra damage to come through because the extra resist that you drop. I mean, the Bebop's also a good answer, by the way, to the 7 and his ultimate.
Yeah, I also think Bebop's a good answer to Mo in the mid lane in particular, where we saw, you know, in I think it was game 3, where yeah, the Bebop lost, but the Mo got kind of neutered in the mid lane. It was too difficult for Mo to be playing aggressive, forcing the tower. I mean, the threat from Bebop hooking him in was making it difficult to play on that line. But One Man overall, they have a very like fast, aggressive team fight brawl draft. This has been their bread and butter. They stick with it here on game 5. No surprises. Paravision, big late game, lot of range damage. And I think this time quite a bit more in terms of the frontline team fight. I would still love to add like one, maybe an Abrams or something as the final pick. Just like one more solid frontline. I think they've got plenty of damage. I think they need a little bit more support and control. Maybe
bound to fight.
Warden. Wow.
Wait.
Wait,
So
why'd you pick this in a Sinclair? This is
exactly
crazy. Oh, I think they should have picked Ivy, man. Like, why not Ivy? Ivy was so good for you. It was so perfect in this spot. You guys have been playing Ivy all series. Oh, I don't like that actually. I think.
So that's the answer to Sinclair's. We gave you so many ultimates you could steal that you have to choose between like 4 or 5 really big ones.
And Geistolt's pretty good too. Like, yeah, like if there's ever been a Sinclair game, it's this one. The Warden, I think, is the best steal in the game because it's just so insane.
He's going mental in the
I actually think this Warden thing is out of control too. Like, why is this not an IV? I don't know. Maybe they wanted more. Is that like is Litz the Mo player? Maybe they don't have another IV. I don't know. I think this is a mistake from Paravision, but I'm curious to see how they make the Warden work. We haven't seen very much Warden in weeks, from Warden being one of the most popular heroes in competitive Deadlock for months, right? And so it just fell off the face of the earth really since that 3-lane update. I'm really curious to see how does this Warden go. There's always a chance that Warden just gets out of control and gets like max movement speed 8 gun items and is like mowing down the world. So, you never fully give up on the Warden.
Litz is the Mo and Krill player. 0% win rate 3 times he's picked it. And Tass is the Holiday player with 6 picks, 33% win rate. I think Play With Me sitting there maulding right now, like, bro, why did you kick me off if you need a Warden player right now?
Pick me Hayes, I'm coming
Sub me in.
Oh, wow. To be fair, though, the Warden and the Moe, and so they have a lot of like brute force to take control of the early game and just like grind down objectives with like, you know, the Warden ult and stuff. You could just make it an objective.
Whoa,
killer.
this is a big change up. Sorry, Litz is on Vindicta and Prestis is on Moe. So they've made actually some big changes within their like team of who's playing what right now.
Interesting. It is really cool that when you get this deep into a series, like you can get weird. Things get weird, and it's like it's not that it's bad that it's weird. It's just it's weird because you play like 4 maps against each other, you know, in succession. So this is gonna be really fun. Jake, how do you feel about the combos here on each lane, the matchups on the lanes?
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Moe not in the mid lane, so I'm curious to see how that goes. I just realized late game, I mean, there is the possibility of combo into Warden Trap, which is like the most brutal control of all time, you know, maybe set up by somebody like Vindicta. So maybe I can see the vision here for Power Vision. They do have tons of stuns, 5 across the roster is pretty ridiculous. So I guess Vindicta Tether is not a stun, but you know, you get the message. A lot of control that could be enough to stifle One-Win's aggression. Could also fall.
Oh, the Hex into a heavy melee there, perfectly timed for the kill on Prestis. And that is not a good start here for Paravision getting Zanya going here on the Yamato. Not to mention mid lane, the Calico. Oh, of course, it wouldn't be a match here that's best of 5 without a pause. The Calico and the Bebop combo in mid up against Warden and the Holiday. I don't know, man. I'm not really feeling the Warden Holiday pickup in the mid lane, and I know ZP's in chat typing furiously, writing his own version of the Iliad of why you don't play Warden middle. He's not happy with it either.
That was the Max Payne moment for the time.
Oh, such a great game.
Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, really dating ourselves with that one though.
That was like, wasn't that the first game that did like bullet time?
Yes, it was. It was like 2000. It was like that game came out like 2002 or something, man. I feel fairly confident in that.
Maybe earlier, playing a Matrix game that as well later on that had that bullet
Matrix
time in
Reloaded. It was like they did a called like Unloaded. I forget, but yeah, I played that too. That was also sick. 2001. This when Max Payne came out.
God rolled.
Most people watching this broadcast were probably not born yet. What do you think about that?
Oh man, I feel old.
What do you think about that?
I don't want to think about it anymore, man.
All right. Well, we can think about the dude lock that is going on right now. Okay, so yeah, the Warden mid lane is an interesting choice. Bebop Calico does feel pretty nice for 1 win there. So far, this pocket Viscous lane's been doing pretty well, keeping that lane fairly pushed. Similarly, on the other side for 1 win, they're getting quite a lot of push out of that Yamato Sinclair lane too, which makes sense. It really feels like if we see, Jason, that typical 1 win, they get that first tower down, kind of start getting really aggressive off that. It feels like it could be a world of hurt for Paravision with this comp that 1 win have.
Definitely. I mean, Paravision are looking to like take this game into late game, and 1 win are looking to just snowball this relatively early on. I mean, the thing is, like off the back of a 2-game win streak, I feel like as we talked about mentality earlier on, they should definitely be like fully reset and I would even say like a bit hyped up here because it's now basically turned into a best of 1, which actually could make things even tougher for both teams, knowing that one mistake is going to cost you $1,000 for your team potentially.
This is a lot of work.
Uh-oh.
These teams. Oh my god, the most is dancing around.
So, we talked about like inexperienced Moe player. You don't necessarily want to like, put it onto someone into the 5th match of a series. I'm not saying Prestis is necessarily inexperienced, but 2 deaths early on is not a good start here, especially when you're up against Zanya, who wants to have a very good early game here at 2.5k souls already. Prestis down to 1.7. The thing is, with him dying, it makes it even harder for Wolfie to like farm up properly because he's going to be under pressure consistently in this lane combo. He needs to have someone in his lane that he can depend on to stay alive so they can have that easy farm to make him a late game threat.
Yeah, I guess it is that thing where do you put him in the mid lane with the Holiday maybe, where it's like it's still probably a losing mid lane. but you're avoiding the hook at the very least. But at least like Mo has some options if he gets hooked to get out. You know, he can scorn, he can sandblast, he can burrow, etc.
You just basically listed every name
Oh,
or every ability that he can do.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of why he's so good, right? Because all of his abilities is like, you know, got heal, you know, stop people from shooting you, burrow, get out of there. It's so cool. Good character.
I like him. Cool. So these hooks have been not too successful so far for overseas, but we've hit the 3K point, and almost everyone on the 1-win side has ultimate except ABL. Now ABL is going to have it. And only one person on Paravision currently have it. The other just finally gets it. So you can already see like the lead at 4K this early on and growing. I mean, I don't want to call it, but I think Paravision are kind of tilted right now. Like, this is not a good start for them. And if they fall behind early on, I don't see a world where they can actually like compete against 1-win in the jungle and any of these objectives or anything around the map.
I really did not see a reverse sweep happening, I must say. But that is the energy that I'm feeling. Kind of like you're saying, I'm feeling that reverse sweep energy from 1-win.
I mean, how does it feel to be a part of the first best of 5 that went the full 5 maps in DFN history out of 19 weeks, and the 3 or 4 best of 5s we've only had?
I don't know, but I feel like I need more bread.
I mean, remember the first time we actually went the full 3 maps in a best of 3, we went the full 3 in both NA and EU, and that was a very long night till like 6 a.m. So Jake and ZP, I hope you guys got some coffee.
Well, we have a Google and very aggressive plays here, but that's what you're going to be on the receiving end of repeatedly, because 1-win have such aggressive capacity in the early game. Nice opening there from ABL onto Taz to get that first kill.
Ooh. Yeah, no, man. 8K
right,
difference.
What's these pulses are tilting me, Jason?
I gotta see. It's like what, 8-0 in kills right now? Now that's a Max Payne moment.
Max Payne thing again.
You know, Holiday doesn't look that good from the angle with a little bit higher. Yeah, this is rough, man.
Man, Pocket looks so stoic right now. His face is so stoic. He's just so chill. Got like a laser going through his shoulder. He's like, just doesn't even care.
Doesn't even hurt. That hurts.
Need to get some more facial expressions. Can't we do that with like all this AI business? Can't Valve put in some like facial expressions?
Please. Let's stay away from AI, man. It was bad enough seeing a certain company use it for their artwork in their game that they release every year.
They've destroyed the Guardian on Blue.
Nice. I'm not gonna follow that thread. I'm going to.
I mean, zombies have 6 fingers, right? That's how it works.
Yeah. Well, some people have 6 fingers.
That's true.
To be fair.
Man, they must be like great piano players.
Be really good StarCraft players.
That would be. He was genetically engineered to be a good StarCraft player with 6 fingers.
Yeah.
It's not fair. He has a physical advantage. Well, speaking of advantages, we're going to see 1-win respond with a push on this right-hand tower. They're going to take it, but we do see the gank coming in from behind. It's going to be together with no last stand available. Stormcloud comes through, and maybe it'll net them a kill or 2, but they still already have the damage done because we have 1-win already unlocking their flex slot.
Ooh. Stun coming through. Oh, that's a beautiful finish. Oh my goodness. Okay, Warden coming in. Warden's coming in. Saving the day, getting those 2 kills. And that is really nice for Paravision. I mean, if you look at the scope of it right now, not nice overall, but that moment was nice. 6K deficit for them. They are obviously down 2 towers currently. And this is like the game plan, I feel like, of 1-win. They are now in this position where they can start to snowball things. And at the 7.5 minute mark, with 2 towers down in advantage, that's actually way more successful than we've seen 1-win be in most of these maps.
Yeah. No, I mean, even like the 6K, 7K soul difference that they have is also insane, considering the last 4 matches in a row we've had have not been any like this, except maybe the first one when we initially got that early game lead that eventually did lose out on that first match. And 1-win gets another guard, and that's the last guard in the game taken down. And Tass, I don't know how you're going to survive on about 60 HP, but he does create the distance. He does get away, but the rest of 1-win are on the rotation here to catch out as quick as they can, Prestis and together. And you have no garden to retreat to. Oh, but he steals the last stand. You're going to last stand? I'm going to last stand.
Nice. That's a good escape from Taz. That's why you don't leave the house without a divine barrier, boys and girls. Okay? Do not leave the house without one. Okay, well, more aggression coming in here in the jungle as is expected from One Win. Let me see if they can secure some more kills and just keep Litz down. I think Litz is definitely a target. But good disengage coming through from Paravision. But the problem is that the reason why One Win like this strategy is because you get control of the opponent's jungle. So if they don't challenge you for a fight, which you want the fight, you're setting up the fight, you just get to eat their jungle if they don't go for it. So it's quite the dilemma.
You're getting baited here, Zanya. Okay, it might not seem to matter. Shadow Transformation comes through. Does have some assistance coming in. Also has the cube to potentially add a Xenon if he needs it. So he gets the punish on a Wolfie who overcommits to stop him from getting the Sinner Sacrifice. And I think that's a trade any day of the week that one we're going to be happy about.
All right. Jake, what do you think about all this? Because this is getting a little out of hand, out of pocket.
Yeah, out of hand is the only term here. I mean, 11K lead, 10K lead at this early in the game, I mean, is a pretty massive differential, and it feels like it's only getting worse. I think this is a moment of calm before the storm here. I think One Win team, or especially with Xenia's next Shadow Transformation, are really going to try to force the issue. And so there's a small opportunity here while, One Win do their own jungle, slow the game down. Maybe you can force something on Paravision, but it's so scary, and when that next old cycle comes online, I think this is One Win going to look to potentially blow the game wide open. This kind of soul lead, you've got to force something.
Oh man, they're committing so much. Yeah. And you can see on the right hand side, they committed so much to try to go for the catch onto Zanya, but he escapes from this one. And Taz trying to push the left lane Guardian by himself. And Xenon's going to be looking for the kill on this, but the great jump pad positioning allows some distance to be created. Oh my god, the movement on Taz was pretty damn spot on there. Use the jump pads to get directly to the ropes to climb up to safety. But with this urn, like, can you realistically contest this, Dad, when you're 12k behind for Paravision?
All right, you can hear the hook in the distance. Doesn't connect though. And is making its way across, as you can see in the pip. And it looks like Paravision are going to pull away. They're going to give this one up, which kind of sucks because they're not kind of getting anything in return. Partly because they're like, hey, we can challenge this. Oh wait, let's actually forget it and disengage. And that's all that time is lost. TP across the left side of the map is being met by One Win actually, and who is here but Empty Dreams, ready to ruin your day. ABL's going to go down in the meantime in mid though, so something being claimed here by Paravision. If they could convert that into a tower, that'd be fantastic, but they are now getting bullied back towards their own mid.
Yeah, they don't have that safety net to back away to. They have to be very careful. And I mean, one death for an urn turn-in, that's definitely a trade you're going to take for One Win for sure. And they're back to just pushing out the lanes, continuing to farm up some jungle. I mean, look at like Empty Dreams. It's going to be pocket for 5-0 today for sure. And that makes me wonder, like, are we going to see more pocket in next week in EU? Are we going to see more pocket in North America as well? Because the thing is, he hasn't changed really at all, right? If anything, he's gotten like indirectly worse because of like some nerfs. Like, actually, I don't know. Technically, he maybe gotten better because Restorative Locket lost the spirit resist onto it. So maybe he kind of became slightly better indirectly. But it's not like there's been any big changes to his kit. But I mean, I guess the mobility is definitely one big factor to it in this 3-lane setup that makes him much more appealing.
Yeah, technically he did get worse. Like, he got nerfed in a lot of ways systematically over time. And then the last big patch for him, it changed his ult and kind of made his ult a bit more impactful, I would say, ultimately. But everything else, though, I totally agree, is just definitely nerfed a bit. But either way, a catch there from the Mo combo. Good team play there with Taz on the holiday. That's a good conversion, but it's going to attract the attention of the rest of the One Win team. They are starting to swarm on this location, trying to chase down these kills. And 13k difference is crazy. It's hard not to point it out. I feel like we're pretty consistently reminding everyone of the soul differential, but it's a pressing concern. Although, one thing, Jason, that is, I think, good for Paravision is once they get those 3 Guardians down, it should even it out or close the gap at least considerably.
I thought you were gonna say one good thing is we have a pause. We're back we're back to pocket again. I don't know who's doing this free cam observing, but they are a pocket fanboy or girl for sure. I mean, I will say this, like, for in Paravision's case, they have come back from this in match 1. Like, this is pretty similar to how match 1 played out. I just don't know. Like, obviously, you kind of get tired after 5 matches to be able to kind of bring it back like this. And not to mention, one going immediately for a very early mid boss. The thing is, they have Hex, so it's really tough to steal this away when you have a shared transformation to deal with as well. I think you have to give this up.
Yeah. This is okay. Well, we'll see the challenge coming in. Oh my God, is that a steal? No, not a steal. One win will pick it up after all is said and done, but it was a good attempt coming in from Paravision, and they may lose quite a few players now. They're gonna have to get out of there as fast as they possibly can. They only lost Taz, who was going for that steal. Will they lose any more? It looks like they'll lose Saf as well. That's not the end of the world, but oh, that's such a smart move, I feel like, Jason, because one man knew that if you look at Paravision, both on the ult side of things and just have the soul differential, if they team fight them even on the mid boss, that's still a great fight for one win. So they can just take the mid boss, and there's like no repercussions really.
You get him in close proximity for Affliction, for ABL to do some damage, not to mention the Yamato, and then Flammable has a great ult steal, like with the last stand. So it's kind of like a win-win for one win in that case.
Yeah, it's really smart that they recognize that and just go for it.
Man, what do you do as Paravision here? Like you have to get some catches, but like ABL is gonna be slippery, Xenon's gonna be slippery, Flammable can be slippery if you position your Spectral Assistant properly. Empty Dream's gonna be tough to lock down.
It's such an early rejuve as well. And Litz is on 9k on Vindicta, your first pick. Can he even kill a super creep? Like with one like clip?
Oh man. You're not wrong, actually. I do I mean, because obviously it scales over time. It's just gonna take a lot out of him. Spectral System used to get away there for Flammable. Does dodge away from the lasso. Though ABL might look to actually take this one. He's going to be in a 1-on-3 over there. Is the right-hand buff going to be picked up for one win? And ABL, I'm not sure if he stole it away, but either way, he does escape in the meantime. They're just really not letting Paravision get anything for free. Like, they're really making them work for it and commit, like, multiple players to just grab even, like, a buff.
Just the brazenness now that one win can operate with. I don't think they're hesitating at all about trying to go for this Anton, and they can just shove this one in there. They've got such great heroes to just get in there. I think this was a point that Jake made about the composition. It's so good at kind of just rolling in real quick and just making a lot happen on the fly. There it is. There's a connection. Shadow transformation. Keeps the Yamato very safe. And again, it's much like the mid boss, Jason, where Paravision, like, they want to contest, but they just simply can't.
Yeah, no way. Not in close quarters like that with Empty Dreams at 17,000 souls with an Affliction ready to go. And his Affliction's already maxed too. It's going to do some ridiculous damage. You have to give that one up. Again, you have to look for a pick with the lasso, with the combo, to do exactly what one win did to you in match 3. It's just not seeming to work out that way. And again, like when you have a Viscous to deal with, that whole combo that you're going to pull off can be easily shut down by just one Q. Not to mention when these ethereal shifts come online, you even have the damage to burst someone down within that combo. There's a lot of questions and a lot of like situations that can't play out the same way we saw in match 3 for Paravision, like we saw for one win.
Empty Dreams just farming those Sinner Sacrifices. I bet those are going to be at events in the future when we have these big events. Okay, hold on. Cool. Okay, we can now talk about it. I thought it was going to be a fight, Jason. I thought it was going to be very, very rude talking about the Sinner Sacrifices at live events in the future.
I remember when I was doing League of Legends, they had like the Gangplank oranges, or they had like the Zig bombs as like little like stress toys. I would love like one of the, like the soul icons as like a stress toy, like a squishy toy. That'd be fun.
Oh my God. Well, here comes the Warden last stand. Just shoving straight
that's
in.
Flammable's last stand.
Oh my God, yeah. Right, okay. Oh no, the Sinclair. The stats might change here today with Sinclair's win rate. Wolfie again just absolutely blasted by the shotgun here out of the pocket. Empty Dreams is crushing in this game. And it feels really disjointed for Paravision. It does feel like the composition is making things really, really difficult for Paravision. They can't seem to engage one win very well at all.
Man, we're up to
20k really far behind.
Yeah, like everyone. like the fact that Tass has more than Litz and Tass has more than Saf and more than Prestis, like obviously you want some farm on your holiday, but you need to have like a Geist. If you're gonna pick a Geist this early, you need to get the Geist some farm. At least able to get some farm with the actually they give it over together, so they're gonna get him a little bit farther ahead. Saf's gonna give that away to his teammate so they can start stacking this Warden.
Makes sense, I guess, because the Warden otherwise is just useless if he gets too far behind. That's a topic we talked about quite a lot, so makes sense. But that's a big pick to get. You know, you really need to capitalize as much as you can off of these potential picks where maybe there's a slide over extension, and that's a great punish. So it's and it's not an unrecoverable deficit. Again, if we remind ourselves, there's still 2 towers that have yet to be collected by Paravision. So if they just can hold on and farm effectively, macro well at this point, and avoid traps, and also pressure back in the spots where you have to, just so that you don't allow OneWin to take too many edges across the map into your jungle, etc. They might be okay here. Oh, the cube is so good.
Wow. No way.
There's no way Zenon lives. We're so weak. Oh no. That's so gutting.
Thing is, it worked last time they comboed him. They were able to kill him. This time, they didn't have the damage to do it.
And it was so close. I bet someone missed like one shot. That made the difference there. Although it is hard to probably miss the Google when it's in a combo, to be honest. It's like...
They're trying to go for a catch on Zanya now. He still has a shot transformation. Might have to use it instead. He has a debuff cleanser to get away from the binding word. So again, being very slippery, very hard to like lock down and go for kills. And at least you got to give some respect to Paravision trying to make something happen.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's Prestis to be the one to fall.
So one of the mistakes I think OneWin have made in the past is that they'll be aggressive for too long, leaving their own jungle up, so wasting their own time, but also like not knowing when to disengage and sometimes getting caught because of that. That's like one of the leaks that we've seen in this series from them. But we got the mid boss back up again, and I don't think the equation changes for them. I think they are going to be comfortable to just take it without a single pick and just force Paravision to have to come in and fight them, which would probably still be a very favorable fight in the mid boss pit for OneWin. So it seems like a win-win again if they try to do that.
Well, what's getting more rough for me is I look at, Paravision. They don't have a flex slot open, and they're about to hit 100K net worth on the team. So they're already just going to be behind in souls, but behind in terms of just raw stats because of not having that flex slot open to get the extra like stam or the extra spirit power, the extra gun damage from picking up one additional item. And the longer this game goes on, I mean, we're 21 minutes in, that flex slot is really damn valuable. So you have to make a lot of these really important decisions of like, what do I sell? What can I afford to sell right now to pick up a stronger item? And Paravision, like, they're trying to contest mid. They're trying to prevent Erm from going in, but you need to get this flex slot somehow. I feel like it's almost time to just like full send onto one of these lanes to get this Guardian down.
I see Krill.
Ooh, just... Wait, did he guess? Oh, he did pull somebody. I was like, okay, that connected. Empty Dreams just obliterating the Warden there. 17k Warden, not super behind. Again, like, everybody is somewhat on parity. Obviously, Mo is the furthest behind. That's acceptable. And this is what we're talking about. Going for that mid-boss again, Jason. Are we going to see a challenge from Paravision? They look like they're interested. Dropping down.
You have Stormcloud for Wolfie, so it is possible. Oh, he used it up top. No, sorry. That was Fireball stealing it away. He still has it up, but he's down to half HP. Litz is going to be one to go down. The Burrow trying to help Prestis escape because his combo is going to be on cooldown, but they're being walked over here. OneWin getting 4 kills just like that. And mid-boss. This is going to be a tough hold now because you're looking at another flex slot opening for OneWin when they go for one of these walkers, if not all 3. And a Nern turning on top of it.
There we go. Rejuve collected. Lots of jungle open on the map. The urn as well can be run. So this could turn into a 60k advantage. We're already at 30k advantage. I think seeing another 30k souls converted off of this isn't unreasonable with how much jungle's available. We get the urn collected there as well. One of the walkers should go here too. So there's a lot of value to be collected for OneWin. And the problem is, it doesn't feel like there's a team fight that Paravision can create that's favorable for them.
I mean, they still have like a decent comp, right? With like the Last Stand, the Storm Cloud, the Stake to kind of lock them in on top of that. Like they have like the potential, but I feel like the window they had to make it work is just kind of, oh my gosh, a pause during the combo. But the window they had to like make that comp work, it's shutting extremely. We're back to the pocket cam. It looks like he's farting to get some extra distance into the air.
True. Oof, the explosions. The pocket burst damage. Coming in big. This Walker is surely going to go down, but there it is. There is that Wolfie 21k Storm Cloud up in the sky to try to make life a little bit better for his team. Hold around this Walker, but his teammates are going down around him. They're going to keep the Walker alive for now.
Okay. All right, Zanya.
Yo,
yeah,
nice
I mean,
shot.
I know you have Reju, but this is a big like increase in souls for them, keeping the Walker alive. Also, I mean, the thing is 2 Walkers are already down, but keeping that mid Walker alive to prevent another Flux Soft from going. And he did not max his Assassinate first. He definitely maxed Pro this time for Litz. And they're actually getting aggressive off of this. This is tough considering they know the Rejuve's up for 1 win. The respawns are going to be there, and they're going to have to back away.
In principle, I do like sometimes being aggressive against a Rejuve team because you're kind of forcing them to react to you and wasting the Rejuve a little bit, the Rejuve time. So you can kind of lock them up in that. But I feel like the difference in souls is so huge that it just feels like 1win can steamroll whenever they want to. And that mid walker is definitely a big target for sure. That looks like that's being get up on. They're pushing both side lanes too with super creeps. And now they're coming to surround this mid position from all sides. Actually, we'll actually have Zanya get caught in the Yamato 2v1 against the Geist and the Mo. In the meantime, we've got this fight here around mid where the numbers are in advantage as well as the power for this 1win team. They are sending it. The hook not going to land hit that. That would have been a big hook. Maybe it's the greatest hook anyone's ever seen, Jason.
I mean, like you said, the Superman is pushing out the side lanes. There's no way they can defend that Walker or they're going to lose their base Guardians. And with that, they're going to take every advantage they had, back away, get some more center sacrifices, farm up this jungle because the Rejuvenator will be falling off in about 20 seconds time. And they also have both buffs spawning too. Like this is like the perfect setup for 1win to just go back and buy and come back even stronger.
I love it though. Look at the isolation of ABL there on the stairs. Very quick kill onto the Calico, 40k difference. Might be a good spot to get Jake back again. Jake, what do you think of all of this dominance?
I mean, 1win team are playing it smart. They're playing it safe, but this game looks really over to me. PowerVision are getting like a couple of these pickoffs, and that's what their draft is really good at. So if they can maybe chain together like 10 more, this could turn into something. But even pocket of the court, I'm not sure you can win this. Oh, the combo though. Okay, that is going to be enough. I mean, so 1win team as well, they're getting ahead with more jungling, but they're not really doing it as cleanly as they would like to. And each one of these picks is an opportunity for PowerVision to maybe go out on the map and do more. However, there's no jungle on PowerVision's side of the map. So they're going to need to force something. They're going to need to get aggressive right now. And I'm not convinced that 5v6 is enough of an advantage with a couple key ults used.
But they're going to find one of these fights in the middle of the map that could work out. They get the opening pick onto Zenon too. And so given that, there might be a chance here. 1win still with 2 players down. Flammable really low here on the Sinclair. And Wolfie there using the E-shift to try to keep himself alive for the moment. And that's going to continue to be the case. And this is a numbers game in favor of PowerVision. ABL though on the Return to Shadows there will get out of that one, but is alone at this point. So isolating these picks is perfect for PowerVision. It's exactly what you're talking about that they need to do, Jake. And they said they had to string like 10 together. I think that's another couple. So we're getting there. And look at the difference in souls. It's slowly but surely is closing a bit at the moment.
Yeah, Task got the Urn turn and he got stolen away. And that's a massive amount of souls. But again, like 1win would come right back through, and the advantage that PowerVision just got, albeit they did still continue to close the gap. Like you need to not die from this. You need to like win these fights the way you've been winning them, cleanly and taking this advantage without giving anything back, because you need to still overcome this ridiculous soul difference between these two teams. At least the upside for PowerVision is that soul differential. It's not that big if you can get the same amount of objectives that 1win has. And they finally did get a flex slot unlocked, but they're still going to be behind by 2 flex slots overall.
I think Jay made a good point about some of the inefficiencies, unless I'm misrepresenting him. In which case, I'm sorry. But some of the inefficiencies of 1win when they are playing ahead, they they try to play it safe, but sometimes in their aggressions, they stick around for a little bit too long. That's something I mentioned before. And so there is opportunities for Paravision to farm a little bit. Getting some jungle camps on their side of the map coming up, but it does still feel like they do need to go out further afield here because there's just more on OneWin's side of things at the moment. And mid boss is coming up, so getting a pick off in the next minute, or rather in the next like 20 seconds would be really sick for Paravision, because these mid bosses will just continue to be uncontested otherwise.
Good attempt for the last. So I do wonder though, at what point do we say Paravision are overcommitting for this grouping and going for picks? I mean, you have to kind of still think about who's going to be getting the farm. It looks like we will have a fight break out here momentarily, or considering one would have set up around mid at the moment. You can see they're not over towards the Rejuvenator right now though. And the charge going to be led by Zanya. And they continue to push forward. He does have a Shadow Transformation. That's the binding word used and cleansed off. And they're going to get the first kill. Sap, no chance to pull off the soul exchange. Zanya can continue to push forward. He's going to have to actually retreat back to try to take down Together, who's been gifted a lot of farm at 27,000 souls, but doesn't really amount to much if you get picked off. And Flammable uses his own last stand to try to push the base. And OneWin, they want to take that base until they realize we have a big enough mana advantage that we could back away from this one and go for mid.
Is there a combo here to like chain into this? Oh yeah, they're going to get the pocket. Okay, this makes it a little bit interesting. A 3v4 now for Paravision. So not the end of the universe.
They don't have the damage though. Look who's alive. It's a Vindicta 25k. Like, you need Wolfie alive, you need Together alive, and one would still have Zanya at 33k available to fight.
Yeah, pressuring this mid boss is absolutely possible. There's no ults there for Paravision to really do a good job of dealing with that. Paravision need to isolate players around the mid position, and right now OneWin are all playing together, so they can't do that. Great catch onto Lit. So OneWin again just turning around, and the combo comes in but can't capitalize on that. It's going to be an escape now. Here is the mission for the remainder of the Paravision squad. They are at least delaying the mid boss take for some of their teammates to get up, but at the same time it's still going to turn around and be a better situation for OneWin, it looks like.
I mean, this is a very extended fight here. Like, Paravision eventually get the respawns back through. Wolfie's up in 4 seconds and he has Stormcloud up. And with that kill into Zanya, it actually does limit the potential for OneWin to necessarily take the mid boss cleanly. They don't have a Shadow Transformation to almost secure it. So Paravision, they hold on. They live to fight another day here. Still only down about 31,000 souls. And they're not giving up just yet. And then we talked about the cleanliness of OneWin taking this 30k soul lead and turning it into more. And it's looking a little bit dirty here, Dan.
Yeah, and it's interesting because in theory, OneWin could still try to force the mid boss, but they are going to go for the Untitled instead. And what was interesting is that they tried to go for the straight up team fight previously instead of also just going for a clean mid boss, which they have done 2 times previously. And if you look at the scoreline, actually, the gap is closing. The longer this game goes on, the gap is closing more, which that's not how it's supposed to go if the team that's ahead is macroing correctly. So this is starting to become doable here for Paravision, and Saf's going to get the pick up. They're going to try to rescue that, but I don't know that he can keep holding that. They are getting chased down right now.
Well, the Ethereal Shift came in out of task. Going to use the jump pad to get away. The chase is still going to be on though. Another Ethereal Shift off to the side. That one's going to be out of Empty Dreams, and they're now forced to back away, realizing that Together's popped his last stand, and this will be an earned take. Paravision, as you talked about, closing that soul gap. It could be a hook to come through. Eventually dislodging. The hook's just short. But it doesn't matter. He looks like he's going to die either way here.
Does he have a hell swap? He has the ult. He's going to be able to pull that one off. Yes, he gets the swap. He's going to go down there, but that is at least a chunk of damage onto Bebop. He does have Fortitude, I think, so it's going to heal that one up pretty fast. But again, look at the differential in souls. It's almost a 10k difference, Jason. Wasn't it like a 50k difference?
It was at least 40, and we can see when we were trying to go for mid boss here, but they're still kind of split. Like, you have Flammable overextended by himself being chased down. Xeno's going to come in to help him escape, and their left lane walkers being hit all while this is happening. Like, OneWin are letting this lead slip away, and Paravision, credit to them to not give up considering how the game started off. I mean, we were what, like 10k 7 minutes in, but it comes down to this mid boss. Like, this is going to be tough to deal with here. You don't want to throw too much into it and not get the steal. with the shadow transformation, they realize there's no way we can contest it. So this will be the third or second. I'm losing count for one win of the Rejuves this game.
I think the third one. But the thing is, if you're Paravision, if you just keep playing smart and playing this macro well, and just like taking the right fights as they've been doing, they're actually they're still recovering. It's like a net recovery despite the fact that they're losing all these rejuves. So they've got the experience now of 2 mid bosses where that's kind of been the story. So if they can just keep doing that, they should feel confident that they can actually come back in this game. The only issue that I feel like exists is that this late game scaling, I feel like surely is better for one win.
Oh. Okay. Where's the damage? It's going to be in there. Yeah, the thing is, they're not really going to lose anything off this either because of being able to get back to base in time, and the lane wasn't shoved up enough. It's a good like little window for them to play with, but I guess you can see they're going to lose a lot of their jungle. But still, what, 16k difference? Quite far down, and obviously that 16k doesn't matter as much the longer the game goes on as well.
Yes,
16k at 30 minutes versus 10k at 7 minutes is a complete difference.
And we can see that they're lacking the final flex slot as well, Paravision, so they also don't have the ability to, I mean, you have to like sell stuff at some point. So yeah,
only have 1 flex slot. They don't even have a single walker down. And they're at 200k net worth with only 1 flex slot, Dan? Like, what?
Oh, that's rough. Yeah, they need to really fix that. But the problem is that because of the rejuves that they keep losing, they just can't get out on the map that deep.
I think they deserve even more credit to keep this game alive, considering they're behind by 2 items a piece, like minimum.
That is a very good point. And they might have to make some awkward decisions around their builds. We'll have to see how that works. But okay, the Rejuvenator is only got a minute left. We're going to start to see one win trying to push in. But they've got to push in deep for these kills. And now we're actually looking at the Paravision. That's the strongest Paravision that we have seen in these fights. Whoa. I don't know about that. Well, that's not a good catch. Get the Mo there. Preston's got out.
I see, Holiday.
And the mid lane Guardians are still being hit here for the base. And she's going to be cleaned up. And what did they accomplish off that rejuve? Nothing.
I don't know. This is so interesting to see. So, still 15k difference. Let's bring in Jake real quick. We haven't seen the rejuve get fully played out just yet, but Jake, what do you make of this situation right now?
I mean, one win seems to have fallen off a little bit in this part of the game with their draft. They're still incredibly strong, but these pickoffs just keep coming in one after another off the Mo Krill. But have they gone a little bit too deep out of base? This is where one win team want to get the fight.
Okay, we'll see if they can capitalize here, Jason. We've got the goo ball out here. And one win. It's they're down Empty Dreams, but Paravision down lit at the moment. This fight a bit spread out here for one win. Paravision are much more of a ball at the moment. Mo coming back into the fight now as well, as also we get a swarm from one win. A few low players here for one win, but they have managed to claim the advantage on the numbers in the fight now. Now that Together's gone down, it's getting really scary going deep into the base. Paravision have to be really careful not to lose any more players here. If they can just like retreat into the base and still get the shrines, I feel like they still have a chance to come back into this game, even if they lose the patron. They just need to be able to make sure that they don't like lose the entire game.
And I hope Wolfie has Unstoppable if he's going to pull off a Storm Cloud here. The hooks and overseas are going to cause them some major problems, and they will let the patron go. Not going to go for the contest for now. Saf, he's in enemy territory. Sorry, enemy territory. I mean his own base. It's late. It's game 5. I thought he was caught out there. Makes more sense that he was going to the safety of his base, I should say. And one win just going to back off. So finally, they do get a crack in the shell of the defensive Paravision, making that backdoor potential more likely now, especially if they pick up another Rejuvenator. But as Jake said, like these picks that Paravision keep getting is what's keeping them in this game.
It'd be so cool if there's a world at some point in the future where we get to keep track of this in the sacrifice buffs, because I'd be really curious of the difference there. Because one win, you would expect they have a mega conversion on that because they've had so much map control, and that could be a really big difference in addition to the soul differential. Because now it's a 30k difference from a 15k difference, so doubling the advantage one win.
Oh man, their juice spawns so much quicker. Obviously being this late in and taken so many times. I think we might have a standoff here unless we see a catch. Like Empty Dreams, you cannot afford to get caught off like that yet again. ABL at 50,000 souls. Like he should be able to 1v1 anyone, and yet we're not really seeing the presence in the fights because someone keeps getting caught on one win side.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And it is part and parcel of the style of play that they have. They like do try to send those scouts out to try to get those kills, but that can be exploited if you're expecting it. And here is a big fight coming in on top of the mid boss outside of that structure. There is a connection. Oh, brilliant combo kill. What a turnaround there, enabling Litz to get up into the sky as opposed to being locked down by the hook. And there's some good damage coming out from the Holiday as well. But Saf is, he swaps the health just in the nick of time there. This might be an okay fight, but they will lose together. And the damage, the differential in items, I think is really being felt right now for Paravision as they lose 2 players, 3 players, only to trade Zanya. And that might not be enough here. The mid boss is up, but they could also just go in for the patron. This could be the moment, Jason.
Oh, Empty Dreams goes down again. Wolfie gets there in time to turn things around. No Storm Cloud up. We can see One Winner immediately rushing in towards the base here to close this one out. The Hex has come through. Wolfie cannot escape. He barely gets back into his base, but eventually gets picked off. And finally, after 39 minutes and 5 maps, One Win pull off the reverse sweep to take DFN number 19. Brought to you by Intel. It was a crazy climb back for One Win, being down 2-0 early on in the series, but they held together strong and they came together when it mattered, and they claimed the throne once again.
Yeah, what a sweep, a reverse sweep from One Win after the first 2 maps did not go their way. I mean, to be honest, the first map, they had a huge advantage, and it was Paravision's excellence that allowed them to come back. Paravision with a dominant second map, and at that point it looked like it was only going one way, but the drafts kept evolving. One Win kept their head above water, and here we are winning our first best of 5 that goes all the way. Awesome that we have 2 great teams here to contest against VP, who are absent this week, but great performance nonetheless, and then a great amount of deadlock that we got here in the EU portion of the broadcast.
Yeah, and again, we talked about like what adaptations are we going to see? Like we had a lot of different things come into this game. One Win being slaughtered last week by VP. If they learned from their mistakes, how they adapted their gameplay. Paravision dropping Play With Me, one of the star players of the roster since the beginning of the team, basically, and picking up Wolfie, who did definitely shine quite a bit when it came to like 7 in his pocket. But One Win coming out ahead here at the very end of the game. It's, man, the mental fortitude to go, what, we're like 5 hours into this broadcast already, to kind of hold it together and to kind of come together at the very end. Obviously, some mistakes were made when it came to like individual play, and some great play out of Paravision to force those mistakes with the catches they pulled off. But to close it out when it mattered is it's not easy to do. And big credit to One Win. They definitely earned their paycheck today.
Yeah. And it was a really fun learning experience for us as well. I think we should bring Jay back in here as well. But just a fun learning experience just to see the troubleshooting that both teams did, finding the value of what was good, what was not good. We saw the appearance of certain characters and the disappearance of certain others. Bebop came back in at the end, but seemed like Bebop is still maybe not trashed here, but just didn't work out in this particular series.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see the evolution in the pick priority, where Bebop was super high prio previously, but today I think people maybe had dealt with it a little bit better, more aware that they can, wait it out and get to the late game, where it seems that Bebop does have a significant fall off issue. On top of that, I think it was super interesting to see Mo get a bit of priority in this series and clearly look really strong. I mean, like that near comeback from Paravision in Game 5 came from a lot of Mo picks, and there's like definitely this late game point where Mo really changes the game and makes your opponent's lives just so difficult. I think this will be really curious to see how the meta looks to continue, and especially on an NA who typically have their own takes, their own perspective on what's strong. Man,
I mean, just look at some of these highlights here. Like some of them are from like match 3, some are from other matches, and it's just kind of crazy to see how this whole thing played out. I mean, obviously you talk about like the grouping, and it's kind of funny to see Paravision do exactly what made One Win so successful, looking for these ganks when it came to the jungle and catch them out with using the mode to its proper a use, at least that Soldier's in the game. But honestly, like, I think Paravision deserve a lot of credit. They've obviously made some recent roster swaps. I think the fact they took the first 2 maps is a very good sign for them, considering they've had a massive loss streak against 1win, which obviously continues now. But they're showing some signs of life and keeping things close here in EU.
Yeah, I think there's
100%.
definitely reason to be optimistic for this team. Like, as much as 1win team, it was like they had their vision of the game that was a bit stronger as they were able to implement it in the back half of the series. So did Paravision, right? Like, they had their own strategy, their way of playing, especially some of these late game moments, especially playing from behind, sort of the way Virtus Pro likes to play, but maybe not quite as well executed as VP bring. But I mean, nonetheless, I was impressed. I thought Wolfie had a great showing, especially when he got the pocket in game 2. Was a really nice performance.
Well, speaking of pocket, I feel like that's such a great lead in to the player of the match, which I feel like has something to do with pocket based on your choice here, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, Empty Dreams, this is just undeniable from ZP and I. I mean, every time they've been like basically first picking it the back half of the series. And a lot of that comes from just the incredible confidence in what Empty Dreams can do. And a couple of these, I think he went flawless in a couple of the games. I mean, just so destructive on the pocket, ridiculous damage, ridiculous presence on the map. Just doing the most. And even on the Infernus was like a huge issue here in game 1, had a big lead. Of course, they fell off the lead in this game, but nonetheless, Empty Dreams was a big part of that success. Didn't have one bad game in the series, I'd say.
Yeah, and we've kind of talked about like the development of 1win over time, and the Empty Dreams has kind of always been one of those carry players for the roster. But it's impossible to be a roster with just that one carry player. And obviously the addition of ABL helped alleviate that pressure, where we saw like the success of 1win initially was ABL able to help pick up that slack. Obviously we've seen like overseas, he deserves some credit on top of this, but for Empty Dreams to kind of be freed up and obviously like flex around his hero pool has been a breath of fresh air for 1win. But I still, oh, come on, why just one of the highlights, please, come on.
The jump scare.
Yeah.
Oh, the highlight
instant
pack,
immediate
man.
death.
He's MVP. I'm like waiting. Is he gonna die and be like face down to the ground? No, I think he's gonna get a kill here. Actually,
We're gonna be trolled next.
It's cool too, just because again, like you don't. Pocket has been, I think you were talking about this, Jason. Pocket has been through a lot in terms of big priority over the course of Deadlock, and it hasn't really been that much in the way of changes, but it kind of reminds me a little bit of like, so there's certain characters just have like these abilities that are kind of unique in what they enable the character to do, and Pocket seems to be one of those. And with the playmaking potential that he has and seeing people get better and better at him, it's like super fun to see that, because he's one of the most dynamic playmakers in the game, and I love the identity that the hero has. For me, it's like it like I associate Pocket so heavily with Deadlock, with how unique his like ability set is. So I love to see that personally.
Well, you know what I'd love to see, Dan?
What's that?
If Jake's, do you have a point, Jake?
well, I was just gonna say, you know, I think it really plays to 1win strengths. They'd love to like all these hit and run characters, like everybody making their own plays, finding their own opportunities, and then using that mobility to turn that into like an explosive team fight. They're just a super fun team to watch, and I think the reason they're drafting Pocket so crazy high prio is just the perfect hero for their style, the way they want to play the game.
All right, Jason, what is it?
You know what
Give
I
it
love to see? I love to see
I
some
ruin your
North
joke,
American
Jason?
matches. No, I wanted to throw it a break. I love to see some North American matches, man. We still have a best of 1 and a best of 3 to come your way. B&B looking to reclaim the throne where they got knocked off it by Hydration the prior week. And of course, LARP Lords coming in due to melee creeps, not being able to field a 6, wanting to give their new 6 some time. If you guys didn't hear, the Cool Cheese was dropped from the team. But that's all coming up next year, Dan. And I'm really excited to see how things are to go for it. Did they just update the times live on broadcast, or did I have a mini seizure again?
I think that sounds like it was confirmed. Yes. Well, that's what you have to look forward to, everybody, after the break. We are probably fairly behind schedule, so we're going to have to just toss it straight to the break. We'll be back after a short period of time. We'll catch our breaths, and you guys can tune into more Deadlock if that's what you choose to do for the North American portion of the broadcast for DFN 19, presented by Intel. See you shortly after this.
Krill.
We made it out alive.
I see Krill.
That won't be the last. You mess with the law, the law's gonna They took out 7. Armor's not gonna save them. Will someone shoot him already?
We're back here at Deadlock Fight Night. Moving on to our North America portion of the show. That's right, it's a little bit later than the norm, but what can you do when you have such a banger of a match to kick off the day in EU? ZP here once again with DDK and Jake. And gentlemen, going into NA, we got a new story here where Hydra Nation came back last week, looked absolutely reinvigorated. But BNB, they've been a really good team, and they're looking to make today a little bit of the revenge tour, but they got to get through LARP Lords first.
You know, I think for the challenger match, it's going to be interesting. I would say BNB probably the favorites, but they got kind of owned by Hydra Nation in the last match. And I wonder if that has shaken their confidence at all. Is that an opportunity that LARP Lords could exploit?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because there's a lot of development to be had in this region. I think with BNB, especially what we saw against Hydra Nation, you can see the spots where BNB have a lot of strengths, but you can also see that they try to force their style of play onto the game. And so if they run into problems with that, it doesn't always go their way. So that to me suggests that LARP Lords have a lot of probable openings that could appear that they could exploit. But to see what form they're in, I feel like week to week, it's hard to predict exactly where teams are. We've seen a lot of variation week to week with even some of the more stable teams. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it turns out.
You're talking variation. Let's talk about variation on invites. Initially, it was going to be melee creeps this week. Then melee creeps, you know, things happened where they weren't actually quite ready. They had to pull out. But we'd initially asked LARP Lords to play instead of melee creeps, and LARP Lords was like, I don't know. I don't think we're ready. And then by the time that melee creeps had pulled out, LARP Lords is like, oh man, we're feeling absolutely jacked, ready to go play. So yeah, even for the teams themselves, it will quite literally vary from day to day, much to my own anxiety over the situation. But Jake, it's early in an esport and it's NA. What more could you expect, really?
Yeah, that's how it goes, right? North America, you know, we're famous for our bathroom breaks, not always for the cleanest play, but that's what makes the North American Deadlock, I think, a little bit more fun to watch. It's going to be chaotic, a lot of teams brawling, fighting, super aggressive. Curious to see, though, if this new and revamped Hydra Nation is as good as they were last week. I think a lot of eyes are going to be on that money match.
Yeah, and you take a look here at the rosters. Things have changed, right? Where you might be going like, what in the world is this? DMB is with LARP Lords now? That's right. Well, Hydra Nation made changes. DMB left them. Now, you know, it always happens. The roster shuffle. But BNB, since adding poppers to their squad and, you know, getting some time to gel, they've looked really good, aside from last week, Dan, where they got blown out. But to me, more of an aberration because on a mechanical level, BNB is still very, very skilled.
Yeah, I think so. And I think for me that them getting blown out, again, I think that they have a way to interpret the game that feels good for them in the scrims, and sometimes that's not always going to go well, because I think what we've also learned from some of the interviews is that the pool of practice in terms of scrimming is kind of small, so it's hard to really get a good test for everything that you're trying to run. So some stuff may feel a little bit better than maybe it actually is in practice in some of these official matches, especially against Hydra Nation. Hydra Nation are kind of a different beast. Obviously against LARP Lords, there's probably more play to be had because you're not running into like the kind of fundamentals that a team like Hydra Nation has. So there should be more edges to game. But with that said, there's a lot of experience here on this LARP Lords lineup, and it's great to see players like, you know, Naked in there as well, and some of these more familiar names that for now, for us, have been, I think, you know, we can kind of associate with being some of the bread and butter of North American Deadlock. And yeah, I can't wait to see how their careers develop. But for now, LARP Lords is replacing Melee Creeps, and I'm expecting big things here, ZP.
Yes, and also big things come in the 1v1. I had to record the 1v1 earlier before we hopped into it, you know, just a little bit ago. So I'm keeping out of the commentary, but I leave it to Jake, Dan, spectate this mole-on-mole action.
Yeah, I can tell you recorded at ZB because you can't see the
Okay, to me,
somebody's gonna win. One of them will win, the other one will lose. Oh, that was a big. Oh, Lord, damn, style on them.
I feel like a recovery on the camera angles there at the end there, so I appreciate that.
Respect,
like,
respect.
People remember the beginning and the end, so you had like at least one of those.
Okay, to be clear, the full video had the full action of everything. We just like cut off the top half, and that cut was like not beneficial to me at all. I take like
someone else's fault. I see how it is.
I take like half responsibility for whatever just went on there. But look, either way, Lord M,
we got the money shot. We got the money shot. Lord M got the dub. You know, and what I'm curious about though, and especially in this series with how much Pocket was played, how pivotal it was in the EU series, is do we see a super early Pocket draft for BNB given Ido? You talk about, you know, bread and butter of North American Deadlock. Ido's Pocket has got to be that. There's I think if that's what BNB want, I wouldn't blame them for it based on what we just saw in Europe, and I think a lot of those players probably also watched those matches.
It's I don't know, Jake. Sometimes I try to set my expectations based on what I think is the meta or what's happening in EU, and NA just does its own thing anyway, you know. So I don't know. I feel like very hesitant to try to make those predictions, but I appreciate that you're trying to do it. The Mirage opening ban, hey, that's pretty standard. That's pretty standard. What do we have here for LARP Lords? Do we have something equally standard? Maybe the Sinclair that's been pretty banned recently. So.
That's how you know he's been around for a long time, Dan. You've just called the LARP Lords Llama Lords. Llama Lords are dead.
I did?
They got absorbed by Hydra Nation. But you do have some falters there where they're just the LARP Lords. You know, it's still LL, but, you know, same acronym, new words, new players. But
roleplay enjoyers, not alpaca enjoyers, you know?
Yeah, exactly. First pick, though, for B&B, going to be interesting. Where I almost called them by their old name. They've rebranded. They're, as far as we know, they're bed and breakfast now. The B&B is whatever you want it to be.
I like bed and breakfast. Team bed and breakfast, lock in.
Yeah, they've locked in Vindicta here, though, Jake. Something that has been kind of consistent from both regions.
Yeah, Vindicta's been strong. You know, I think it just has great laning, great last hitting, you know, good pressure on the early lane, and always the potential to snowball out of control, right? We have once in a while, we see these Vindictas just get to like a ridiculous soul count, kind of the highest potential snowball possible in the game with that max snipe. Though more often we see max crow these days is how early the laning phase ends up being decisive. You can't really hold those points waiting for your ult to unlock. Calico going for LARP Lords, no surprise. I mean, both regions. I think Calico, regardless of differences between regions, has been super high prio, more or less since her release, has just only grown in popularity, if anything.
And I'm going to quickly let you guys in on a secret. Casters have this thing in their brains that filters out all the dumb stuff you could say that would ruin your career. And for some reason, over the last couple of hours, that's been working overtime in my head. The amount of things that are getting blocked at the door, they're getting bounced. I'm not saying it's I don't know why. I think it's because I'm tired. But so far, this draft looks worryingly sober. I should say. Vindicta opening seems pretty common. We saw that in the EU meta as well. Calico into Sinclair. Sinclair, the stocks are going up. Just got to win on the Sinclair. That's a big deal
right.
for these
The
Sinclair
stocks.
fans.
I'm not a believer in the Sinclair yet. Maybe if you pick the Warden into it. I am, however, still a believer in the Bebop Vindicta lane. I think that is a huge threat lane. It's a great opener first two to dominate the mid, and LARP Lords are going to need a solid response. I don't know that Mo is that answer based on how good these two heroes match up against Mo.
By the way, it's NA. Where's the Kelvin? Like, the Kelvin usually has been getting picked earlier historically in here. Instead, it's going to be the Geist. So maybe shifting into the mid band here for the Kelvin. We'll see what LARP Lords decides to go with. Also, what about Mo? Mo was used in every single game last week in North America as BNB got absolutely throttled by Mo in every single game. So if you're LARP Lords and you're thinking, well, this worked out really well last time around, the Mo was getting picked as early as first pick before. And now we're almost to the mid-round and is yet to show up. Is it going to show up here? Nope, it's Holiday, who people are back to favoring here, Dan, as we head into the mid-band section.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Holidays has a lot of utility for the initiating. Great burst damage, good lockdown, just good in the early game too. Just a lot of applications. And I think overtook priority over Paradox, who is a character that has similar abilities in terms of the role. So banning Paradox could be a nice move. I don't know what the pro on Paradox will be for BNB. They go for the Viscous ban instead, which is interesting because Viscous I feel like has been an outlier choice. Like, people pick it, it's still good, but it's not like we're seeing teams like base their comps around it.
I think this is very targeted at BNB. This is like they have in past weeks they were like first picking Viscous just for like pure love of the game. Like, this is like the character they want to use. Like they just what can I say? Some people are just born to ball, and I think maybe that is the case for BNB as they respond with the 7 ban. So I think that makes sense. Like, for LARP Lords, they kind of needed one of those like late game carries, maybe a bit of that big AoE zoning on objectives. It would have been potentially annoying to deal with there for BNB. So both bans make sense to me. Curious to see where the draft goes from here, though. I think both teams have a solid start.
We can't show the merch screen because we are mid-draft, but somewhere, if Justin is listening, probably heard the Born the Ball is like, we got ourselves a new Viscous inspired shirt. Born to Ball. Abrams, though, coming into play, which also, you compare the EU. EU didn't see a ton of Abrams today. I think we saw it in one map. We saw one map.
Oh, you're right. We did see it in one map.
I think it was the first map, if I'm going back on it. But Abrams did look very, very good last week, especially in NA. LARP Lords bringing it in, but not before the Mo. They value the Abrams over the Mo. BNB, though, let's see what they decide to pick here, because Pocket is also still available. I got you. And instead, the Infernus coming on out. So, comparison to EU and even NA of last week, no Mo setting here just yet, Dan, and no Pocket.
We did actually see a good performance on an Infernus today as well in EU, of all places, because the Infernus stocks dropped just off the face of the planet in EU previously, but we saw like a third pick Infernus. We saw that Tesla bullet build that came in, and that actually made a lot of sense to get him online, get him farming without having to skill up the flame dash and prioritize it over the afterburn. So definitely, I feel like Infernus maybe has a bit more value than I think I was valuing it, but we'll see how BNB uses it. They do get the Paradox after all. Don't prioritize it super hard because obviously Holiday already on the other team. Right now for LARP Lords though, what are we looking to go for here? I could see a Grey Talon could be kind of nice. Oh, they
banned it. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that ban has exposed them a little bit. They're going to get the Mo Abrams combo, though. This is something that Hydra Nation deployed repeatedly. And you might be right. Maybe a Kelvin for the 6th. I mean, and that looks like a terrifying front line for LARP Lords. Maybe they're a little low on the damage, but man, like the late game team fighting, the death balling is going to be super scary. Like the pickoff threat is massive. BNB going to have to keep their wits about them.
You got to go Kelvin. Kelvin has to be the perfect pick to complement this with the front line you have. You have the Abrams and Mo, you add the Kelvin, and they go Pocket. It's going to take it away from BNB, and Pocket is good. I guess this means support-wise, they're sticking with more, okay, we're going to have the support played more on the Sinclair end. I don't know.
It could be Holiday sort of getting less farm. I mean, I think some teams have just not really had a support, and the support was whoever has the worst laning phase. You got to start buying support items, which I think, is just something to be said for that. You got Abrams, you got Mo Krill, you got a lot of stun control and lockdown, but you're right. I mean, I think these teams almost swapped final picks. I wouldn't have been surprised to see LARP Lords take the Kelvin, and I wouldn't have been surprised to see BNB get the Pocket as the 12th. So, Yeah, interesting draft now. Both teams maybe already knowing very well each other in this NA scrim pool, trying to attack each other's comfort zone with these picks, steal away some of those key arrows.
Yeah, it's definitely a dangerous draft. I like that the Pocket came in there at the end. I feel like the Pocket storyline must continue. If you guys saw the broadcast earlier today, Pocket was a part of every winning map, right? Is that the case?
Yes, Pocket went 5-0 in EU. And, yeah.
And got first picked at some points, which is kind of wild. But I mean, I can't argue with it because it was so sick. So, but the question is, can we get a performance on in Pocket from Larplords as we did with Empty Dreams? So, you know, that remains to be seen. Where do you guys feel these comps fall in terms of like the early, mid, and late game?
I kind of like the Larplords draft, thinking about, I mean, I'm so like EU pilled from that last 5-map series, but like this is like giving me sort of a 1-win vibe of like a lot of aggressive fighting characters, a lot of like close range engagement potential. For B&B, I think if they can play the space and they can, you know, like get these fights to go long, they should be able to out damage and out carry over the long term. And maybe Kelvin is the secret sauce that allows them to get to that point in the team fight. But I think there's some real threat from Larplords just picking people off, snowballing objectives, and really taking the fight to B&B.
Yeah, I generally agree with that early assessment. I also think, too, when you're able to stack with, like, Calico, also Mo and Abrams, you're talking about something that's going to be, if you do get any edge, the amount that you're going to be able to physically push into the jungle, take space in the jungle, usually let Calico devour it, and it just snowballs rapidly, especially if you can get mid-tower early. Like, I think for Larplords, you stack your strongest possible lane in middle, you go from middle guardian early, and you give yourself more opportunity to invade and go from there. Conversely, I think you're B&B, you probably send to the middle Bebop Vindicta, right? Or, you know, a variation that's quite strong, and you do everything in your power to just prevent the mid guardian in particular from going down, because you do not want to get into a situation where you're going to your own jungle and you get 2 mole fists in your face with a charge right after, right? Like, you have to really protect your territory here if you're a B&B to prevent Larplords from getting out of hand.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I love Larplords comp for that 1-win playstyle where, yeah, your strategy is we're gonna get that early initiative by taking that early map control with the early guardian, and then if you don't fight us in your jungle, we take your sinner sacrifices and we clean up your jungle. So you kind of have to fight us one way or the other, and they've got such great pick-off potential there that I love that strategy. It's why 1-win, I think, really pioneering that one, and it's only VP that I think I've seen deal with it super well. Of all the teams that have faced it, obviously Paravision did a good job, but VP is just another level entirely.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, you know, that mid lane in particular, ZP, because I think you're right. I think it's both the case that Larplords really want to open mid guardian. They really want to put the pressure on. It's also, for me, the case that B&B might make that very difficult. They might be the ones winning mid, dominating it even with this Vindicta Bebop. I mean, it can be an explosive lane. It can also fall flat if you're not able to connect and find those hooks, and you get punished for some of those forward moves. However, I think the mid lane is going to be a key point of contention, and especially for B&B as they get deeper into the late game, just being very cautious about not getting caught and picked off is going to be a real challenge with just a number of stuns and initiators. You know, once you start getting these warp stones on Mo, Phantom Strike for Abrams, the game is going to be very, very scary for B&B. So I think B&B kind of need to get off to a strong start so they have the stability to farm.
And then what stronger start can we have today with how you went? Then begin with a pause. The 3-second pause just to kick things off. Like, come on, this is.
I think they're actually memeing on us. There's no way, right?
I don't think it's a meme. I just think this is our reality today. It is Pause Lock, the brand new name of the game. We just weren't aware, and the double high ground opening coming out here from Larplords. But we'll see how this middle lane goes. It is Bebop Vindicta in the middle, so we'll see if B&B can hold defense and not let Larplords get ahead of things. But Jake, any final words here, which could be your final words on the broadcast today, as I believe you have to go soon, about these early lanes?
Yeah, I like the decision, I want to say, from Larplords to not bring the Mo to mid lane, where we've seen a lot of teams do really well with the Mo in mid. I don't think it matches up well against Vindicta Bebop. I think that's like too much threat to pull Mo out of position or isolate him, lock him down under tower. Too many scary opportunities there. So I really like the decision to send it to the side lane. And this double long range mid lane, yes, if you get a Bebop hook, it's really good, but will you actually land those hooks?
Yeah, we definitely did see Bebop struggle a bit more today than I think some of the Bebop games that we have seen recently. Our sample size on DFN is obviously is like relatively small, and I feel like we've seen so many good Bebop games until the EU games where Bebop did not have as much impact in these early games as we are used to seeing. So curious to see what the story will be here in this case. Obviously, it's going to be really heavily based on the players to a large extent. I think teams are slowly getting better at dealing with the Bebop.
Yeah, I mean, Bebop's an interesting case where the longer the hero has been out, the more the game has been out, right? Like, people are going to get more and more adept at, like, landing ridiculous hook shots. But on the same note, the more that you're exposed to having to play against the Bebop, the more that you just get a sixth sense of, if I go here at this time, I'm going to get hooked into a Guardian, and I'm going to die, right? So, the play and counterplay continually evolves. But so far, Dan, relatively quiet beginning to the game here. 7K to 7K. No one dead here just yet, but you look at the mid lane, Vindicta and Bebop are causing a little bit of trouble to Calco and Holiday.
Yes. Calco Holiday is a pretty bursty amount of damage that can be applied from their side of things, so definitely poses a lot of threat. But yeah, that combo, the Bebo. I was going to call him Bebo. The Bebo Vindy. I don't know. I'll just rename everything into some cutesy version. Definitely a scary lane with the hook and the stake combo. It's become quite classic so far. So much so that lots of teams are even banning it because it really helps to ensure that Vindicta gets a good start too. And with the Crow build as well, it seems to be more in vogue thanks to Mikhail S. We'll have to see if that is the build. It applies a more consistent output from Vindicta because you're not having to rely on getting the assassinates, and you can still like dominate with damage by getting that Crow, and your teammates will get the benefit of the resistances that get nerfed after the Crow lands. So yeah, it's only scary, but if anyone can deal with that, it's an unkillable cat in Calico and Holiday, who's extremely slippery and has all that burst damage too.
Yeah, I mean, Calico, one of the few heroes where you get a hook, especially once you hit the 3K mark. Oftentimes, she will get away. But, Yams does a window of opportunity. But speaking of opportunity, back here into the right lane. Scout was going for the charge, doesn't quite hit it. Under pressure and falling back a bit. But I do think, Dan, the calm before the storm we're experiencing right now will be short-lived. Once we hit 3K souls, I think things are going to get a whole lot spicier. Still keeping an eye, though, on middle lane to see if Yams can find an early hook, help open things up here for BNB. But so far, I mean, LARP Lords has been doing a great job of keeping pressure up in the mid lane, not giving up hooks. And you look at the HP here, this is where Calco wants to dive. Drops the parry, moves on in, but doesn't want to see it through to the end. Just a little bit too spicy.
It is interesting too, thinking about the left lane with the Kelvin and Furnace, because that is a really nice combo. Yeah, Ice Beam plus, that's going to make it easier for Infernus to connect afterburn damage. So it's kind of a lot of damage output that's possible, but you've got then the Satchel of Pocket, and then you've got the Sinclair that can play really well from back range and has the Hex, etc. So a pretty interesting dynamic. I'll be curious to see who comes out on top there between LARP Lords and BNB.
You know what else is interesting from DNB? DNB not even going early melee left still, but hang on. Abrams charge. Pressure applied here, the guys. Seismic Slam now up and ready. 3K was just hit. As they say that, do over to the left. We haven't really looked at left too much. Gets the early pickoff onto Pierre. Meanwhile, Hyper Beam out here from Yams under pressure. Getting decent poke off of it, at least mitigating some of the pressure here on Mid Guardian. And, Dan, I don't even think you can underrate that, where keeping Mid Guardian live is so important. Like, yeah, you're not getting a kill, but you're really relieving some of the pressure in mid.
Yeah, and it is definitely good at buying time, but it only buys some time. So we'll have Vindicta coming back to lane, but Bebop is getting actually no, Bebop's pretty okay. Yams is half health on the Bebop, so not super healthy. And against a Calico and a Holiday, they can dive you. You got to be really cautious there. So they're going to be on the back foot on this mid lane, perhaps for a little bit, depending on the amount of pressure that LARP Lords want to put onto this lane. Bebop healing up a bit.
Yeah, Bebop, right now, still looking for hooks, but, things have changed quite a bit now that we're at 3K. DMB does have Return the Shadow on cooldown at the moment, and, it's kind of left lane where stuff's getting a little bit more interesting. Both left and right getting pushed in. Abrams now under the gun, I think just got parried and immediately punished as a result. Sometimes you go for the big left hook, and you end up falling to the floor instead.
Yeah, poking at the top of these stairs on the right side. Yeah, with Mo very low. Mo Abrams is a pretty chunky lane. but they are getting the other one's getting chunked, it seems. Some good damage going onto this tower, thanks to Ido on the Paradox. Man, seeing Pocket in a game that Ido's in with him not on the Pocket is sad, but you know, I'm just gonna have to live with it.
Yeah, times have changed. Ido right now, you know, he's become more in the movement. No cloak required. More in the Holiday Paradox train at times as of late, or Yamato. But things quieting down a little bit. 27k to 29k. LARP Lord's nursing a minor lead at the moment. Taking a look at the allocation right now. The allocation also pretty even across the board. So no storylines developing here just yet. Both teams still full Guardians. Right lane though. Again, a little bit more into it. Slugfest back from healing, moving in. Combo at the ready. Who's he gonna go for right now? Paradox in his sights, but decides nope, not just yet, especially not with Abrams that far back.
So I'm just trying to take stock of how things are going across the whole map here. Obviously no towers down just yet, but I think this right side tower might be the first to fall in favor of B&B. It is the lowest one. It seems like it's harder for the Mo and Abrams to really prevent that damage, seemingly. Oh, this might be an opportunity for a kill. Very low Mo, and indeed, Stiz goes down.
Very low Mo. Here comes a seismic slam from Scout, and it's not an offensive slam. It's I don't like this, I'm leaving slam. But yeah, I mean, it's a great swap coming in from Poppers. Sets up the kill on Mo, who, you know, it's 8 minutes of the game, so it's not ultra early game, but still enough that, you know, Mo's still hard to kill, and very well might get Guardian. Have Scout coming out here, Mo back over in, but they still get the Guardian. Maybe they get a kill in return here. Paradox under the gun. Ido trying to get away. 50 HP goes for the parry. Not going to happen this time. A little bit more self-control from the Abrams. Abrams low. Gets a little bit of healing off the melee lifesteal. And look at the pressure on the guys. Goes too far, though, Dan, as Poppers holds form.
That's rough. And you have to imagine that Ido, off of the respawn, is going to have a paradoxical swap online, and he's going to probably go to a different lane because they get that Guardian down. Indeed, he's going to go to the left lane where we've got that Pocket Sinclair situation here for LARP Lords, and here we come in for the swap, and that's a nice setup. And this is going to be very hard to get out of here. We'll see if it's possible for LARP Lords. Magician is going to get absolutely fisted, it would appear. I wanted to use different words, EP, but I couldn't think of one.
Yeah, I know. I think it's one of those things where you knew it was happening and just like, okay, well, I guess your brain's just like, I'm committing. But also, one of the rare moments where Sinclair didn't have an assistant on the ready to get out of there. But meanwhile, a little bit of vault invading going on right now. See the lasso onto the Bebop. Bebop swinging back away. Emergency parry from Lord NM. Not going to result in anything. And B&B going into enemy territory and living to tell the tale.
Moment of calm, moment of gambling. But I mean, if this is the kind of gambling, I mean, basically every time you hit it, you get value. So that's the kind of gambling I want.
I mean, it's good. You're also like not asking a friend to, you know, borrow a skin or something, and then, you know, not paying back for a very long period of time. So, you know, you got that going for it. But kind of a deep cut to some recent stuff in another game. But 3-man rotation here from B&B over into the left. LARP Lord's holding back with 2 at the moment. And now you got the rotation. Mo deciding it's time to come over and in. Use the combo immediately. Gonna be answered in turn by the Frozen Shelter. B&B relatively right for it. This could be, again, another dead mole. Frozen Shelter leaving B&B reasonably healthy here. And they're able to punish Sizz again. So for as good as Mo was last week, has not looked as good so far in this game versus B&B.
Yeah, I liked the idea behind the play a lot. It's just I think the execution in terms of timing with the teammates wasn't all the way there, and that's going to convert very nicely for B&B, pressuring this left side tower. That's going to be equalizing. No, in fact, it's going to be LARP Lords now 2 towers down. So 3k advantage into 10 minutes. Actually not too sizable, considering that 2 towers are down, that are unanswered so far. I think LARP Lords can be fairly okay with that.
I mean, I think being down 2 Guardians is rather significant in this one, but on the same note, you're playing Bebop. And the one thing we've seen all day long and into last week is that Bebop comps have a tax, and that tax is you need to be ahead early and stay reasonably far ahead, or your late game scaling really comes back to bite you in the behind. So if you're B&B 2k up and 2 Guardians at 11 minutes, you still want more. You're not actually entirely happy where you're at. You need to convert the small lead into a bigger lead. And right now we see Kelvin just And for a little bit of extra save here, on to Fish Cake.
Free tower damage on the left side of the map as well, actually, for Larplaws. So it might be an easy equalizer. There is a response coming. In fact, okay, they aren't going to get the tower down in time. Here, at least. Or are they? It's actually getting quite a lot of damage there, but still, looks like it's not enough. Response comes through here for BNB. Ido not allowing this to work out for Larp. Naked getting the worst end of that one. And G's going to pick up a Guardian elsewhere. So, okay, they get the mid Guardian at the very least. That's a nice pickup despite being a Guardian down. That if you're going to pick anyone to get, that's a great one to have.
Again, do a quick check-in on allocation right now. Overall, the interesting thing for BNB, it's what is limiting a little bit over their power right now, is that, you know, their most allocated players, it's your Bebop and your Geist. Ideally, you'd rather have your Vindicta be more of a threat at this point in the game. It's been kind of a more laid-back game from Gibbs. Meanwhile, on the other side, you know, no one's getting out of hand just yet. In fact, you got Abrams hanging in there, but back over here into the left. Bebop in danger right now, just getting punched and then some. The rotation, pretty effective there. Meanwhile, Abrams, Seismic Slam. Again, when Scout uses Seismic Slam this game, it's to get away. It's the escape slam. Geist, meanwhile, still in pursuit, has Swap on deck. I don't know if there's a fight that Geist really wants a hard commit into. Middle, though. Gibbs able to get one, as BNB still finding a little bit on the map.
Yeah, looks like it's still pretty even at the moment between these two teams. A lot more focus around this mid position. I think you can tell that BNB want to see if they can get that pressure on that mid Guardian. They're getting caught here. Nice combo coming in, and Fishcake, I don't know if he's going to be able to survive, gets caught out. Now it's Gibbs who gets to put some damage on them as we get Loplos pushing into the back line, but they're going to have to retreat out of that one. They've got their kill. They prevented the tower from going down, so they've done their job.
They still have a numerical advantage near mid. They're going to rotate a little bit. I think they're a little bit worried. You look at left right now, you have the 2-on-2 happening here. Geist under pressure, uses Swap, still might not be out of it. See, DM able to take down DMB, and that should force the Sinclair back. You see Ido just moving on here with Geist. Yams, well, able to get onto the Mo, and it has been a tough game for Sizz right now. Allocation-wise, not fully out of it, but it's feeling like one of those support Mo games more than anything else, you know?
True. Yeah, that's always a sad sign. Abrams getting the fist in there. Paradoxical Swap coming through.
Is Ido gonna live? Ido got charged under the walker, drops the wall, goes just far enough, lands the swap, and somehow gets away. Unreal movement and use of the swap combined to get away, and, you know, a little bit of an anger charge here from Abrams. Don't think it'll amount much aside from maybe Abrams' death, because you see the rotation appear with the shelter. Just makes it super rough for Scout, who bites off more than he can chew off of what seemed like, you know, a free charge and a little bit of damage.
Dude, that was the whole gang was there. If that was a 4v1, those are unfair odds. Well, BNB starting to actually get a little bit of a lead. It is a mere 4k souls though. We've got the bridge buffs coming up. It might be somewhat of a challenge at the stake going down. I don't think you can stop the Calico though.
Yeah, I mean, Calico gets staked, but not going to be brought low enough for an assassinate. And I don't know, overall, we have to see how the earn fights go down, because I think for running a Bebop comp, BNB needs more. I think right now, if you could trade positions, you might rather be in LARP Lords, given that structures are equivalent. The lead is only 3k. I mean, being only down 3k versus Bebop 15 minutes in, I think you take that if you're LARP Lords right now. You're not unhappy.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think they are going to be happy with this. They are going to be, BNB are going to be running the Urn now, and this is an opportunity for an interception at the same time. They got a bit of harass on to Fishcake on the right side lane. 2 players there. They can TP across, though, to assist in this Urn fight, which is about to take place. Only 3 players here with the Urn, so this might be a problem here, because they're getting surrounded on this potential drop-off. They've got to be really cautious with this team fight, that they don't overcommit.
Well, they know they have a 6v5 if they go for the full commit. The full commit seems to be on the menu. Sizz under pressure, drops the combo, and the fall through is there. Pier down early. Now, they're not going to have the frozen shelter. This really changes the tempo of the fight. perhaps in favor of LARP Lords. Naked, able to go to the side, finds Poppers. They lose Sizz, but Sizz is already down combo. Not the worst person to lose. Ido, a little bit of movement here, going to the top, trying to evade Abrams. Can Ido do it again? No. Scout chases him on down, and LARP Lords, they turn this to their advantage here. Ern's gonna go back the other way, but if you're LARP Lords, you're really happy with this fight, Dan.
Oh yeah, brilliant catch on the intercept of that Ern, and they're just stringing it into more and more advantages here. It's compounding favorably for them, and they get the Ern collected too. Wait, is that another Ern?
Well, the Ern was never turned in. It just went back.
Oh,
so
okay, my bad.
They've gone back to collect it, but it will be Lord NM getting it. So not only do they get more kills, they get the Ern on top of it. And sure, DMB dies, being a little bit of a distraction, but the overall course of the game, it went from BNB nursing a small lead to now LARP Lords ahead. And you look at who's getting the income right now. Scout has proven to be one of the more resilient Abrams when it comes to farm. 16K, this is a threatening Abrams in the game, not a sport Abrams.
And that's really cool to see too as well, because Scout has been in many scenarios, as you have made note of, where he's had to use the seismic slam as an escape tool. So that's usually not indicative of an Abrams that's doing super well, but as you know, Scout has been managing his economy really effectively. And again, a collection of players in mid at the moment. It's going to be a disengage from LARP Lords. Don't like that fight. 5 players here in mid for BNB, so got to be really cautious about that.
BNB heading back off to the left. Take a look at rotations that may be coming in here. Gibbs right now hovering between the left and middle. BNB for the most part heading back to do a little bit of pruning of the jungle. A lot of camps up on the BNB side. Kind of similar on the LARP Lord side. We'll see if someone decides to go for an invade here. Still about 2 minutes till buffs, and you look at that combo is up for Sizzlucky, so they decide it's time to go fishing, and they're about to catch a Geist. Like, you take a look here, it's just 3 people around. They find the Geist. They're gonna get the Geist, and they're gonna get the double vault. Really nice invade from LARP Lords here, Dan.
Yeah, so now that it really feels like it's a tempo change for sure. Like I think with all those seismic escapes, we're going from that to now it's the case that all of LARP Lords are in a position to take the initiative with some of these invades and working off of this map control. With that said, though, map control right now, we're seeing that BNB have much more control on the right side of the map. There was it looked like Scout was thinking about TPing across, but instead we're getting some pings on the map here. It'd be really cool if we could see who those pings are from, but maybe it's actually from BNB because they probably heard this invasion of their own jungle.
Well, I think right now it's more on BNB that invade the LARP Lords. Like, LARP Lords, after going to invade, they still left a lot of their jungle up. Most of BNB's jungle has been taken. But right now, you're looking at BNB, you have a lot of them just kind of wandering aimlessly on their side, and LARP Lords is getting real value on their side of the map right now. Do have some respawns coming in, but you know, net income-wise, this is really good for LARP Lords as we head in, you know, very soon to our next Urn and set of buffs.
Well, we might get a paradoxical swap here. We've got a big move in from Ido. Really nice deny, though, with the return to shadows. Able to dash out of there, but paradoxical swap still comes in. Good escape avenue, though, taken. And that's LARP Lords now able to play together as a team, not getting isolated. They decide to commit to this. Quite a lot of attention here on this creep camp, and oh my god, Cisco absolutely nukes there. And Seismic Slam coming in over the top from Scout. Mate's gonna have to escape again. LARP Lords, they are not liking this fight anymore.
Seismic Escape would be the name of the skill if it was always used in the way that Scouts do. I'm not even saying it's a bad call, just every time we look at Abrams, it's the coward can. It's the I'm out. And in this case, Scout is caught. So off the swap from Ido, gets a little bit sketchy for a moment, but BNB able to find 2 picks in the fight, evening things up just about perfectly at 112 to 112. And, you know, again here, Dan, one recurring theme between both regions, rich pockets. 23K, starting to get up there.
More pressure on the left lane now. So LARP Lords will be able to beat this back slightly, or at least attempt to do so. There's a trade of kills. Are they going to stay out there? They might be able to. They actually have the numbers advantage. 3 players still staying out here for BNB, although 2 have been sent away.
It was a big affliction. Do hit a huge affliction there. It forced multiple people back, and as a result, you know, LARP Lords gets to hold on there, not bleed out extra players as a result. You got people coming back off Zip, but LARP Lords still think they have a numerical advantage. moving up and over. Sizlucky ready the combo. We got the full combo cam in place. We're looking at the mole. Who's it gonna be? And it's a 2-second combo on the Yams. I guess you just wanted to be sure. B&B though, rotations coming back over the other way. Earn meanwhile gonna be picked up. Fast break for LARP Lords is bringing this towards the middle now, Dan.
Yeah, this is really great. I don't think there is a way to stop them. There is maybe a chase from Fishcake on the Infernus, but he's alone, so needs assistance to maybe challenge this Urn. At the same time, Scout is going to be there to secure the position for Larplors, so that should be a good Urn turn-in. And at the same time, B&B are saying, we don't care, we're going to go for this left side Walker, and still got the pocket to defend this one. Oh, there's that Calico coming out as well to play. D&B trying to put the damage on. Nice move, so from the Holiday, Lord and M. And so they're going to push this back. In fact, they might get a lot of kills off of this because it's full retreat mode for B&B. There's a shelter, though, to try to prevent those kills from happening, but it may just delay the inevitable here. As over the top, we're going to get those barrels flying in, and they are getting chased down here. No escape. They're just killing time, and might get a TP across his EP from that right side lane, too.
Dan, LARP Lords took an incredible gamble there. They decided we're going to turn in with just one and then pull everyone back to defend Walker. They defend the Walker. They get the turn in. They've earned themselves nearly about a 10k lead, and might be combo time here once more. Sizlucky blocking down Fishcake. Scout here getting ready for the charge towards the very end. Not the most perfectly timed charge, but it does its job. Fishcake down. And LARP Lords officially a 10k up, but they do lose the Walker. Yams able to finish it off. Might have given up his life for it, but that's a trade you're still pretty happy with if you're B&B.
Yeah, I think it's not too bad. I do like the macro, though, from Larplors that you highlighted. And, oh, are we going to go for a mid-boss potential?
This... I mean, they can go for mid-boss here, but this is not at all free. Respawns are coming in from B&B. They're going to be down 2. I mean, we'll see how they... This contest could be a little bit rough if they decide to go, especially with Vindicta not committing. They only have 3 in and around. I don't know if they go for the full steal. I mean, this would be so risky. Surely Geist doesn't go in. No, okay. Geist doesn't go in. LARP Lords get the Rejuvenator. And, you know, B&B, Dan, who wanted this to be the revenge tour, they might just be getting knocked out in the best of 1 the way this has been going, as LARP Lords have got Rejuve now, and they're building an even bigger lead. Gibbs, though, making the most of it. Another Walker. The trades at least have been good for B&B.
And we're going to get a chase here. And I don't know, the Calico mobility, a little bit better than the Vindicta mobility, as we see the Ragdoll there just spinning around, getting taken down by the Calico. Really well done. I'm loving what Larplors are putting together here so far. Oh, there's Elasto, though. And that's going to make life even worse here for B&B. So I don't think Yams can survive that. There's too many players.
I think the real problem that you have here, Dan, looking at this, and why I think LARP Lords probably is about to upset B&B, where's the comeback potential on B&B right now? Who is going to bring this back when you're down 10k, you're running a comp that had elements that are really more focused on the early game, your Vindicta and Infernus aren't particularly well fed right now. I feel like we're now in a situation where LARP Lords has to make a lot of mistakes for B&B to get back into this, because the scaling of LARP Lords, overall team-wise, I think is just better.
Yeah, I think the draft synergy, the synergy between the LARP Lords heroes is really nice as well. You can kind of just like roll into fights and all together, and you've all got like great burst damage, great mobility, and it just synergizes super well. Whereas I don't think for B&B, or at least it's harder to synergize the B&B comp, I think, in some of these bigger team fights where there's just different pacing, different positional demands, because those comps can work, and we've seen it happen a lot, but you just have to be more precise how you construct those team fights. And so far, look at the chase here. All you need is like a lasso, you pull it into your burst damage dealers, and then that's just one player completely wrecked.
Lasso being on cooldown is the only reason why Fishcake wasn't dead there.
Yeah,
to be clear, that was about like it was 20 seconds away from death, different timeline. Fishcake goes down. And that's the problem here too, is that not only is Dew absolutely giga farmed, but let's say Fishcake, as the hardest potential carry option for B&B, gets a little bit farmed. Between the Mo and the Holiday, you have the options that like really negate that. So it can't be the way back into the game that B&B really needs, even should they find a way to funnel farm in the Fishcake. So this is just really, really difficult going forward. Rejuve, of course, about to fade, so that's the upside for B&B. But the downside is that their win conditions have narrowed very considerably here, Dan.
True. very true. As sad as that is for the B&B fans out there. But with that said, we'll see if they're able to find some value, see if there's any mistakes made by Loplos that they can capitalize upon. So far, you know, I like what Loplos are doing. They're just really collecting all the soul value that they can on the map. They're pushing all the lanes, getting all the jungle. There's a lot of jungle actually that's on the left side of the map that's more in the enemy territory. So that would strike me as an obvious place to go. They've obviously also got the urn that's next to that. So there's a lot of potential conversion on souls that's just about to happen, ZP.
They need Do to get over there. Like, Do is off in middle, and if B&B were to land a hook and engage right now, the timing would be quite good. Do, meanwhile, I mean, just going for jungle camps, going like, can I grab this one? The answer is no. They decide, okay, time to head back over here, really flex a pocket who could just ruin everyone's day with one good affliction at this level of farm. But right now, I like what LARP Lords is doing here, Dan, too, is that they're not forcing the urn either. They can just protect their lead and focus more on jungle. They don't have to be the ones to get urn. They just don't want B&B to get the urn.
Yeah, and I think it's a great call. It's certainly one that also wasted some time for B&B, because B&B were having to respect that they could do that. So it ends up being, I think, just a net positive for sure for LARP Lords without adding the extra risk. And if we look at the mid boss, it's 2.5 minutes away. Buff's also 2.5 minutes away. So yeah, clean up some of the farm on the map, push the lanes, and then they can set up a different gank. They've got a really good comp for setting up those ganks with the holiday lasso.
Oh, they're gonna go for Geist.
Mo looking for info.
They have two there. I think the only thing stopping Lord and M from immediately going in for the lasso pull there is that they don't have the information. They don't. We see 3, and that could have been a pickoff. It could be 4. They didn't know. So, but you kind of look. You just look at the mini map. And it's like, do I lasso? What do I do? Also, this urn is very slow right now.
It's like
the urn is actually not supposed to be walking back this slow. Just look at the. I think part of that, it's actually tech from Naked. The slow it down a little bit is what we're actually seeing. It's just a whole urn delay is what's going on here. Just you know, the edging the urn, as it were.
maybe you can put stuff in there.
The leech is there.
Wait, down.
Decide to grab it. LARP Lords all grouped up. Minus Naked, who they know isn't there yet. B&B, this would be a good opportunity to engage if they could find it, but I think the way the fight is breaking out here, Dan, it's a little bit odd, but here we go. Concussive Combustion in from Fishcake. They're able to find DMB. They take down the often untakeable down as another seismic sled from Scout says, no, not going in. The urn turn in, not happening right now, Dan.
No, it's been this constant dilemma, it seems. I don't know if it's ever going to get solved at this point. Because again, like LARP Lords showing that they don't feel like they're ahead enough to take a fight that is that disadvantageous when it's so telegraphed. But again, it does force rotations. So you're constantly forcing rotations. But at this point, there's like all the jungle on the entire map has been eaten up at this point. So what's interesting is that with the mid boss 50 seconds away, it might be that the mid boss / the buffs are going to be the next point of contention that might help to force a team fight. Or for LARP Lords, again, they can try to get out on the map once DMB is back, and they can try to set up a pick across the map. And their comp is really good at doing that, so it's definitely an edge that they have, I feel.
I will say, for as ahead as LARP Lords is right now, I do feel like they're playing a little bit scared at the moment. I mean, it's safe, but there's probably been some opportunities they could have gone for. Instead, it might be a catch here on to Sizz. Over here on the left, they're looking for the Mo. Reinforcements are coming in. LARP Lords going for the full counter engage. They kill Gibbs off the zip line. And Sizz is able to stay alive. It's Mo with absolutely no HP, and yet one still alive all the same. Pier drops Frozen Shelter under pressure in the dome right now, looking for DMB. Meanwhile, Scout moving over, concussive potion out, not enough to save Pier. Do diving on in, drops the affliction, and the cleanup looking real nice right now for LARP Lords, Dan.
Oh yeah, big damage coming in, big burst damage from the LARP Lords as there has already not a fight here that they don't like the look of. And it's just a couple players left, extremely weak, chasing them all down, and maybe the urn will get deposited after all. Maybe the mid-boss will be more priority. Probably the mid-boss. We'll see. Maybe they can do both. Why not do it all?
Yeah, I mean,
why
it's
not
just
have it all GP?
The old why not both? Full team wipe, grab urn, send someone on urn duty. Who's going to be urn duty? You don't need all 6 for the mid-boss here. Someone surely could go over to urn, but the answer right now is no.
I feel like you could have your cake and eat it too right now, and they're just deciding to have the cake. And
It's kind of
there's nothing else.
It's an interesting turn of phrase when you think about it. It's like, what's the point of having the cake if you also can't eat it? Like, you're just sitting here. It's like the old-timey thing where pineapples used to cost like as much as a car, and you would rent a pineapple to just like put it on your dining room table. And
It's
it would just
cake, basically.
it would just show us like, we have a pineapple to show we're wealthy, but we can't eat it because we're not actually that rich.
Yes.
It's a real deep cut, but if you're curious on pineapple lore, look it up. It was a thing, and they're now waiting on the rejuve here just to try and get the timing a little bit better, give themselves a little more time. Don't hate it.
All right, well, finally, maybe we'll get a conclusion to this Urn story. I feel like I'm very invested at this point, and I've been teased to the point of an unreasonable amount and things I can't say. So Urn will get turned in. Just like Larpors will get that one, increase that lead slightly, and into the fight we go. Gonna be majestic leaping all over the place as the magician. That's pretty fun to see. And this Walker, I don't know that it can be stopped. The damage, it's gonna go down. The pressure keeps coming on forward. We get an aggressive, an actual seismic slam this time as opposed to a seismic retreat. Love to see it.
Abrams out for a little bit of blood. Dancing back and away. Now, looking over and in. LARP Lords again on the full re-engage. Affliction dropped here by Do. Follows on the Ido into the back line. Scout able to find Yams, and this, you look at the health bars right now, this is a bit of a rout. LARP Lords moving forward. You even clone the Hyper Beam. And that's a nearly full team wipe, and LARP Lords, they're gonna go in, they're gonna grab Shrines, and likely first stage Patron here, Dan. B&B, this was to be their revenge tour. They may be getting stopped here in the best of one.
Where did Do find those extra 20k souls that nobody else seems to have? Like, where did he find that 20k back?
Well, you know, in the lore, technically, Do is like kind of a trust fund kid. You know, there's a lot of familial wealth there. Yeah. I mean, I think he's trying to disassociate. They're trying to disassociate from the family a little bit, but you know, access to the wealth is still there. Yeah. Well, they're in. Gibbs is down, and LARP Lords, they decide we're gonna end it here and now. We got a date with Hydra Nation. They get through the best of one. They are in to the money match. And that was unexpected to start the day, Dan, but that is why you play the game. LARP Lords, who, again, didn't even know if they could play this week, come in and take down what was to be a resurgent B&B. Ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, they played really well once they kind of got going. I am a bit concerned about this date that you talked about that they have with Hydra Nation. I feel like a date is something that you look forward to, but maybe they're getting catfished. Maybe they just don't know what awaits on the other side, because it's probably going to be ugly. But I mean, that's the challenge, though, that they're going to be having to meet. We'll see how they handle it.
Yeah, and the one thing that kind of remains true from EU to NA, and I just enjoy the recurring storyline here, Dan, is in terms of heroes that are doing real well right now, well, guess what? Pocket is now 6-0 on the day. I mean, I'm just thinking to tomorrow, or rather to Friday when we do tier list stuff, and I got news for you, Dan. Pocket's going up.
Pocket is legit. Dude, I don't understand how Do got so many souls. I can't wait to see the stats at the end here, the stats sheet, score sheet, whatever we call it, match history, career. I don't know. What do they call it these days? It doesn't matter. But I can't wait to see the numbers, because they're going to be so big under Pocket. And we'll also get to see, where everybody else was in addition to that. Because, for example, I felt like, Scout actually played really, really well in the Abrams, considering the kind of positions Scout was in on the Abrams. And this is from EU, guys. I don't know. Wait, what? I'm confused.
Wait, did we get the wrong one?
I'm at the
we
point,
just heard that my bad from
part
production.
of my brain accepted that as truth. So I don't know what I'm doing now at this point.
Dan, let me tell you, the Pocket hype is actually more so for NA, because I looked at the caster channel where we do have the end of game stats before production's even pulled it up, and let me tell you, they did a little bit of stat padding. Highest damage in the game by far on the Pocket. Highest objective damage in the game. Also the richest, and you'll see for yourself here. Wow. It's a good Pocket game.
You'd think he got buffed or something recently, but he got nerfed a bunch. And it's like people stopped playing him mostly, and now suddenly he's just amazing. What happened?
I think what happened is that it's a classic tale as old as time in games, Dan, where thing gets nerfed, people go, not good anymore, and then slowly they come around to it as like, actually, you might be good. Obviously, 3-lane Deadlock, it changes to other heroes also helps. It's not done in a vacuum, but I think the reality was that Pocket was still probably pretty good the entire time through. It just, when you get used to being as overpowered as old Pocket was, you know, sometimes you need a little bit of time to get used to the new Pocket. But also, I think notable here is just, again, Scout's ability to stay relevant on the Abrams. Not fall into the thing where a lot of Abrams, like even great Abrams like Calc, right, will at times fall behind for the good of the team. And, you know, that's like part on Calc, part on Hydration and Lefa. If they were in kindergarten again, like, you know, does not share well with others, at least when it comes to the souls. You know, that'd be a criticism there. But, you know, an Abrams that actually keeps that level of farm way more of a threat into the end game.
True. And I feel like the most valuable Pocket has got to go to Pocket ZP in this instance.
Yes.
Because that's basically what just the story of the entire broadcast day. It's just like, we shouldn't call it the MVP. It's just basically whoever picks Pocket at this point. Yeah. Not to take away from the skill of the player.
Well, you see, for Deadlock Fight Night, you know, we're not even saying most of the players saying player of the match presented by Intel, but it should be the pocket of the match. Yes, okay. Pocket of the match. As it turns out.
Okay.
Yes, but look, it's hard to argue with it. Do was a force all throughout the game, the glue keeping LARP Lords in a lot of these mid-game engagements, and then also when it came time to farm, was balancing getting the team fights in time with grabbing a lane here and there, grabbing a jungle camp here and there pretty well, because you don't get to that level of endgame farm without just being ridiculously efficient, which Do definitely was in this series.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I think you had a lot of space to play with, I think, as well, because, you know, that's what happens if you've got a really well-functioning Mo and Abrams. And you've also not just got those two, but you've got Calico in the mix. So you've got this crazy brawly frontline, which enables you to have so many distractions. So Pocket can position and actually really maximize, like min-max these fights super effectively. Some lineups we see with Pocket don't necessarily have near as much frontline. So there's, you know, it's just a different way that you have to kind of play Pocket in some of these team fights. But I felt like G was able to maximize because of that reason. There's just there's so many problems on the long list of problems kind of before you get to Pocket that are at least, like, you know, visually apparent when you're B&B in this scenario. So, you know, having your Pocket player actually really fully capitalize on that is incredible. And I feel like it's going to affect... I actually wonder if it will affect the draft. I wonder how much Hydronation care about the Pocket.
Well, I think right now, if you're looking at the course of the day, and Hydronation, you know, does have, you know, reasonably sizable team behind them, as the poor Urn, man. The Urn just wants to walk back as Naked just is like, yeah. It was a captive audience. The Urn really had no choice but to watch, you know, Sinclair's magic. Just, oh man, there's nothing magical about that. He's just teabagging. But that aside, I think it's hard to deny the trend of Pocket on the day, and I think Hydronation is a smart enough team to, you know, look at the way the winds are blowing, and especially if they lose map 1, they will adapt. That much I have no doubt.
Yes, very true. Wow. Okay, well, this next matchup is going to be really interesting, because I do feel like we saw pretty good resiliency on the early game from LARP Lords, where it did seem like they were coming off. Well, I guess put it this way. It's not like they were crushing the early game. They were kind of coming out a little bit behind, but they managed to just kind of keep their heads above water, you know, lose well, as I like to say. And then eventually when they got that moment to kind of start invading the opponent's jungle, that's when their comp really comes online and starts to synergize. And they played that really well. So I love the fact that we're seeing this start from them, because it is something that I associate also with one win. And I'm really hoping that we see a similar style from them up against Hydronation as well. Because again, if they win the early game or come out ahead enough, then you can kind of bring that style online, and it forces the opponent to react to you. And that is when I've seen teams do the best against Hydronation, is when they are disruptive against Hydronation. So that it makes Hydronation's fundamentals harder, or it makes it harder for fundamentals of Hydronation to take over the game, which is what normally happens if you just let them do their thing. You've got to get in their face.
All right, we are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the money match is underway. LARP Lords, they disrupt B&B. They win the right to face Hydronation. And also, we'll see if we can work it tech-wise, but we might get Deathy on for a special guest analyst spot, just because, you know, 2 of our analysts got taken down by circumstance. So we'll see you at the end of the break. Deadlock Fight Night North America rolls along here, presented by Intel, where the LARP Lords take down BNB. It will not be the rematch that was promised here. I'm ZP here with DDK and Dan. Expectations were just defied.
They were. They certainly were. And it's crazy, DP, because this is number 19. This is the teenage era almost over for DFN. We're about to mature.
Yeah. That's right. 20 shows coming up, the 20th anniversary. Time flies by fast. But you know who's been here with us since the beginning, playing in a whole lot of them for TF2 Boomers that, spur of the moment, impromptu guest. We got Deathy joining us here for this segment. And, Deathy, it's been a while, but the gameplay has just evolved more and more as time has gone on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen a lot of things from NA. And it's really interesting to see both perspectives of EU and NA, who's right, who's not. I mean, I have a lot of discussions with people from both regions, and, a bit of a surprising win for LARP Lords tonight. I mean, I think most people would have agreed BNB the favorites because, they've been together longer, they've won Fight Night in the past, and on top of that, LARP Lords has had little practice, but, they pulled through.
Well, we're going to skip ahead right to the rosters here, Dan, as you make your next point, but... Yeah, roster's coming up here, Hydra Nation. In fact, I'll flip it back here because we got Deathy on as a guest. Deathy, the new Hydra Nation roster where, it's no longer Young Calc, it's just Calculator, but, they shifted rosters a lot. Well, historically in both, especially in the last month. What do you think of the new Hydra Nation roster, like relative to what it was in the past?
Yeah, so I think initially, at least, losing Quig was definitely a big blow to them. Quig is like a really good support player, like probably one of the best, and on top of that, he had a big role in calling, as far as I'm aware. They seem to have definitely they had a little bit of a rough patch, I would say. Didn't last too long, but they were losing more than they had lost usually, especially since they'd been on a huge win streak. But they seem to really have found their stride, and I've scrimmed all of these teams, and right now I think that Hydra Nation is definitely the favorites for tonight. I wouldn't be surprised to see a fairly swift 2-0. They look really, really good, and I think the meta is also really good for them. Not to take anything away from them, they're extremely solid, but I think right now we're in a very lane-centric, tempo-based meta in the early game, and Hydra Nation is really, really good at laning, so definitely favors them.
Yeah, we were seeing that last week with they kind of figured out, we can have Hydration and Leffer playing on the same lane. That's kind of a hack. So that seems to be a pretty huge edge in terms of the mechanics and just sort of the team play. Obviously, is great, but with Hydration, what do you think is the thing that separates Hydration at the moment from the other teams in the region in terms of, because there's definitely a gap. What do you kind of point at?
Yeah, so I think the gap is, so for me, it's most teams right now in NA tend to have at least one or a few exploitable areas that's everybody kind of knows oh yeah, that team's weakness is this, right? So I'm not going to go ahead and say what I think every team's weakness is, but generally when I think of most teams, I think of BNB, melee creeps, etc. I'll say yeah, I think that team has something that's a bit more exploitable about them, whether it's draft, whether it's one of their players has a weaker hero pool. For example, LARP Lords, they let Pocket through in the draft, but Do is fairly new to the competitive scene, and he has a limited hero pool as far as everybody knows. And so that would be something that Hydra Nation can target focus, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see them target focus that. So they are not easy to exploit, and they're very good at exploiting other teams' weaknesses, and their execution is definitely the best right now in terms of ability usage, laning, team fights.
Well, that is a great lead-in because our draft is ready to go, and it does kind of bring up the point I was going to bring up to begin with, is that Pocket on the day, Deathy, right now, is 6-0 on top of the idea that's one of Dew's favorite heroes. So if you're Hydra Nation and you didn't come into the day at all, even playing the play Pocket, you got to think you are screaming from the top of your lungs, get it out of here. Ban it first.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Hydra Nation, you've got two plays. One play is you ban it first, or the second play is you kind of play the mind game of hey, Pocket might not be a top 3 hero in NA. It's usually not considered top 3 in NA. In EU, they do. And so you could play the gamble and try to ban it second phase. If I'm Hydra Nation and I see what I just saw, I probably just get it out, ban it first. I believe Hydra Nation is also first pick here, right?
Their second pick from the looks of it. Production baited us at the beginning. So they have second pick. So they can't pick it themselves. They would have to ban it here. And instead, they decide to ban the Mirage. Give this to Dan for a second.
Well, the question is if LARP Lords have the presence of mind to secure the Pocket pick in anticipation of all of the things that you guys just said. And so one extra question I have to ask you, Deathy, as well is one thing that we always talk about in terms of the draft against Hydro Nation is what do you ban? Do you try to target anyone? Can you target anyone? What's the philosophy that makes sense because they have such a deep hero pool?
Today isn't
Yeah, so if you want to target people on Hydro Nation, you have two options really, which is Flick or Calc. Anybody else on that team is not really targetable. Their hero pools are way too big. So Flick or Calc if you want to target people. Paradox is definitely like a target ban towards Flick. Flick's best heroes are, you know, Holiday, Paradox, Lash, and like Abrams to an extent. Lash right now is really not meta, and so that leaves Paradox and Holiday. So if you pick or ban those, he's usually kind of forced onto Abrams where he looks less comfortable, so that can definitely be a strategy. And we'll see the Mo coming out for Hydro Nation.
Yeah, and I mean, this makes sense. You think back to last week, Hydro Nation won every single map with Mo and Krill. Mo and Krill in general has looked good today. LARP Lords themselves literally just use it to great effect. So, you know, I think the valuation of Mo being high for some NA teams, even given what we saw in EU, to me, it seems accurate right now. And also, Deathy, I do want to remind you, as you're here as a guest, you're as a guest and Jason isn't here. Like, you got unlimited free shots at Jason, and he quite literally cannot respond. He is sleeping in Italy right now, so you don't have to take the shot now, but you got the option.
Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if any opportunity comes up, but Mo and Curl Calico is a very standard opening for NA drafts, I'd say. Like in scrims, I've seen this opening a lot. I will say that I don't personally love the opening into Vindicta, because you're picking two heroes that don't like playing into Vindicta right into the Vindicta. So personally, I think it might be something that we see fade with time. But right now, it's mostly just like, hey, these are really strong laners. They're good frontliners. This is mostly what's valued. And then we responded with the Abrams, which, you know, is good against the Mo and Curl, both in lane and also like cancel out of the ultimate. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the Pocket come out third here if you don't want to risk it getting banned, especially after Deuce performance. Oh, Holiday. So they don't really care if it gets banned, probably.
I think what had to come there is that you think about teams generally where they do like playing, you know, one playmaker, oftentimes either Holiday or Paradox. Like they're basically, teams really like having one or the other. And I think the impetus had to be here is that if they let it go, it would either be picked by Hydro Nation or banned. And given that they already banned Paradox, you know, it doesn't leave them with another option there unless they want to go something like Lash, where, as you mentioned, Deathy, not necessarily the highest value pick for that role right now.
Yeah. Well, I think also, like, it's clearly like, you know, I said you could target Flick. Right now, you've banned one of Flick's hero, and you've picked two. So you've picked Abrams and Holiday. The Paradox is gone. So realistically, out of Flick's hero pool, you're kind of limiting him a lot. I haven't seen him play a lot of other heroes in scrims. It's possible that they just throw him on the Mo, or they throw him another hero that he has a little bit less like comfort on. But right now, Flick is definitely a little bit thrown off his comfort.
And there's that pocket ban that we were expecting. So in terms of like the talent value, I've seen that go up a lot as well. Deathy, what's your like feeling like Talon's place in the game at the moment? Because he's being prioritized pretty heavily. We saw in EU, like very high priority there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think EU and NA agree on a couple things. One of these things is that flyers are just like extremely annoying to deal with, both Talon and Vin. In EU, we saw Vindicta being banned like every single game, I think, or most games. In NA, it's very similar. I'm kind of surprised by the Lash ban here, but Talon is basically a flyer that is good against Vindicta, so it makes sense to pick it against Vin, and it's just a ton of damage output, really strong laning stage, and it's just kind of annoying to counter. Like, you have to consider it with every hero. Like, picking heroes, for example, like Calico into Talon doesn't feel that good. And the Shiv.
Yeah. Well, here's the interesting thing to me is that NA is flip-flopped on this, where NA goes from periods of we must early pick Kelvin into we'll get Kelvin later on the draft. And clearly right now we're in a phase of we will pick Kelvin later. But at this point, you know, you look at team matchups, I feel like if you're LARP Lords, you got the Abrams, the other side has Mo. I kind of feel like you would want to get the Kelvin here in the next two picks if possible. To me, it seems to make sense. And they get the Yamato, especially with the Yamato.
Yeah, I mean, Yamato here like makes sense. It's always a strong pick. I do think that it's one of the few heroes do plays, so you don't want him to be picked out. Like, I think Pocket and Yamato are by far his best heroes. That's what I've seen him play in matchmaking. So if you don't pick that, you might be afraid, that he gets picked out. And also, I mean, it just gives you a strong fight. They don't have any shred on the enemy team for your ultimate as well, right? They don't have Mirage, they don't have Seven, they don't have Vindicta. Oh, Wraith. Okay, that's interesting.
I was expecting a Kelvin. We haven't seen Wraith in like a long time for EU or NA, actually. Wraith,
I was expecting like a Geist or an Infernus, to be honest, on the side of LARP Lords, but Wraith is surprising. You don't see it really being picked too much because of the laning stage. Laning stage is so important right now, and Wraith's laning stage is kind of weak, and so she's fallen off of favor a little bit. But she's still a strong hero if you make it past. If you make it to the mid game, you get to farm like she's very strong.
So Infernus is a hero I feel like has like the value's kind of gone up and down, like theoretically, and I don't know in practice like where it falls sometimes. We saw in EU get played, and it was played with a more like an afterburn build. We saw Tesla bullets coming into play. Like, what's your sense of Infernus right now and where he fits?
It looks like most people are playing him with the 1 build. So like you max Catalyst. I think you max Catalyst and the Tesla bullets. I mean, look, we're not going to talk about that on stream. There's Vic's opinions. It's splits the community, you know.
Zergy, I just want you to be aware. Like, Zergy is listening, even though I think Zergy stopped streaming a little bit ago. Like, he is aware. He has like spies out there. He's paid off a few people in production. Like, he will know. It will get back to him. So you really.
I mean, I personally don't believe in the Tesla Infernus, but like it can't be that bad, and you have damage amp on your 1, so it's definitely playable if you play the game well. And then 7 and Sinclair. I mean, to me, the fact that you give Sinclair on 6 here is insane, especially since you're giving it into a 7, into a Mo and Krill ult. Like, there's a lot of value. The AoE bunny is like incredibly oppressive. I will say, like, the Sinclair 6-pick looks insanely valuable.
Well, let me ask you this, though, as you take a look at it. What do you think the mid lane is going to show up here? Because it seems like to Hydra Nation, they've kind of identified winning middle lane is the most important lane to win because of the options it gives you if you get early Guardian down and going in the jungle. And they've decided we're going to stack our 2 highest players in Hydration and Lefa there. So what do you think the lane setup here is going through middle? If we expect it to be the Hydration Lefa lane.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be Mo and Krill, Grey Talon mid, most likely, unless they want to do a mind game. So the thing when you have 2 flyers is that Grey Talon hard counters Vindicta in lane. And so one of the teams, it's very likely they'll try to mind game because you don't want to go against the Vindicta in lane. You can always try to lane swap, but it's a little finicky on the new map. The rotation times are a little bit higher. So I think if you're the Grey Talon, like it would make sense to go mid, but at the same time, if you expect the Vindicta to go in the side lane, you might be like, okay, let's send the Talon to a side lane. So it's going to depend a little bit on the mind game from that.
Nice. Well, I'll have to ask you about Shiv too, because this is like a pick that has gone up and down in value all across the place, but right now it seems to be valued a bit more highly. And it used to be that it was a case that, okay, people will value it if you can kind of lock in the Kelvin with it, so you can have some more support with it. But now it seems people are playing a lot more, regardless of there being, a synergy there. So yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's a decent hero. I think that shotguns have a lot of value right now, also because of the shotgun bug. So the people at home that don't know, right now shotguns ignore Guardian resistances. Who knows why? And so that actually changes a lot in the early game, because if you ever get an advantage in lane, you just have a shotgun hero shooting the Guardian. It dies like so much faster than any other hero. So heroes like Shiv, Pocket, Mo and Krill, Calico, all these heroes like Abrams benefit from that. And so that definitely makes their like early game value way higher. But Shiv is still good for the execute against high HP heroes.
Well, we are ready to get in the game. So Deathy, thank you so much for joining us for a quick little guest analyst segment. For those who are watching, hey, you want to help out both streams? If you're watching us here at Deadlock Fight Night, you can open up a separate tab to see what Deathy is doing on the co-stream. If you're watching Deathy, you can do the same in reverse, raises all boats and all that. But Deathy, thank you again for the insight. Pleasure to have you on. But Dan,
thank you guys.
We're getting ready. The game is about to be on, and we'll see just how the strategy unfolds here, where it was interesting getting to the logic of some of the targeted picks and bans that were going out. Not getting to play the Pocket. The Respect ban comes in. However, gets to play the Amato instead. But watching the middle lane in particular here, how Hydration and Lefa roll out, to me, going to be very interesting because that is how Hydra Nation has set the tone, especially with the Mo and Krill.
That had to be an adjustment.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see where Flick lands because of all of the targeted bans, as Deathy was describing the hero pool, and then like just seeing them sequentially get taken away either through bans or picks themselves was interesting. Inclusive of maybe the last ban, which is maybe just like really saying we do not want you to have something that you can play that's initiation based. But we are seeing we also heard the analysis with the flyers, so we are going to get a situation where Grey Talon is not matched up with the Vindicta. So a check there as well.
The interesting part here too is that you think about who is this right? Where I would have thought Hydration would be on the Mo, instead it's Hydration Infernus. coming on in right now. That is, it's unexpected.
Wait, that's really interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. Yeah, Hydration, Infernus, Flick on the Mo. I mean, yeah, as Defthy mentioned, Flick's hero pool did take some critical damage, but that's a little wild in terms of versatility. But we'll see how this one pans out, though.
Maybe Hydration just like interviewed Leffa for an hour. It's like, okay, how do I play this? Okay, cool, that's how it works. All right, we'll see. We'll see how it pans out. But either way, I'm really excited to see Dew on the Yamato. That's a good bit of extra information, as you know, it's not a play we've seen as much. Just to, you know, again, also hear from Defthy that, you know, in lieu of the pocket, get him on the Yamato. Plus, just Yamato being a really strong pick, and obviously not having it in the hands of Hydronation is definitely good, considering they locked in that moat early on. But in terms of the early lane dynamics here, obviously it's very early, and I feel like both teams are giving each other quite a lot of respect. Sometimes you see a lot of brawling already, but now that I say that, production does switch to the 100 HP Talon.
I mean, it's gone both ways. DMB's also gotten chunked down pretty hard in the middle also, and it is a questionable thing where you consider Wraith's trouble in the early lane phase relative to the more powerful characters, and trusting your middle lane to Wraith is a bold decision. I mean, so far, it's been working out okay in terms of poke back and forth, but you know, I do wonder how that is going to pan out as the game evolves a little bit more past the early phase.
And, you know, speaking of the Wraith too, one of the things we didn't mention in the draft that is really awesome for that Wraith pick that we were talking about in the EU drafts was the fact that the Wraith telekinesis is a great counter to the Storm Cloud. And given how impactful the Storm Cloud actually is, keeping that on board just as a direct counter for the Storm Cloud is going to be a really nice way to mitigate the zoning value that it has in some of these team fights. So another reason why the Wraith pick is kind of nice.
Well, things quiet here so far. A little bit of counterfire from the Wraith on over into the Talon. Mo coming in there to say, go no further than what you're going. Meanwhile, though, Leffa going down. Dew trading out there. Not the easiest feat, though, to even trade out against Leffa early on in lane, so not too shabby. Also, one thing we didn't even really bring up is that even though it's not in middle, it's still the Hydration Leffa lane. So you talk about, like, lanes you expect to be strong or, you know, putting a lot of eggs in the one basket. It's Hydronation betting a lot on the left lane right now, Dan.
That's a great point. Yeah, I think rightfully so. There should be a lot of focus on that lane. And that trade, I don't know that it favors either team, given that you weren't seeing the wave being, I think it was like just under the stairs. So I don't think any wave was lost for either player in that death, in that exchange. Ooh, it's a good power shot coming in from the side. Charge shot, power shot, whatever the hell this thing is called. I always mix it up.
It's a charge shot. Yeah. It's very powerful, but you know, it's powerful because it's charged. Is I think the order of operations there. Also, speaking of order operations, Hydronation is deep on every lane right now. You look at the left lane, you are forcing Dew back, like Dew and Naked having to play from a further back position. You're looking at middle lane, much the same. Things relatively even off on right, but hey, I'm curious what's going on left lane here because Dew down the half HP.
Getting a lot of heal though. And looking fairly healthy again. Hydration though, a little worse for wear, down to 50%. This kind of battle raging on Leffa on the Calico. Take some extra Vexing Bolt damage. The Vexing Bolt's really strong in lane. If you're adept with that, you can kind of send it into the sky and drop it down. I first learned that from a Deathy video, actually, when the character came out.
There you go, just a little bit of extra. But yeah. One thing that's also interesting to me is that there was a period of time where Hydration was learning more on the Calico, and obviously we saw Leffa play the Calico quite well last week. But you'd think if you had to put both in the lane and you had to do adjustments for hero pool stuff, that it'd be Leffa on the Infernus and then Hydration the Calico. But, you know, in this case, they decided, you know what? Better fit to still keep Leffa on the Calico, despite the history with Infernus.
Shift on the bridge.
So yeah, a lot of stakes really. I feel like on this left lane. I'm like, even if we're not looking on a cam, I'm looking at it on the mini map, and here we go. Lost, rather Strato transformation going down. Again, the hex is so nice. It comes in at the perfect moment there, and it does feel like it honestly feels like Loblaws are really winning this left lane so far. I mean, is your estimation the same, CP?
I think it's reasonably close on the left here between the two.
They're winning.
Look at the
they're winning.
Nah. I didn't hear no bell. It's not. Right now, it's close, and also, I do think there's a window of opportunity here with Shadow Transformation down from the go in, and in fact, they know it. They're going to take the opportunity, return the Shadow being used. Here comes the custom combustion from downtown, straight down Broadway. Down goes Dew, and yes, Dan, now they're winning.
Yeah, great conversion. Obviously, that is not a good sign for LARP Lords. And actually, off the rope, we're going to get a quick play out of Lord and M. He's going to get straight in there, but he doesn't have help just yet. Okay, G's going to get in there now. That was a little scary, honestly. I'm like, hey, do you know what you're running into here? With that said,
Also,
obviously, the mid tower was just lost also. Let's not forget. So Hydra Nation can start getting
Look, the rotation.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, Flick is coming in for the rotation. They've moved Holiday over, but Mo says, I want a part of that. The fists are ready. And they go, Lord and M, you're out of your lane. Get back over where you've been this entire time. However, Holiday, still slippery, able to get out, but severely wounded in the attempt. 3-on-3 right now in left. Middle being held down. Wraith versus Talon. Right lane, still all calm, but the left lane pressure being held here. Combo is down. Lord and M just taking serious poke damage and can't get away. Hydration finishes off from the side, and now it's just turning into a full-on melee as the middle gets pulled to take down Leffa. DMB off on the rotation.
Yeah, more players spending their time here on this left lane as well to fight these players back. I actually found that initial combo kill, I was like so shocked that didn't result in a kill. Was that like a locket, like burst of heal that happened to prevent that? Locket's pretty nice if that's really what happened. Now, big damage here off of the storm cloud here. There's telekinesis. That's exactly what we're talking about. Slamming the 7 down to the ground. Hello, can we kill this person? Yes. Brocane goes down after all, and Scout is going to be one to get that kill, and he is in so much trouble here.
And that was no telekinesis. That was just seismic slam, bringing him down to the ground. Wraith, maybe the spirit of telekinesis, but that was just pure on Abrams slam in action. Not afraid of the storm, which is kind of a difference from Scout in the previous game, where it was the escape maneuver. In this case, the storm queller. Dew, though, going down on the left end. This is going to be the problem for Dew, I think, as the game evolves, is that Flick, when looking for combo targets, Yamato, the most valuable of all, in a lot of cases, just to keep Dew in a bad spot. So I don't think that's going to be the first combo we see come at Dew's expense.
I gotta say, what is this rebrand? Young Calculator. Can someone explain?
I think there's reason for it. I'm not sure what the reason is, but he's refined. Maybe he doesn't feel he's very young anymore. Does have a competitive history going back to old school Fortnite. I don't know, man. It's the more professional name. That's all I know.
Yeah, but it's worse though.
Well, you can,
I don't know. I just feel like I have this emotional investment in Young Calc. I don't know. Anyway, I'll leave my opinions out of this. We've got a lot of pressure on this right side. 3 players here right now for Hydra Nation, able to convert onto Sizz, and that should be a Guardian potentially as well for the follow-up. And right now, Wraith's in trouble. DMB is kind of caught out there as well. Will get taken out on top of the Guardian, so we're starting to see a big advantage, a swing now in favor of Hydra Nation. They've got 3 towers. They have 3 towers to the good. LARP Lords with nothing in that sense at the moment. I mean, obviously, if they do manage to pick up some towers, they're going to be able to equalize the soul differential. But in the time in which they are not doing that, that's an advantage Hydra Nation can continue to leverage.
Yeah, also, I think the thing that's a little bit troublesome right now, if you're looking at the game plan for LARP Lords, is look at the overall objective situation. You're down 3 Guardians at the moment. You have lost full control of your jungle. You've lost a safe place to go to. The parry from Hydration says no buff for you. Force out the Shadow Transformation. And I don't know if Dew is actually going to live here. I think the chase down is going to be coming. Instead, Abrams goes for the save, gets comboed by Mo, and Hydration is a little bit off to actually punish right away. So things take a turn and then some. Back over here, though, onto the left. Shiv, under pressure. Calc gonna go up and over. Scout, meanwhile, getting punished. And Hydra Nation making the most of things here. Al coming on over, hitting Lord and M, and Lord and M might be getting chased by Hydration. It is.
Well, Hydra Nation still looking to take command of the whole map here, it seems, with a decent chunk of map control because of all those towers taking down all that extra map control. A lot of jungle available too, and now the urn is going to get ferried across the map. So a lot of options here in terms of converting on more value, I'd say, for Hydra Nation. Will there be an intercept right now? We've got 5 players actually on the right side of the map here for LARP Lords, so an intercept is on the cards. But they maybe need to create some space here on this right side lane. I don't know that they can do it though. There's 3 players there already. They're going to give it seems like, ZP.
Yeah, no one had any real intention of going for that there. I think part of that you had Calc pushed pretty far forward. I don't think they had full vision. Instead, right at the Guardian, a little bit of pummeling here on the Scout. Vindicta though, coming for the backup. Not quite in assassinate range yet, is Flick. A little bit behind lines here for a second. Says, you know what, we're gonna chase down Vindicta instead. Gets a kill on the Sizz, and this feels like, Dan, it's the beginning of what could be the end. As the Lee continues to build.
Don't give up.
Oh, Lasso here on the Calc. Calc taking absolute beating, and all right, 2 kills on the outside.
Calc wins those.
Here's what worries me though, Dan, is that even with a few pickoffs by LARP Lords, the trend of the game, especially when we look at objectives, is not good. Hydra Nation is able to easily go into the jungle, pick things off. I feel like the window for LARP Lords to make things happen is actually quite small right now. Like, on paper, it looks close, but okay, if left foot feeds like that, you know, we'll see where it goes. Hydration though, in off the rotation, even things out. Teemo right now. 5 seconds till combo. Waiting. Gets hit by the concussive combustion now. Combo good to go. Both teams throwing everything here into the left lane. Lockwood tries to make something happen. DMB able to finish off Hydration. Storm Cloud in on the top of Arcane though is going to quiet it down and then some. That's a triple for 7, Dan.
Ooh, what a Storm Cloud. Really well timed for that one. And that could be potential. This is crazy. A Walker potentially around 13 minutes. There's going to be a defense mounted here. Oh, straight in off the top rope. Acrobatics from Lord and M with the barrels. The kegs getting tossed in. Look at those balls though. Covering. Okay. So Lord and M falling back onto the Walker. It looks like they'll be able to keep it up for now. 2 players there on the defense, so that's going to work out nicely. The mid Walker's actually quite low as well. This is a problem that they can't get to the first tier of objectives, LARP Lords, because it's just too much pressure. They don't have enough map control, and if they try to venture out, they're so ripe to get ganked. So this is a true conundrum.
That's the key problem that you're dealing with now. As you look at the map, every lane is pushed up yellow. LARP Lords on the blue side, they are pushed back at Walker in almost every lane, and it's leading to opportunities where they're losing parts of their jungle in turn. They're not able to get their flex slots online, and unless they can get a pickoff that actually leads to a tempo change on the map, it's gonna be tough. And Abrams is about to die, I think. Scout getting hard focused right now. Other side of the map, charge shot from Rocker and dead. And stuff like this is what Hydra Nation uses to keep lanes pushed up, to get Walker pressure, and at the same time prevent LARP Lords from even getting a Guardian right now.
There is only a 7k differential in the souls. So, and this is largely because Hydra Nation they're just pushing, and they're so active. We're not seeing as much jungling or you know, them sort of claiming a lot of the souls that they have sort of won via the map controls, like a potential that they can realize only if they go back and start, you know, killing those creeps, which they are likely to start doing right now. I think we're starting to see it. So the question is what LARP Lords can do to, in this moment of reprieve, are they able to actually push onto an objective whilst Hydra Nation's a little bit more split up? It's going to be very hard to do so, but they have players in the right place. They've got 3 on the right side lane. There is some attention coming that way, though. But they really need to get some towers online here. This map control problem is really pressing.
And again, the parry on top of the buff. Rocker doing what Hydration did earlier. The quick deny into the pickup of movement. Hydra Nation doing it team-wide. Meanwhile, taking a look at Lord NM running for his very life. The mole right on top of him. Drops the combo for good measure. And is his own fall through here, really. Gets hit with the lasso. Lord NM still alive. Bo going along for the ride, goes for the parry, a desperation move. Still gonna fall.
All right, well, disengage it for DMB. Look at least they kill Calc, I suppose, but okay, I mean, just look how easy it is right now for Hydra Nation. They can pick up this urn, just run it all the way across the map. Big pressure on the mid Walker as well. So this own is going to just be, I think, turned in completely unnoticed. There's too many other priorities on the map right now. Oh my goodness, another Walker going down. Oh, well, that's the first Walker, but still. A mid Walker going down and gets collected at the same time. And now we're starting to see that soul lead start to expand.
And it always happens this way, right? Like the precursor, even when the game is close on souls, when you see the early Guardians go down, you know that this is going to be the net outcome just because of the tactical advantages you get with that level of control over the map. Also, Mo is going in for another victim right now on the left lane. Lord NM in real danger. The combo out once again. Lord NM's just like, I'm getting deja vu. This just happened about a minute ago, and Flick drops the question mark. Oh, it's getting real right now, Dan.
Yo, how dare you be questioning? Oh, big stomp from the Walker. The fight there taking place. Larplord's trying to defend as best as they can, but again, there's so much damage output coming out here, and you've got Hydration just up top. There's Warps going in to try to finish off these players, get that extra burn damage out on the Walker. Oh my god, Hydration's going to get absolutely trampled. And Sis gets the kill there, but the Walker's still going to go down to that burn damage. And at the same time, we've got a lot of pressure on the right side of the map. Hydration putting on all of the pressure at the moment. Scout getting taken down again. So much damage out from Rocker right now.
And Hydration does sacrifice a few people for the Walker, but look, you absolutely take that. You're very happy to get the extra flex slot. You've now taken down all Walkers for Larplords. Larplords, by the way, is approaching 20 minutes and 100k souls, and still no flex slot. This is absolutely miserable for your item builds and what you're able to build towards in the game. It is not good in the least. And yeah, it really puts things in perspective of where the game is right now. And, you know, you look at income allocation too. You know, at one point DMB was way ahead of Do, which probably wasn't ideal of the two that you'd want to be getting farmed, but now they're even. No one is particularly high up, and you're having to deal with Rocker, who is fed beyond belief with Rocaine on the other side. And to top it all off, you know, we praised Scout in the last game for, you know, being an Abrams. It's often like at least average with the game. This is poverty Abrams right now. He's literally in a basement farming for scraps. This is where we're at.
Yeah. It's a sad story.
He's broken lore too, so I mean, it is a lore accurate game, if nothing else.
I see, Shiv.
Or you could eat the book or something like that.
You know, I think he would if he could. It's just kind of like he's stuck with him. It may be indestructible.
But that sucks, man. Well, Larplords, their jungle's being invaded yet again. It's just so hard to. It's such a big problem when, again, they just lost so much map control and they could never get out safely on the map. Even though the soul differential wasn't that big, the feeling of how unsafe the map was pretty astounding.
Also, look at the quick rotation. As soon as they bring two people in the 2 versus 1 on left, immediately Hydration stops what he's doing, moves over to the left. The combo comes in again, and DMB is just destroyed. It has been a Mo and Krill masterclass, and look, based on what we saw last week versus BNB, even what we're seeing right now versus Larplords, you must stop the Mo and Krill pick. You cannot give Hydration Mo and Krill. They've been way too effective with it in the most recent sample size, Dan.
It's just a great pick. The details also that he added with regards to like the shotgun damage and as well. I'm sure that's also part of the extra emphasis that we've been seeing from Mo, in addition to everything else that you mentioned.
I see, Yamato.
Such a good pick for sure. It just feels like it. Oh, go ahead.
No, it's interesting in terms of picks that have gone up in value. You know, Talon being more highly valued. I feel like if they gave Talon like a cooler model, he would still get picked more on top of it, even with all pro gamer logic applied. Like he's getting picked this much while, you know, Emily style. But here we go. Next fight. Take a look at Mo and Krill right now. Flick on the hunt. Was looking for DMB. Doesn't have it here just yet. Concussive concussion in Hydration. Absolutely no chill. Dives in. Now Mo off on the other side. Sinclair looking to be his target. No combo needed. Just taken on down by Rocker. And now with 2 picks, this feels like it's going to be an earn mid-boss combo here, Dan.
Yeah, just running the entire map at the moment. And again, Larplords just can't get out on the map.
Damn. At the risk of being redundant here and just repeating myself over and over again, it's 21 minutes in, and Larplords does not have a flex slot.
Oof.
This is brutal.
There was one game we cost, I think it was maybe last week or the week before, where I think the game one where no Guardians went down for one team.
I believe that is accurate. Also, there's one of the games where I think all three of the games, like B&B didn't even do damage to Hydra Nation's walkers last week.
Oh yeah. Yep. In this three lane format especially, it's very hard to, again, if you just totally lose map control, it's very hard. And just look at the advantages now that Hydra Nation have. They've got so many options as to what they could do. They could decide to play like really safe and just clean up the rest of the map if they wanted to, or they could try to like take down some of these base Guardians. At this point, obviously with 2 players down, they've got all the freedom in the world to do any of the above, but obviously they've got 2 minutes of rejuve, so they can do a little bit of farming, and then, maybe with the last like 40 seconds, try to facilitate a team fight.
I think the problem here, as you look into, is that what are the win conditions for Larplords and coming back here? They are very, very limited. Ideally, you somehow end up in a world where, the player we're looking at right now, gets multiple kills and gets ahead of the curve. But it's a 22k Yamato, and the top of the curve is a 32k monster Talon, backed up by 27k 7. It's a long way to go to get to a point where Yamato can just run at either of those 2 heroes and have it go well. But okay, you decide, let's take down the monster Talon in multiple ways. You drop the lasso, you drop the anvil, you bring him in the Timbuktu, and then you finish him off. How many times can you do that? But hey, look, that good start.
Yep, there's something at least. But yeah, these base Guardians are getting challenged, getting taken down. And there's a dive as well. Straight on in to get these finishing kills, and that's going to convert into shrines for sure. This is exactly what they were looking for. Still, a good amount of rejuve left to keep this base assault going. And I would be surprised if they leave without the patron. And we're going to get that damage straight into the fountain as well. Oh my god, look at the target fire. This is getting soft, but he's actually dying right now. So Red Kane's going to e-shift out of there. Okay, let's get those shrines. We get the patron.
Do they stay? I mean, they're up 50,000 right now. They could just stay and end the game. They're about to have combo back up. And also, this kind of goes to the show, like, the problems you have when you run this far behind is that you got in your perfect, like, pull and set up combo on the rocker. It doesn't matter. You're still so weak team-wise that once those cooldowns are down, you can't actually kill anyone. And Hydra Nation does decide to back out, but it's probably just going to be a quick shot because 50k ahead at this point. To an extent, they can just walk at Larplords.
True. Yeah. What do you look at when you're reviewing the VOD here? It's like...
Well, I think first you start with the draft, and you wonder, how did you let them get Mo with, like, how Hydra Nation has looked on the Mo so far? I think in terms of picks, that's probably number 1. And you think about what they valued here. Vindicta is good, but I feel like we've seen games get ripped away a lot more, at least at this level play, EU and NA, like way more by heroes like Mo than we have seen by Vindicta in recent times. So I just wonder about some of the priority and how you comped here, because to me, beyond just like mechanical play where Hydra Nation has played very well, I don't like the draft. I also, not necessarily in love with the Wraith where it is right now. I never thought I'd be saying those things, but it's been rough times for Wraith, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the pick for sure, like in theory, but it's obviously with Hydra Nation, you're gonna get caught out if you're lacking in any fundamentals. They'll just slowly take edges away from you. So that's kind of partly, I think, what happened here. Obviously, it's a lot more to it than that, but that's one of the issues when you're playing the team that's like very, very well organized and very skilled, has excellent fundamentals. They don't have to do anything special. They just punish you when you make mistakes. And there it is, map 1 of this best of 3 here. This is the money match between Hydra Nation and Larplords for DFN 19, presented by Intel. And the Hydra Nation, I don't know. I wonder if there'll be any adjustments for Larplords. They went really heavy trying to ban out Flick. He just gets to play the Mo, and it doesn't really seem to matter DP. So maybe there's a different strategy for this next draft.
I think we will see a different strategy. Whether that strategy will be effective or not is another thing entirely. But the reality is you cannot go back in with the same exact draft, because I do think this was a game that was lost as much on some of the mechanical plays as it was also on the draft strategy, where we just hit a point in the game where Hydra Nation was able to apply pressure to every single lane. And as soon as we saw LARP Lords try and push down a lane, well, they had a mole heading for them right away. It was usually you were seeing Mo rotate, you were seeing Hydration rotate, and the entire goal was pretty simple. It was keep lane control at all costs, keep LARP Lords off of getting their flex slot for as long as possible. And it just hit a point where LARP Lords was basically prisoners back in their own base, Dan.
Yeah, it really was very concerning to see that they couldn't really walk out onto the map whatsoever. As soon as they lost those initial Guardians, they like never were able to like go further out on the map at all. And that was a horrendous sign. I mean, it's something that we're seeing in Deadlock right now, is that teams are going to invade your jungle and you have to respond to that, or else you lose enormous value. I think in part due to the Sinner sacrifices and how important they are, but also how concentrated the jungles are, how much more value there is there now. It's a very easy way to get an advantage. So if you can't respond to that, you kind of get wrecked. And if you can't challenge those Guardians because you can't safely walk out on the map, you also can't have any option to take back map controls. And these are the two areas where I saw LARP Lords kind of getting murdered going into that mid game, where those dynamics start to become apparent.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not that LARP Lords didn't have options. Like, if some of the early fights had gone their way, I think it was a little bit of an underperformance Vindicta-wise. I mean, think about the, just the eye test, as it were. Maybe you call it the ear test for the thing here. How often did we talk about Sizlucky this game on the Vindicta? Usually Vindicta, more mobile, getting kills back and forth. Wasn't quite the time that we saw Lefa on the Vindicta, just using the teleporter every 2 seconds to get kills. It was a quiet Vindicta game, and I think if you're gonna pick Vindicta and get use out of her, you have to be winning lane fights and being that force, especially from like the 9 to about 15-minute window. Didn't really happen in this case. And also, when you're running the 7-2, like, you use the Mo to like be aggressive, get people in there, go in the jungle, and then Rokane was one reaping a lot of their rewards. Rokane and Hydration just eating the jungle right after at warp speed. So, one thing kind of led into another, and before you know it, it's LARP Lords down 50k going, we just have no viable path into this game. And sometimes this is how it goes in Deadlock.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we can see the stat sheet here as well, so we can kind of see if it'll match the eye test. And Rocket on the top damage there with the Great Talon, not unexpected at all from everything that we saw. Yeah, I don't think there's anything here that's really unexpected. I think, if you would have put, obviously, like, Letha on the Infernus, you probably would have got more damage. But, like, honestly, I don't think that's even a conversation that's worth talking about. So,
yeah, and regardless, it worked out in lane. But, yeah, Hydra Nation looking very, very strong after map 1. I think map 2, we're going to see some change-ups across the board. But also, and keep it the idea of getting a guest analyst in here, reaching out to the community and everything else. You'll want to tune in for the next segment, because we got Vegas in as a guest analyst. It's going to be fun, especially with the history between Vegas and Hydra Nation. What will be said? Well, you're going to have to be here in about 6 minutes to find out. Deadlock Fight Night North America number 19, presented by Intel, rolls along. ZP here with DDK and Dan. Hydra Nation still looking pretty darn unstoppable after a week. We thought it would be Hydra Nation versus BNB. BNB gets upset by LARP Lords, who are looking really strong, and yet they run into a brick wall. And the new Hydra Nation, which so far looks to really have capitalized on their understanding of the 3-lane map.
Oh yeah, it seemed for a moment like this gap was being closed, the roster changes and stuff like that. But then Hydra Nation just immediately created it. They dropped a nuclear bomb, and now there's just a chasm. It feels like between them and other teams, at least what they're totally capable of. The roster's really great. It's hard to spot a weakness, and I think Deathy was kind of explaining that pretty well. And right now, there's a lot to ask for LARP Lords. Based on that first map, they had no control after the early game, and there was no solution. So I hope at least that the draft can be a better start for them in this next map.
Well, also, you want to talk about things that, if you're feeling down or you want, a pick me up, or you just want to look cool. We haven't talked about it all night, but we do got some merch here at Deadlock Fight Night. That's right. Our production's there. They're ready to hit the button, but all sorts of cool stuff there. If you want to get comfy, watch some Deadlock, and, wear an Earn shirt. Maybe Naked will show up and try and distract you too, based on the game we saw earlier today. Honestly, I'm not sure Naked can tell the difference, Dan.
True. Yeah, the problem is when I'm looking at the merch right now, those EPs that all I'm thinking of is that design that Jacob wants to work on, which is the I'm balling with the goo ball. That's what I want now. I can't not want that since you said it.
Yeah, born to ball. But also, you're going, it's like, just 2 here. Some of our other casters today, had things going on towards the end. Real life happens, but we adapt, we improvise. We got some guest analysts here today. We had Deathy at the start of NA Finals. Now we're going to bring in Vegas here for our second map of the NA Finals. And Vegas, good to have you on, man. Of course, you would have extra special insight in these teams, Hydra Nation in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to be here. Happy to watch these games.
What do you make of Hydra Nation being there being as big of a gap between them and the other teams right now?
Honestly, I think the gap we had where we're just dominating every game for so long and not having to change our playstyle and how we played some of our lanes and how we thought about the game, gave us honestly a massive disadvantage when this new meta came out, because we were just so far behind in terms of lane meta and understanding the atomization of playing difficult lane matchups and understanding how to play lanes. Honestly, the laning was the number one thing why these teams started beating us. And then after a couple weeks of practicing in lane and obviously roster changes throughout all of that, now Hydra Nation is a lane dominant team, and that was the biggest weakness a couple weeks ago, which is why I think they started losing a lot. And I think they've been putting an insane amount of effort into that, and now they're right back to the top form, right? I just think it was the map shift really changed the meta, and I think we were really misinformed in a lot of things. And they have a really talented roster, and I just really think I'm not surprised, I'd say.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that too, because I think the most telling part that the old Hydra Nation was a little bit discombobulated in terms of how to play was we saw hydration poor in some of those first games on 3-lane. We've never seen hydration poor before. Usually in 4-lane, hydration was 10K ahead of the game in most games. And then we look here, it's oh my God, hydration's on Yamato. And wait, what is his soul count? Wait, it's 7K below the average of the game? What in the world is going on? But
that's funny.
Yeah, they found some answers, to say the least. But also, we're out to find some answers on this draft. Second draft should be good to go. And, Vegas, from what we saw before, do you think we're going to see any changes from LARP Lords draft-wise, particularly when it comes to heroes like Mo?
Yeah, I think, honestly, I do think that LARP Lords, they tried to ban out Flick, it looked like last game. I would say, they don't really have a lot of experience as a team in scrims, and I think they should stick more this game to what they're comfortable on, especially going against a team with so much experience. Even if Hydra Nation is on some uncomfortable picks, per se, they're still going to be more comfortable than LARP Lords, so they need to play what they know how to win on, and I'd like to see them play Pocket here, but Hydra Nation probably knows that, and that's why we see a Pocket ban coming out, so they're always 2 steps ahead there.
It's kind of sad because Pocket was available, I think, until the second round of bans in the previous draft, and then they end up having to get the Yamato secured for Dio instead. So that's kind of sad. It might be the case that they still can have Yamato as an option though. So maybe the Mo pick makes sense if they get that opportunity, because that does pair so well with the Yamato at least.
Also, though, we got the change up here going, you know what? Rocker did a lot of damage on Grey Talon. Maybe let's not give that up again. And, you know, LARP Lords also banned that earlier today here, Vegas. So I feel like NA is kind of shifting a little bit, and like, what do you fear? And Talon, pretty high up on the list, but I also feel like here, this probably almost certainly is going to be the Mirage first pick from Hydra Nation, right?
Yeah, most likely. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Vindicta with Grey Talon banned. I think that would be a strong pick, but Mirage is never a wrong answer.
I know you just want to see the Mo, ZP. I know you want to see the Mo first pick, but you have to come to terms with the fact that it's not going to happen, ZP.
Well, I want to see it from LARP Lords, no matter what, but I knew the Mirage would come in for Hydra Nation. I just feel like Mirage is like in this zone here, Vegas, where it doesn't matter what else is going on. Mirage just remains top first pick, top first ban for months and months now, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, Mirage and Vindicta, I think, are what, and they would absolutely rank undisputably the number 1 and 2 characters. So I wouldn't be surprised to see LARP Lords pick up Vindicta in the top 2. I think if they don't, it's probably a blunder. But I'm curious to see. They obviously did not have an easy game on it last game, so they might try to mix it up here.
What do you think is good to build around the Vindicta to actually make it like a good value pick? Because I think, you know, in isolation by itself, obviously, it's not going to be perhaps the best. You want to try to combine it with some other stuff. So I know that we like to see the Mo and Krill, but yeah, what do you think should be paired with the Vindicta, ideally?
Without a doubt, like putting Vindicta with something like Bebop or Mo and Krill seems to be just unbeatable, I'd say. Like pairing up a Vindicta and a Bebop, I just don't know. Like that would like Vindicta and Bebop like would make Mo look useless in mid lane. That's how strong that duo is. So definitely you want to pair that with somebody who can get the front line, get the souls while you just focus on harassing the enemy person. I'd also like to see Hydra Nation pick up something like a Paradox here for Flick. I think would be really strong. I'd like to see them pick that up here in the top 3.
I think if Paradox doesn't get picked by Hydra Nation, it doesn't come back around to them, because LARP Lords, you think about how they played the last one, right? They banned the Paradox, picked Holiday. If they don't pick the Paradox or Holiday here, I think LARP Lords picks one, bans the other. So to that entire point, they're going to grab the Paradox. But in turn here, if they wanted to, like Bebop, to your point you were making, could have been a target ban for Hydra Nation in the second go. So if you wanted to secure like a really, basically at least remove the possibility from Hydra Nation, you could go with Bebop. I lost my train of thought there a little bit, but I think your LARP Lords, you could probably also just ban it. So Hydra Nation doesn't have the option on the turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little bit concerned with LARP Lords draft here. I mean, giving up these top 3 heroes, if you were to ask Hydra Nation before this series, like, I don't even think they would have dreamed of getting these 3 heroes all on the same team. This is like unheard of, I think. I think they would absolutely be like, man, like we really want this Mirage, we really want a Vindicta. I just hope we can get one of those at the start of the game. And they've somehow ended up with those and Paradox, which is historically the strongest character for Hydra Nation. Like, I think they're very excited about this.
You'll be back.
Well, 7 ban coming in. Yeah, I don't know how consequential do you feel like this 7 ban actually is?
I think the 7 ban's kind of a blunder because they gave away the 2 largest forms of shred in the game, and then they banned it when they had first prio, which is like 7 should have been their pick they were looking for here. So banning that is a little bit, maybe it's a hero pool issue or they're scared of Rocane, but Rocane's hero pool won't be an issue. So I think that's a little bit of a blunder, but I'm curious to see what Hydra Nation.
Hope you're happy.
Holiday.
And this is kind of the reverse of what we saw last game, where LARP Lords, they secure the Holiday and then they ban the Paradox. Again, teams like running one of the 2. Now the same gets done to them, where it's like, well, we got Paradox and now we're going to make sure you don't get Holiday in turn. Now I'm just thinking, is like, what is the absolute best hero LARP Lords could go with here?
Yamato, probably. Right?
Yeah, I think they have to go with Yamato, because based on what Hydra Nation picked, they would probably go for it in turn. Also,
interesting.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about Dew's hero pool. If the idea is like Dew needs to play either Pocket or Yamato, like if Hydra Nation takes Yamato Vegas, it seems like that'd be quite bad for LARP Lords here.
I mean, this is honestly personal. I'm gonna be honest. This is Lord and them. They have picked Young Calcs number 1, 2, 3, and 4 hero here. This is personal. This is last game they tried to target ban Flick. This game they said, you know what, Flick can play Mo. Let's just deal with that. Calc, we're coming for you. And they just picked. I have not seen Calc off of those 4 heroes perform well in a while. I think he's definitely. It might be Calc on Paradox or Mirage in this draft, which could be.
Wait, you've gotten shifted. No, you're right. They have taken away from Calc. Yeah,
they're taking away from most of Calc's heroes. Yeah.
That's really interesting though, because I mean you've got a really tanky lineup, but what do you pair with this? At this point, obviously you've got like no long range anything at the moment. You've just got like all these brawlers. People going to the so you got a really ideal pick with that Vindicta, like you were saying.
I mean, brutal pick. Like, to give up the Vindicta, then pick the tankiest comp, this is just brutal. Like, I don't know how they're going to deal with these lanes as well. Like, they've got the Mirage, the Vindicta, and the Bebop pair. Like, these lanes are just going to be... I wouldn't be surprised if they wrap this up with, like, a Sinclair and a Wraith for LARP Lord's side. That'd probably be my biggest... That's probably, like, the best thing they could do.
Ready to do some field testing.
What?
Okay, I don't even know.
Oh, okay, I get it. You have Naked on your team, but what? Like, people that like are still McGinnis holdouts, they've been starving for a while. Like, McGinnis just is not getting played, and even McGinnis maids are like, no, we're not gonna pick this hero. And
No,
Vegas, here we are. McGinnis has been picked.
I mean, they're full sending it. Like, you gotta respect it. They are full sending it with this draft. This is really unorthodox all the way through.
I'm duty bound to fight.
Oh wow, they are okay. Are they trying to win the game in like 10 minutes or something? But like it's just running down the lane, all 6 players. This is incredible. We're witnessing history or something right now. I mean, they brought McGinnis out of like just out the vacation. I think we've seen McGinnis picked on DFN in like well over like 2 months or something. It feels like a long time.
I don't even know the last time I've scrimmed against a McGinnis at all. Like, honestly, I don't even know. That's crazy.
And they get Sinclair last pick. Pick number 12. On top of the draft, we've got Mirage, Paradox, Vindicta. I mean, if you would... Oh...
I mean, if I was allowed to bet on these games, I'd go all in on Hydronation right here with this draft. I mean, this is just beautiful. I mean, it's crazy.
Vegas, what are the win conditions for Law's comp? How do they have to play this to stand a chance?
Honestly, some of these characters they have are pretty unorthodox in this meta. Like, they just gotta they probably have to play super aggressive and catch Hydronation off guard against some of these off-meta heroes. They definitely haven't scrimmed against a lot of these lane pairs, like, for sure. So that might be the only advantage they have here is probably that Hydronation doesn't feel comfortable playing against those heroes entirely either. So I wouldn't be surprised if they try and send some of these brawly lanes to play super aggressive with shotguns to try and take early towers. That could be what they're looking for.
I think the other thing too is that if for whatever reason Hydronation beefs the early game, which admittedly is pretty difficult, the amount of early lane power that they have, if LARP Lord somehow gets ahead, like if there's a point in the game where they're like 10 or 15k ahead, Hydronation coming back against that with their comp versus that would be incredibly hard. Like it's
sense.
too much. Yeah, it's too many frontliners to actually effectively get up against. It's just you're probably gonna die to like 8 million different things. But the concept of LARP Lords getting like 10 to 15k ahead with this comp, with how the early lanes are gonna go down Vegas. I mean, I don't know, man. It's like the Doctor Strange, like one chance. You know?
Like, if honestly, like, usually I learn into the game and I'm like, man, I just hope I'm not in the lane with that one character. Like, please, man. And I look at Hydronation's draft and I'm like, oh, this is going to be brutal.
All right. Well, we're getting into it. Vegas, we'll check back with you a little bit behind parts of the game because, you're not co-streaming right now. But when Vegas does stream, he does stream at twitch.tv/Vegas. So give that a follow if you can. But very much enjoying him here as a guest here for tonight's DFN. But Dan, here we go. And the observers, they know what they want to see. We're following the McGinnis, heading out into the left lane to kick things off. And yeah, none of these lanes looks particularly easy for LARP Lords. And, let's put it mildly.
It is not palatable, ZP. I mean, so in theory, like bulldozing down these towers and like grouping like crazy and stuff, like just going hard on the objectives. Like in theory, I can see how that could make sense, but the problem is like getting to that point because you still actually have to do the early laning phase, and I don't see how they don't get wrecked in every lane on the early laning phase.
The disrespect from Flick. Flick actually just walked to the other side of those barrels and shot Naked in the head. Like, I feel like there's an element of Hydronation here. Look, is like, you really gonna play McGinnis against us? Like,
to be fair, this player.
And even still, we question it, which really, what does that say about McGinnis at the moment?
I know that was always a joke, right? That you got the McGinnis one trick that just won't even play McGinnis anymore. I know that was, I think you were talking about that before.
Yeah. Also, the update on the middle lane, you've put a Warden up against the Vindicta Bebop lane, and, Warden at times isn't exactly known for being that, well, I was gonna say a impressive laner, but also known right now as a dead laner, as gets hooked in. So your middle lane is collapsing at warp speed if you're LARP Lords right now, which is not a good start to the game, to put it mildly.
Yeah. I mean, who do you decide to like put in that middle lane? Who like I don't know, I feel like it's just pain. I feel like you're just putting them in jail at the beginning of the game.
who do you secretly hate most on your own team? You know,
Exactly.
that might be the actual thing. Is like, yeah, maybe go there. And oh man, we're back to EU with the quick pause.
So production gave me a stat. I can't actually believe that this is actually the answer, but it actually tracks. I think McGinnis was last picked in DFN number 13, and it was actually by VP in the EU finals. But that was like DFN for that 13. That was. I mean, that's almost 2 months.
I'll be honest, Dan. I really thought you were about to give us a statistic about the amount of pauses we've had today. Not timeouts, but
I mean, it's incalculable.
Every lane is just combusting at warp speed right now, Dan. This is kind of what we expected going into this game, but it is. You know, last game was close for a while. This game's tough.
It's a 4K difference. It's not even 3 minutes, CP.
Also, I mean, even chat is confused. We have a first-time chatter coming in going, quote, "I just came back. Why is McGinnis on my screen?"
Oh, okay. I don't know what to say. You know what? That's my job is to say things, so I guess I better figure that out.
Appreciate and know that it's still Nakon McGinnis, so might be good for Rejuvenator steal, if nothing else, as, okay, Calc just gets run down in middle. Might have bit off more than they could chew. Lord NM staying alive at all of 150 HP in turn. Also, though, 2.4k is Rocane, getting real close to the danger zone of ultimates being online for Vindicta.
Yes. This is certainly, I mean, that's one of many danger zones. This is a game which has a lot of problems. Okay, there we go. Scout's getting in there. Oh, do we have another one? Hydration is going to get out of there. Oh my god, the shotgun just don't reach far enough.
He escapes just barely, but I think you're exactly right. Is that when you run a double shotgun lane, high on denies, low on long range power. I mean, they still have decent range, but just not enough to finish out there. Oh, first assassinate hits pay dirt. DMB out of there.
When Rocane saw this draft, he must be shaking with excitement. He's like, no one has the range to even shoot me.
Summoning crows.
It's tough.
It's like the most comfy Vindicta game of your life.
There you are.
Yeah, overall, I mean, it is going to be difficult to pressure Rocane in this game. There's also like no natural Vindicta counters on the other side. That she doesn't have to worry about a Bebop. She doesn't have to worry about a Talon. You know, heroes that inherently can make things difficult, or a Paradox even for that matter. Like it's either banned or they have them or they're not in the game.
True. Well, just honestly, the harassment from Hydronation is borderline criminal.
Well, you got Warden tower diving onto Bebop, gonna get it, but gives up his life, and you feed the Vindicta in an assassinate kill in turn there.
You can't even get to her. She's just too free.
I don't know if getting the kill on the Calc, I mean, aside from the meme of like, hey, we killed Calc, is necessarily worth just giving bags over to the Vindicta. Like, the trade is a little questionable in my mind.
Also, the strat probably revolves around bulldozing your opponent's objectives, but really it's kind of going the opposite way right now. 2 towers down very early in favor of Hydronation, largely because they're like on track to be 10k ahead soon, and it's like by maybe the 8-minute mark they might be 10k ahead. That is unprecedented.
It's a beatdown is what we're seeing right now. There's no other way of describing it. It's a mole on fire. I'm not talking Rocky 4 at the moment. It says Scout, a little bit of punishment here on the hydration though. Should have everything needed to back off, and instead it also just puts Scout into the danger zone. A little bit of finger guns to back the other way.
It's like, oh, I can just back off into a range where they can't fire back. That's pretty high value, to be honest, if you could just continually abuse the positional game in that respect. It's kind of like...
Yeah, go ahead,
ZP. I was just gonna say, it's kind of like when you're playing like Counter-Strike and you're on eco and your opponent has like a full buy of rifles and you just like cannot contest most of the ranges in the game.
Yeah, it definitely gives that vibe. Also, You go the Call of Duty route. I feel like Rokane just activated the attack helicopter right now with the level of advantage Rokane has income-wise relative to the rest of the game. Also, this is a little bit early. We normally don't like call in the analyst for quick vibes here, but we're seeing an absolute shellacking going on. Vegas, is this about what you expected from the draft?
I mean, this is like Deadlock's I Buy Power or something. I would literally do anything to be on Vindicta in this lobby. This is amazing. I just want to be on Vindicta right now in this lobby. This is like, I mean, this guy is like, the enemy team is on full eco and he's got an auto just holding mid doors on Dust. Like he's just, I mean, like what do you even do?
I mean, he's become the server admin, and like, realistically speaking, LARP Lords gave him the admin password at the start of the game, is what I'm seeing here. But, you know, Dan, you're not the only one that can make CS references in here. Vegas also, yeah, grab it on in. I understood, you know, portion of that. Not a CS player myself, but even I know about Dust, you know?
Oh, yeah. We love the map Dust. Now, it's definitely, I mean, dude, it's 10k, it's more than 10k difference, not even 10 minutes. My brain cannot process this. I just don't know what to do.
I don't know. I think they're considering it a win because they killed Calc and Lane a couple times. Like, I think that's Lord's angle on that. I don't know.
I mean, honestly, with how relations go and how people just genuinely enjoy trolling Calculator, even people that are friends with Calc enjoy trolling Calc. It's kind of a universal thing. You might be closer to the truth than you may think here. But Rokane, I mean, we're just playing like gutter Vindicta right now. It's like, you're going to the Veil, I'll follow you, I'll shoot. Rokane's living the dream.
I just want to watch this POV. I just want to watch this Vindicta POV. He's the cameraman for this game. He can see everything. No one can interact with this guy.
Also, Calc is like taking the bullets for Vindicta right now. It's just like, we want to go for the Vindicta. It's too hard. Just kill Calc again, if you can. This is what we're seeing right now, Dan.
You got to set small goals, CP. Small achievable goals. Okay, one step at a time.
Also, oddly enough, in terms of farm, like despite Rokane by far having vastly the highest amount of kills, a lot of them being assassinates, the rest of Hydra Nation is even more fed. Like, Rocker's sitting here on a 9k Sinclair. That is the weakest Abrams charge I've ever seen. Did Flick's health bar even move there? You really have to narrow in there to see what just happened. But, you know, this is why we talk about the idea of an Abrams needing to have, like, at least average farm the game to be useful. That's part of it, what we just saw right there.
Absolutely. And, you know, just quick mention, you know, we are very thankful to LARP Lords for filling in last minute, because we had, obviously, those issues. I think you talked about it at the top of the broadcast, CP.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, with, I think it was Melee Creeps, right?
Yeah, Melee Creeps had things come up, you know, roster issues to sort out, so they had to pull out. LARP Lords said, you know, we can play a little bit early, you know, we won't be as good as we think we'll be next week, but, you know, let us fill in. And look, I mean, they upset BMB, so they, you know, outdid expectations, but
yeah,
right now they've run into a buzzsaw. They've run into a buzzsaw.
True.
And I mean, they might have set up the blade themselves and put themselves in its path, but that's where it happened. Hey, a little bit of Warden power right now, Dan.
Love to see it. Get that last stand online. And it's going to be interesting. I mean, I want to see some McGuinness plays. However, Naked needs to get a little bit more farm, perhaps, for that. All right, they've got a bit of a charge action going on. Diving in. I mean, we've got a tanky roster. Let's go under the tower to get those parries. All right, get that shotgun damage.
Server admins arrived here, however, and Gordon is dead. We need the ability. We need the ability to change the flight music on the fly. But concussive caution in, Rocker on the cleanup. But yeah, we need like you know, I don't know the exact name of the song because you know I'm not as cultured as I should be when it comes to music. But you know the da 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 da, like that actually should be the Vindicta flight theme going on right now. Rise of the Valkyries, maybe? Is it Rise of the Valkyries?
Flight of the Valkyries, I think. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah. It's a flight. I was like, it's flight. It's a flight of something.
Yeah, Flight of Valkyries. I'm not as uncultured as I thought. It came to me.
Nice. Well, congratulations on that new piece of information. You're more cultured than before, than you thought. Okay, well, And turn in.
Also, Vegas, we talked about Rocane being server admin here a bit, but Rocker's also just shamelessly kill-stealing everything on his screen right now.
I mean, yeah, Rocker's the GOAT. Nothing much else to say, honestly. He's a humble king. Like, this guy can play anything.
You know, there's some deep lore where when he decided he needed to stop playing Deadlock for a while, he was going to pay his replacement $3,000. Vegas was there on the front lines to that, I believe.
I don't know anything about that.
I forget, but maybe that was before. That might have been before Vegas.
I'm under NDA.
Oh, no, he knows. He knows. He just can't talk about it. It's fine.
Well, Vegas, I have a question for you. How do you think Hydra Nation would fare against like the top 3 EU teams?
Honestly, like it just depends if EU are in like a silly, goofy draft mood and just do the dumbest thing ever. Like if EU at its peak and Hydra Nation at its peak, it'd be a really, really close match, honestly. It's just like, it'd honestly be like Europe a lot of time just does like these silly weeks where they just have like the weirdest drafts. Like VP has like some insane ideas and some of them just don't really play out. But honestly, I think that VP and Hydra Nation at their peaks are at very, very, very similar levels right now.
I would love to see that matchup. I think so many people would. We have to have a LAN.
I'd love to see it, just maybe not on Spain servers.
The Spain deep cut. I've always thought that instance, that's going to be like one of those Deadlock iceberg things where, by the way, look at McGinnis trying to fight desperately against the Vindicta that does not care. It's just like, I will follow you. I will put an assassinate in you. You can't do anything about this inevitability. But yeah, you know the iceberg meme where it gets deeper and deeper into a game's deep lore? Like, the bottom of that iceberg is going to be the form. The real ones will know.
I just don't even. I just need, unless it's LAN, it doesn't count. In my opinion, I want to see that. I can't wait until we get that on board, and it's honestly like really impressive how good Hydra Nation has been with obviously not the same pool of teams to play against that EU has, because obviously EU has an edge there.
Well, EU has had an edge. EU teams have been a rougher spot, but speaking of rough spots, Rocker, Rocane, just, I mean, if you're not really paying close attention, you'd think it was the same person getting all the kills. It's names that start with R of the same length. Or they're not the same length in actuality, but the same length on the scoreboard. Like, they do some adjustment of the names. Like, it auto-adjusts the font.
Well,
Our green walker is under attack.
Walker's starting to go down here. Hydra Nation just really doing whatever the hell they want.
It's not even so much as Hydra Nation as a team. Like, you got Lord NM emoting boom when LARP Lords loses walkers. Naked right now is, off on a crate adventure. I think Naked right now is probably just hoping that Hydra Nation goes for an early mid boss, so Naked can steal the mid boss. Like, it's again, it's the old thing. It's like, I still got one more in me. That's Naked right now for the mid boss steal. That's what I'm personally holding out for in this match right now, Dan, because with how one-sided it's been, I don't know if we have like a full real game of Deadlock on our hands right now. It's kind of the Hydra Nation Rocane Vindicta exhibition.
Signature move. But with that said, I haven't seen that signature move in the new mid-boss territory. Obviously, the mid-boss area itself is the same, but obviously the lead into it is different.
I don't even know if Naked's played McGinnis on this map.
I got a lot of action. It really does feel like Rocane just has. I mean, it's the plot armor basically. It is main character energy in its entirety here for Rocane. Just do whatever you want. Amazing.
You just look at the mini map and see Vindicta roaming around. Is like, yeah, that person's dead. Wait. They're going mid boss. Just Naked knows.
You know the golden rule on Hydra Nation is don't take mid boss against Naked on McGinnis. Like that's the rule.
Okay, Naked versus the world. Does the world have hands? Where's McGinnis right now? McGinnis is dead.
It's not fair. The three of them ran up the stairs to intercept. That's not cool.
Yeah, they saw him on the map and they knew he was going 100%.
Man, they can't even give that to Naked. I mean, come on, man.
Where's do we not have rules for zoning where you need to let the McGinnis get like within X amount to make an attempt? Like this would be like showing up to play basketball and then just getting like shoved into the stands before you even take the court.
Honestly, it makes me laugh how quickly they all assembled towards the Naked's direction. Like they were, like that was 100% calm. Like the entire team just flooded that stairwell where he was last seen, like so fast. Like they were so scared of that.
So true.
Respect.
The comms were just straight. I was like, do we know where McGinnis is? Yep, we have eyes on McGinnis. Converge. Destroy. Honestly, Vindicta's voice line actually reflective of the game state, saying it's over. That's all I know.
Are you playing on any teams right now, Vegas, or are you looking to do that in the future? Like, where are you at with your competitive journey in Deadlock?
I'm playing with this one variety streamer, Deathy, right now on his team. I'm trying stuff out.
Oh, right,
there.
of course. I knew that.
Just called him the variety streamer.
That's like such a subtle diss, but I really enjoy that one.
No, it's quite good.
Yeah, that's solid.
Is he not a variety streamer?
I haven't seen him stream anything but Deadlock in months. I mean, maybe I'm only looking when he's on the Deadlock chat. His variety of Deadlock is, what hero do I play today? And is it a watch party day or no?
Man, this journey, this ride's about to be over, guys. It's like, it's about to be over. I'm not sure I'm ready.
I want to see a BO5.
We did one of those today, and it went the distance. It went the distance. I don't know if I could handle another one of those.
15 kill streak for Mr. Rokane, by the way.
Yeah, very casual.
The server admin journey for Vindicta continues.
I'm so jealous. You have no idea.
No, I know. You can actually hear it. Like, you're not even playing it up for broadcast. There's like genuine, it's like, oh, they gave him like the ideal.
I don't even know if the rules in pubs allow this many tanks on one team for me to play against this in pubs. Like, I don't even know if this is allowed in the like. I don't think a matchmake this good for Vindicta is even possible in pubs.
That's actually probably true, to be honest. Yeah, because it does try to like mix the. I mean, it does try to mix up the comp a little bit, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's possible to have. I think 5 of this archetype, or even 6, really. Like, I don't even think this is possible. Like, this is just destroying me. Because the Vindicta Crow is max health, you know. So the tankier the enemy team, the more damage you're going to be doing.
Oh god, it's so good, so juicy.
Again, I just feel like Vindicta needs different theme music for what is going on right now. I just the perma AC 130.
Oh yeah, he's got Freebird on Spotify. I see his listen along.
We got news on 2 seconds. 1. Congratulations, Larp Lords has lasted 20 minutes here, but it's gonna be Hydra Nation defending the throne in the most stompy game we've seen in a long time here at Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel. $1,000 once again head in the way of Hydra Nation, and they do it with absolute dominance. No reverse sweep or anything on that spectrum this time around, Dan.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be the way. Again, you know, thanks to Love Laws for coming in, saving the day in lieu of melee creeps being unable to compete at the last moment. And hey, you know, Hydra Nation, we wouldn't expect anything less. I hope that overall though we're going to get more and more improvement in the NA region. I think we have been seeing that. You know, Loplos, I think the fact that they were able to beat B&B, and in that game they showed a great level of play to do so. They were actually behind in the early game and managed to kind of again keep their heads kind of above water. They lost well essentially in that first portion of the game, and then kind of activated the strategy with the comp, taking the initiative, invading the jungle, and then really started making plays. And they showed that they can beat B&B. So that in of itself is a great statement. Hydra Nation's just a bit of a different beast in the NA region. It's hard to play up against them. I haven't seen a single team do it consistently. You know, maybe 1 week, you know, get melee creeps or B&B another week, but it always seems that after maybe like one close map even, Hydra Nation just locks you down.
Oh, beautiful.
Look at the stat line. The Vindicta Dream versus all the frontliners and a McGinnis. The funnier multiverse here, Vegas, would have been if Rokane didn't have a game like this, because you have legitimately been able to throw some shade.
Oh, no, Rokane's the go. I think he's the best player on that team. I'm happy for him. He deserves that.
High praise.
Yeah, Axe team.
But yeah, I mean, you look across the board. Well, I mean, this last one, I feel like the actual scoreline for Naked was 0-1, which was the Rejuvenator steal, which Naked got hunted down. Got hunted down real harshly there, Vegas.
Yeah, poor guy. I really think they should have let him have that one.
Just like, okay.
Sorry, actually, Zeke, I don't have anything else to say, but I do agree with that. I think that they did Naked dirty there, and he picked McGinnis. He picked McGinnis for the means, for the entertainment, and they wouldn't even give him the rejuice still. I feel like there was something wrong about that, and they're going to get some coal in there under their Christmas tree this year.
I agree.
Also, we didn't even set up a player of the match yet, but I've told production we'll see how quickly they can adapt but it's going to be player of the match for Rokane here, just because Rokane played well in map 1 and, well, map 2. You talk about a highlight reel. We can't even show the entire highlight reel because we would literally be replaying the entire match. It was like Vindicticam like 80% of the time, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you're up against a lineup that literally cannot shoot back, it's definitely, it's the making of a pretty sick game. Obviously, the 7 pick in this first map, this is a more normal looking game of Deadlock, I suppose. And obviously Rokane doing a great job. 7 has become pretty instrumental in the current meta, obviously with some of the changes that have happened to both the map and the hero as well. So yeah, you better make sure that your 7 player actually knows what they're doing. Rokane, yeah, it's very hard with this roster. We're so used to certain players being perceived as like, the GOATs in various ways. Hydration, Left are definitely 2 names that stand out. Flick, obviously, Rocker, and it's Rokane. Having such high praise from you, Vegas, is amazing, and it doesn't surprise me that with that high praise, you think that they can kind of go toe-to-toe with VP. I don't disagree that would be the case. Rokane's certainly displayed a lot of awesomeness since we've seen him join this roster. So it's honestly actually too scary, this team in NA right now.
Absolutely.
Since you talked a little bit about you called Rokane one of the GOATs. What does Rokane do relative to other people in the same role that you think he really excels on? That might not even be picked up by people at home just watching the snipe after snipe hit here. But a more normal game that's more well balanced. Like, what makes Rokane good?
I think what makes Rokane good is that, compared to like other DPS players, I think he has really good comms and all, like, just really good teammates. Like, he's really receptive to criticism and has really good like in-game communication. That, like, I feel like playing with Rokane, like, regardless of what DPS hero he's on, you can expect like a really solid performance and really good comms. Like, he's just really great to work with, and I'm happy for him, honestly.
Yeah, the comms, that's definitely something that I think is one of the things that goes missing with a lot of DPS-oriented players in every type of game. It doesn't matter what type of game it is. It seems like there's a correlation there between I do damage but can't talk. So it's good to hear that, and it does make sense that it makes Rokane a little bit of an outlier in terms of being able to kind of provide both the team value with the comms, but also the actual pure DPS intelligence and value too. So that's awesome to hear.
Well, we are coming to the end of our show here tonight, but just to recap all the action happened today, the winners and losers. We'll take you back to the beginning. We started with our EU special best of 5. VP wasn't able to play this week. VP the org had stuff going on org-wide. So the spot was vacated, and we figured it was time to do a best of 5, which went the distance and then some. 1 win will be our champion for next week, defending against VP. Or our VP and the team they're playing it. So whoever wins that will be up against 1 win. So VP will be making their run back next week. This week, LARP Lords surprising B&B, sending them back to the drawing board. But they go up against Hydra Nation and they run into inevitability, especially in the second map. But overall, Dan, pretty fun day of Deadlock.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the EU matches in particular, the evolution from map to map was definitely a standout for me because it just made it's what I really love about Deadlock, in that there's the opportunity cost decisions around the draft are super interesting because it's not often super clear, and there's enough sort of interpretation stylistically and hero pool wise for different teams where there's all these interesting decisions in a draft. And I feel like with a lot of games that I've watched with like drafts, it doesn't captivate me as much in this way. So seeing that kind of come out so much in the EU best of 5 was super fun for me.
Well, Vegas, we are about to sign off for the night, but of course, really appreciate you having on as a special guest appearance. Anything you want to say, get out there before we head off for the night? Any self promos, team promos? Floor is yours.
Honestly, just like ban all Bebop players. That's all I gotta say, honestly.
Honestly, simple, effective. You love it. But everyone, this has been Deadlock Fight Night. This was number 19, presented by Intel. Next week will be number 20. Thank you again to all the players, all the fans for tuning in week after week. We could not do it without you. But this is the end of our broadcast tonight, and we'll see you next time.
Hold up.